To the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, ain't no rainy walk from the garage going to stop the M&M show from coming your way. We arrived at the garage at the same time and got poured on. Kind of like, I guess, Marcus, Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey pouring touchdowns on the Arizona
there it
Cardinals.
is, right out the gates, Murph. What's up, my man? Happy Monday morning.
Happy short week.
Real short week.
Real short week.
Short week for me and even shorter week for you, Murph.
I think my vacation starts after the next segment. I think I'm out. I work today and tomorrow. Just FYI for all y'all keeping your notes. I work today and tomorrow.
That's it.
And you're here through Thursday.
I'm going Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, hopping on a bird on Friday. Actually, I'm not going anywhere, actually.
Okay.
I always thought it sounds cool when you say you're hopping on a bird.
Now that you've said it, why don't you do it? Just like I said, I'm doing this, and I'm going. Just go down to Vegas for a day.
Well, here's the thing, Murph.
I'll see your Raiders.
I'll continue the 49er bird hunting this weekend because after taking down the Eagles, after taking down the Seahawks, after taking down the Cardinals, there's one more big bird on that matchup.
And it is the biggest bird.
And it's the Baltimore Ravens, who you saw on Sunday Night Football last night.
We were just doing our little kind of getting ready here, opening the laptop, sorting out the stuff, looking at young Tony's packet, the whole thing. Ooh, that sounded bad.
Oh,
Didn't it? Yeah.
Pause, Murph, pause.
Pause. Thank you very much. And I was going over the Baltimore Ravens stats, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ready for a Christmas night brawl?
I'm ready for it. I'm
Okay.
ready for a potential Super Bowl preview this weekend, Murph.
Shout out 2013, right?
Yeah.
2013. It's funny. When I was watching the Ravens last night, I was thinking about this game coming up. I was like, damn, how random was that Super Bowl with the power outage?
With the Harbaugh brothers, the
Harbaugh brothers, and the weirdness of that game.
And
they fell
Beyonce
behind.
shutting down the stadium after a halftime show. The power went out.
You know, there's still people that think that was a conspiracy. That the Knights turned out to get the Niners back in the game? I was like, wait, what?
I've heard that a couple times from our guy down the hallway.
Oh, my God. Conspiracy theories takes too much energy. Who has the energy to pull off a conspiracy theory?
That's a great question.
Anyway.
But Murph, here we are, first 2 minutes of the show, talking conspiracies, talking Super Bowl rematches. But Murph, first, we got to talk about the 49ers clinching the NFC
Well, you got to
West.
call it in.
Once again, free hats and shirts for everybody, Murph. Free hats and shirts for everybody.
Where's yours?
I didn't get one. I didn't
get one either, man.
I'm sure Papa and Tim Ryan got one.
808 KNBR division championship gear. Because when you're young and your team wins the division, you're so excited. You want to go out and get it. And then you realize there's nothing cool about division championship.
It's absolutely
How many people
worthless.
are walking around rocking San Francisco Giants 2010 NL West champs?
No. and really, the only way that
They're
you can
cool
continue.
for one night.
That's
One
it.
night, really. Yeah.
And it's cool if your team does go on to win the World Series or goes on to win the Super Bowl. But if your team doesn't even make it, or if they lose in a Super Bowl, then you can't even wear it out in public.
No.
Because then people are going to bring it up all the time, and then it's going to be like shoving a dagger in you. Like,
Unless you
deeper
wear
and
it just
deeper every
like
time.
as a riff. Like, hey, man, I'm repping my division title. You know what I mean? So, anyway, they won it. They won the division title, dude. They're 22nd. I was trying to think, actually, out of those 22, Marcus, how many I've been alive for, how many I remember well. Marcus, a lot of them. I remember a lot of them because, dude, they, from 81 to 98, just top of my head. So what is that, like 17 seasons? I'm going to say they won 14, 15, something like that. I know. The only times they didn't win it was like 91. I mean, I can just kind of cherry pick them off the top of my head. 82, 91. Anyway, point being is that's their 22nd NFC West title. And their third under Kyle Shanahan, back-to-back now for the first time since the Harbaugh years of 2012 and 2013. So wear those T-shirts and hats for one day and one day only. You are NFC West champs, but you got to have Sideline Steve call it in. By the way, since they've moved him down, 6-0.
Dude, Sideline Steve is making the calls every week now.
Former Cardinal head coach.
Ooh.
So he used to be on that sideline.
That's it. He's
Right?
like, I'm calling for a different area code, but you know where I'm at.
Even though Sideline Steve's rushing defense gave up over 230 yards on the ground yesterday.
They don't call him in the trenches, Steve.
No,
Murph.
that was a tough one. So the Niners escape getting gashed on the ground. They call Roger Goodell. Goodell said, damn, do you have this number on your favorites? Because you seem to be calling me every week.
Speed dial, Murph.
He said, save your riff, you overpaid mannequin, and put it in the book. San Francisco 49ers 45, Arizona Cardinals 29.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I love the Niners. This is really fun.
Boom, and there you go. And it was a day where you had to choose. So the story that came out was the McCaffrey, Purdy, you're the MVP. No, you're the MVP. No, you're the MVP. So
I mean, yesterday in the locker room, it was essentially the Spider-Man meme, where both Spider-Mans are pointing at each other. You're the MVP. No, I'm the MVP.
Well, let's go over it a little bit. Christian McCaffrey, 18 carries, 115 yards on the ground, and a touchdown. And in the air, 5 catches, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns, including one where I think he was the only guy in the Arizona desert. Like it was like him. It was like him and a cactus down the sideline there. By the way, how about the Cardinals allowing 2 touchdowns yesterday where they forgot about guys? How about that?
So, you're talking about the Debo swing pass where he just walked into the end zone.
They literally forgot about it.
I mean, we always talk about the pre-snap motion. Of course, Kyle puts him in that jet sweep motion, and they're like, all right, well, they didn't hand the ball off to Debo, but yeah, he can still get out of the backfield as a receiver. He is a wide receiver. You should probably cover him.
Dude, what a breakdown. Who's going to get their A-chewed in film room?
That was bad, and that's even more unexplainable than the Brock Purdy to Christian McCaffrey touchdown, because at least on that play, Brock Purdy faced some pressure, rolled out to his left, kept his shoulder squared to the line of scrimmage, and found a wide-open CMC right down the sideline. Who fell down, still had time to get back up and get into the end zone.
So, yeah, the Debo one was incredible. But, guys, we got to talk about the other huge thing for me. And I don't know, I mean, dude, seeing Purdy on the ground with that stinger. Bro, I hope, forgive this. I'm a grown man. I have a beard, even to prove it.
I'm a man.
I was getting lightly emotional about it. Like, I was like, get up, Brock. Come on, man, get up. I was like a little, wrapped up. I was like, oh, my gosh, okay. Oh, man. I was like, I mean, this is the love now we have for this guy, you know? And then when he got up, you felt a little better, but he was off the field. I was sweating. I was like, my God. And then when he came back.
I was going to say, real quick, how did you feel about seeing Sam Darnold on the field for only 3 plays?
Not great.
No, not great. I mean, the first play he gets in, he
tries to rip one across the field.
He goes cross-body, launches one up to George Kittle. I'm like, bro, you're the backup quarterback. You do not need to be doing this, Sam Darnold. Hand the ball off.
He literally was like, easy check down. No. I'm going to go diagonally across
I'm going to try to make one of the most difficult plays in football as a quarterback, throw across my body to the other side of the field.
That's the guy who's supposed to be your, quote, insurance policy out there doing his thing. So it was 3 long plays. He did complete 2 of his passes, though, actually. He went 2 for 3 for 20 yards.
Oh, Sam did?
Yeah.
Oh, that was at the end of the game, though. He started off the game 0 for 2, I believe, and then they ran the ball. Because both passes, he tried to get the ball to George Kittle. They went 0 for 2 to start the game. He must have got 2 completions in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, what quarter was the were they throwing it in the fourth quarter like that? What quarter did he get? Did Purdy get hurt?
I want to say it was
the second quarter,
Murph. Yeah,
it was when it was 14-13.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, it was the Gardeck thing. Yeah, incomplete to Kittle. Yeah. And then McCaffrey for 2, and then Purdy came back in. Yeah.
And then Purdy had a beautiful touch patch to George Kittle to get down inside the 10-yard line.
There's those moments with Purdy where and then I even love the way he threw the touchdown to McCaffrey too. His patience.
It's the Purdy process.
I don't know how he could he's been born, process, poise, patience, Purdy. They all start with P. You know what I mean? And so what a performance by this kid. 16 to 25, 242 with the 4 touchdowns. Now, the stinger. I've been covering sports for, I don't know, decades. The stinger has never fully been explained to me. Is it when you kind of lose the feeling in your arm?
See, that's my belief also, because in my football career, I'd never experienced a stinger, but I had other buddies on my team who would leave the game and, it's just a stinger. It's just a stinger.
We're going to have to ask Tim Ryan how his history is.
So I've always broken down somewhere between your shoulder and your neck area. I don't know. It's a gray zone. I've never had one.
I saw somebody define it as a stretching of the nerves in the shoulder neck area that causes temporary paralysis or numbness. So it kind of freak you out, right?
It does,
completely lose track of your... And he said that Purdy himself said after the game he'd never had one, but from descriptions from other players. But I ain't going to lie, man, when he was on the ground, I was like, and then when he came back, I almost had tears in my eyes.
Yeah.
Like, look at him, there he is, he's back.
And when they sent him to the tent, I thought for sure he was going to go under the concussion protocol because it did look like a helmet-to-helmet hit.
It did look like a helmet-to-helmet hit. It was kind of hard to see where the left shoulder got injured, it almost looked like more of a head injury.
Yes,
it did.
And that's why at first when they're like, oh, it's just a stinger, Well, I'm like, all right, well, they're in the blue chain. They did say on the broadcast that he did get checked out for a possible concussion, so it sounds like all things are in the clear for Brock Purdy.
Yeah, well, he came back and obviously had those great balls. McCaffrey said after the game, he said he's tough as hell. Yet another quality on this kid who outplayed a number 1 draft pick yesterday.
For the 4th time in his career now, Murph.
He's beaten
a number 1 overall pick.
That's a great stat. I hadn't heard that.
Oh, yeah.
So Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray. Who else we got?
So I got it for you right here. It's Trevor Lawrence,
great stat.
Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford, and Baker Mayfield.
Great stat.
4 number 1 overall quarterbacks that he's taken down now.
Take that for data. There you go, man. All right. Well, that was fun, man. So a lot of fun on that. And man, oh man, the build up to Monday night. Monday. Like knowing what day Christmas is on is hard. It's always been hard for me. Like what day is Christmas? Christmas is Monday. Okay. Because we're all just like off. He's like, oh, it's one big Christmas season.
And especially with the NFL playing on Christmas now, like we got a Christmas morning
10 a.m. kickoff. I mean, you're still borderline. I mean, presents should be done by 10 a.m., but there's still like that kind of post-present buzz around 10 a.m., isn't there? I'm not really ready for you better be ready.
You're damn right, Murph.
I'm coming down your chimney, right up your A.
You better have your silver and black stockings ready, Murph. Here we come.
I don't want to see any red stockings. Those are Chiefs colors. Yeah. And tell Taylor Swift she can't hold Gloria Loring's jock. Yeah, man. So anyway, 10 a.m. is an early Christmas game.
Yeah, Raiders
your
Chiefs.
boys. Yeah,
nice,
but that's Monday. So what the NFL's doing this weekend is going to be. Are there Saturday games again?
I would assume so.
Yeah,
it seems like there always is, yeah.
I tried to bone up on this before I got on. I do like the NFL on Saturday. Did you catch the Saturday games this past weekend?
I catch the games. It was one of Bobby Boucher's best bets was taking the under in the Colts-Steelers game.
And how'd that go?
And I had an absolutely terrible bad beat because the Colts were up by 14 points.
Oh, that's
the under was
right.
hitting. They tried to take a knee, and Mike Tomlin, for no reason, starts calling timeouts. And so the Colts go, all right, well, if you don't want to stay in the game, we'll kick a field goal. That, of course, took the point spread to 40-43. It's a Bobby Boucher bad beat.
Dude, I'm going to tell you something so funny because I'm in that pool, and late in the season, they start asking us to do over-unders. I'm not an over-under guy. It's not really my things. Well, really, I'm not an anything guy, really. But
what kind of guy are you, Murph?
But I did take the over on that, and so it was 27-13, and they had prior to that, with 3 minutes to go, they had a field goal to make and he hit it off the crossbar.
And he doinked
off
it.
the upright.
And I was like, I'm going to hit the under. I'm going to hit the under.
I'm going to lose the over. So I actually was in the kitchen making myself something to eat, and I came back, and I saw it was 30-30. I'm like, whoa,
How?
Christmas.
Why?
I didn't even see how it happened.
Oh, dude, they're down by 2 touchdowns, and Mike Tomlin's like, you know what? I'm going to call
hilarious.
a timeout after the Colts were already taking a knee, Murph.
Mike Tomlin, who's not really getting it done.
Yeah.
Anyway, and of course, we do have to celebrate the smashing of the Dallas Cowboys up in Buffalo. That was awesome. That was really fun to see. So, and then last night, guys, I hope you all saw that. The Baltimore Ravens look pretty tough.
Yeah.
They're coming into town as the number 1 scoring defense in the NFL and the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL. Bro, they're legit.
Yeah. They ran for 251 yards last night on the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And what did the Niners give up on the ground yesterday?
Oh, a whole lot.
234.
Yeah.
234. 86 to Connor, 64 to DeMarcado, 49 to Kyler Murray, 27 to Carter. So, now again, Armstead and Hargrave were out. Now, is that the only reason? We'll find out. Anyway, fun way to start the day. Stay dry, everybody. We got drilled walking in.
Dude.
So it's just
Got dumped on.
I was driving extremely slowly up the Waldo Grade, man.
Oh, you have
it was
to, Murph.
really coming down hard. So
safe.
take it easy out there. Just keep your radio on. Free entertainment for you. And we'll get the guest list on the other side on a Monday morning, December 18, 2023, 1 week from Christmas. Al Davis is coming to you on Christmas morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hi fans, my name is Jong Lee. I love you.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
The 49ers clinched the NFC West yesterday with a win over the Arizona Cardinals. And then on the post-game show with Tim Ryan and Greg Papa, they got appearances from Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, Aaron Banks, and the one and only Brock Purdy. So to hear those podcasts and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And it's going to be J.P. Mason who will be the running back for Christian McCaffrey. Elijah Mitchell is down again with a knee injury. And they're going to boot Purdy left, throw wide open. Deebo Samuel uncovered. Touchdown. Murray back. Murray time throws intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Purdy looks right. Now comes back middle. Wide open McCaffrey. Touchdown. They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open McCaffrey. Makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown. They ride the mesh point. They give it to McCaffrey off the left side. Touchdown. 2nd and 10. Purdy throws for the end zone. It is caught by Deebo Samuel. Touchdown. San Francisco.
Well, there it is. The sounds of Greg Papa yodeling his way through the desert as the 49ers score 45 points, 5 offensive, 1 defensive touchdown. Marcus, the Water Bud Boucher, their first defensive touchdown of the season.
Is it really?
That's what I read.
Wow.
Yeah. Hope I read right. Yeah.
I think you're right. That is surprising, by the way, for a team that leads the entire NFL in team interceptions this year. They have 19 of them.
Mooney Ward, possible hum baby. You'll have to stick around and see. Yeah.
Nice tease, Murph. Nice tease.
Well, remember, he wasn't maybe going to play. By the way, those John Lynch interviews on Friday are money because he said that Mooney Ward was in play and that Armstead and Hargrave were looking not great. And as it turned out, Armstead and Hargrave didn't play, and Mooney Ward did play.
And to your point, it's something that I've noticed the entire season with Charvarius Ward, because I remember going back to like the week 1, week 2 injury reports, and there was him popping up with a heel injury almost every single week. Now he has gutted out and played each week of the season, but it seems like the last 4 or 5 weeks, he has been hitting his stride and is playing better football than he's been playing the entire season.
Well, didn't we have a cut of him to cooler content? We either used it or didn't, where he was like, I think I'm the best. I'm one of the best in the league or something like that.
Yeah, he was talking about his past breakups and stuff like that. That was the Eric Armstead podcast. I don't think we played that clip.
Did we play it?
Instead, we played the clip of him talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and putting the ball in his hands.
It's funny. I said this to you guys before the show, but I was going over all the stats and everything. They're like, Purdy threw for 4 touchdowns. That's the 3rd time this season he's thrown for 4 touchdowns in a game. He's the first 49er quarterback to throw for 4 touchdowns 3 or more times since. I was like, oh, Jimmy Garoppolo in 2019.
You talking Italian?
Had a kid, Jimmy.
So the Jimmy's like, yeah, I did pretty good, man. I did pretty good. So anyway, it was great to hear that. We didn't talk about that last one that young Tony played coming in. That last touchdown to Deebo. Dude. And the way CBS, and by the way, shout out CBS having the game, not Fox. Not unusual, which, by the way, will play a role in our guest list today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which was weird for 2 NFC teams, yeah.
Yeah. There's, again, that Nance explained it to us once, and I was so confused. I just finally said, just pretty much tell me where the game is, and I'll try to put the TV on. You know what I mean? I'll try to put the TV on time. But I had to record it, because I had a big NBBA Holiday Classic yesterday. Marcus, shout out 3rd place, the pride of 3rd place.
That's right, Murph. It's Jamboree season.
As I told the kids, I said, hey, you get on the podium. 3rd place is podium.
Hey, podium ain't bad.
Hey, and it was a stirring finish, too. We were down 5 with 45 seconds to play and went on a 6-0 run that included 2 steals and fast break layups for the win. Scored the winning bucket with 4 seconds left. Give me that 3rd place trophy. Give me that 3rd place trophy. So anyway, point being is I had to record the game. Mm-hmm. So when I was at home before I left, because I watched it at night, I went to 702, went to Fox. Ooh. And I was like, oh, CBS. I had to go to 705. But the angles they had on that Deebo back shoulder one, that pylon cam.
Of him falling down, back shoulder, Brock Purdy's floating it in there.
He put it in apparently the story was he told Deebo, if you're in press coverage, I'm going to you. Well, that guy Hamilton, the corner for Arizona, was playing great coverage. Mm-hmm. I mean, he did not blow his assignment at all. Mm-mm. Purdy put it in the one place.
It was a perfect ball.
Oh my God.
Like to get that kind of precision on a back shoulder, it wasn't technically a fade, but the way that he just lobbed it in there and it just floated. And you're right, that angle right behind the pylon where you see Deebo dropping down.
Deebo turned around and he had no choice but to catch it.
No, it literally fell right into the breadbasket.
I mean, my God, this guy. And then we talked earlier about that lofted one to Kittle. Yeah. I mean, Kittle made a nice little, he had to kind of tip it in a little bit, but still, it was a play where Purdy had to create in the pocket, stay patient in the pocket, and then throw a touch pass that gave Kittle a chance to make a play. He had several third down conversions that were big in the game yesterday.
Yeah, he had a big third down conversion with George Kittle. He also had a few passes that he could have maybe had bigger plays on. Like there's that one deep ball to Brandon Ayuk where Ayuk kind of stumbled a little bit on the route.
Yeah, that was weird. What happened there?
And then he overthrew him, so it looked like an overthrow, but it looked like Ayuk maybe
Ayuk if Ayuk hadn't stumbled, it would have been a hookup.
And that was a big play. And you saw the emotion from Brock Purdy kind of went down like, ooh, that was a big one. That was another big play that was left on the board.
And then the one earlier on in the game where the Arizona Cardinal DB somehow got the back of his hand right into Ayuk's breadbasket to tip it away. But that was a great ball from Brock.
That was, yeah.
This kid, man, he went home to Arizona in front of his family and friends, and he balled out doing his thing. So that leaves us with MVP. Mm-hmm. And who is it? And I'm like, man, at this point now, I'm starting to get MVP fatigue a little bit. You know what I mean? And I always say, we build it up. By the time they announce it on the Saturday before the league, we're always like, who cares? It's the Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
And that's the bottom line, because I was thinking that this morning too, because obviously we've talked all season long about Brock Purdy being the MVP, about Christian McCaffrey being the MVP. And even hearing both these guys at the podium yesterday say, no, that guy's the MVP. No, I'm the MVP. And Brock had a perfect quote. He said, you know what? Our team is the MVP. And that, to me, just tells me they're focused more on the Super Bowl than they are actually on the MVP award.
Yeah, it is, and that's the way it feels, but that leads into Sunday's game, and I hate to even we want to spend today reliving yesterday and reliving the weekend and all that and the Warriors and all that, but, man, it's hard not to already start thinking about the Ravens. Yeah. On Monday night, a week. We got to wait a week, too.
That's it.
It's going to be extra days, too, and I got to squeeze all my takes into between now and tomorrow because I'm off after Tuesday, but, man, oh, man. Hey, we should do special mention on the Warriors. I did mention them because, listen, when we left them, they're in major crisis mode. Friday morning, we were like, what's going on? And Saturday night, Steph Curry saved the day with a blitz in the fourth quarter, winds up scoring 37 points, 12 straight at one point, and they held off the Nets in front of Jung-Hoo Lee.
That's right.
Dude, how about the roar he got? Now, that roar spoke to me like, man, that fan base is starving. They're like, man, because Jung-Hoo Lee, dude, he's not going to be, he ain't, he ain't Mike Trout.
No, and he's not like, I'll say this, nothing against our guy Jung-Hoo Lee, but I think if the Giants would have shined Shohei Ohtani, he probably would have been courtside and not in the Jung-Hoo Lee seats. Like, come on, Raymond. Like,
I know, I hate to dog Raymond,
but
they did not get him courtside.
God, he's got a $100 million contract. Can we put him on the floor?
I believe with the posting fee is up to 140.
Yeah.
But anyway, I loved how the crowd reacted to him. And this guy, listen, what does it matter that he had energy and he smiled and waved? Well, at this point in time, it kind of mattered.
Dude.
Because the Giants need something. They need a pulse.
The Giants are desperate for just somebody who can sell jerseys, somebody that's going to get people to go to the ballpark. And even like his introductory press conference, he puts on his uniform. He's asking how handsome he looks. Like, how about the way some jokes?
I love the way, dude, talk about a 25-year-old kid putting his hat on, the way he kind of made sure the brim was a certain way and then made sure his sideburns were a certain way. He was like, dude, this was not Bob Melvin buttoning the wrong hole.
No, he had to make sure he was looking good. And credit to him for having his intro message planned in English.
Huge credit.
That is huge.
Huge credit. Because they're not speaking English in Korea. That ain't. Some nations like Germany, they speak English better than we do. You know what I mean? But Korea, man, no, they're that's a different world, different hemisphere. For him to take the time. I mean, I don't know how many American players are going to Korea and opening their press conferences in Korean.
No, and it shows you how much he wants to invest into being here in San Francisco. And of course, coming over from another country to play in the professional league, to play in the MLB is a huge, huge step. But I thought he did a great job of kind of knocking down those barriers and being a little funny and giving people a glimpse at a little bit of the charisma.
The Giants put him on social media to the point where my kid, when I was on Snapchat, he goes, Dad, you might want to use this for your show. Do we have this? This is Jung-Hoo Lee on Snapchat, kids, here.
Hi fans, my name is Jung-Hoo Lee. I love you.
There it is.
I love you, Murph.
Do we have the rest of it too? He's now turning his "Let's Go Giants" is turning into a rally cry here in the Bay because he did it again.
I love how he personally tells everybody that I love you, Murph.
The love is real. I mean, I was like, I want to tell him, hey, I love you too, buddy.
Hi fans, my name is Jung-Hoo Lee. I love you. See you soon. Thank you. Let's go San Francisco. Let's go Giants.
All right, kid. He's already probably the most popular Giant right
I was going to say, I'm already clipping that and putting it on my soundboard. We'll have it tomorrow.
Big time.
Let's go San Francisco. Let's go Giants.
Logan Webb's like, damn, I got competition for the most popular Giant right now. But anyway, so Saturday night, the Warriors get that win in front of Jung-Hoo Lee. And then last night, I wound up watching good usually a Sunday. Dude, Sunday night NBA from Portland, that's pretty obscure.
Especially when Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are playing on Sunday
Exactly.
night.
But I went over there, man, because I was like, Warriors need this, man. They need it. And they led by 22 in the third quarter. And then once again, almost blew the entire thing. Guys, huge historic night. Steph Curry did not make a three for the first time in 268 games, dating back to, was it 2018?
It's all over, Murph.
2018?
The streak is over. I think it was
Is that the
long.
longest streak in NBA history?
Oh, hands down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't make a three. That's insane. He only scored 7 points. That is shocking. And guess what?
Still found a way to win the game.
Because the two guys that we've been dogging all year,
welcome back,
Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins,
Let's go,
28 and 25. And this is Wiggins off the bench. Since we last left you guys, he's been benched.
That's it.
Yeah, he came off the bench Saturday and Sunday. So you got to have Bruce Q. Frazier, my beard idol, calling in the score to Adam Silver. Silver said, "You still have my number, bro? I thought your season was cooked." He said, "Not so fast, skinny boy. Put this one in the books. Golden State Warriors 118, Portland Trailblazers 114.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
There it is. So come home to face Boston tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
But hey, 12 and 14 sounds a lot better than the alternative.
It does, Murph. And we talked last week. I called it. Klay Thompson heating up a little bit. Last 3 games, 30, 24, and 28.
North of 24 of his last 5.
That's it.
And a long extended interview on NBC Sports Bay Area postgame where he just seemed like he's coming back. So
Hold that, haters.
welcome back, Klay. Chris, he's in your Christmas stocking. Here he
go.
is. Just like you said, we were just he did last year, same thing, right? All right, let's get the guest list on a Monday, 12/18/23, 1 week from Christmas. I'm not even going to ask about your Christmas shopping.
It's non-existent, Murph.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean? Yeah, I got plenty of time.
If you deliver the goods on Christmas morning, that's all.
That's it.
that matters.
I'm not handing out gifts on December 22nd. No,
exactly,
It's
exactly.
the 25th.
What do we got, buddy?
I got a week. I got plenty of times. And coming up in about 20 minutes, you got Hums and Bums, a little early Christmas gift for everybody. Of course, that's your total weekend recall, recapping all of the winners and losers from the sports world.
That's it. That's what we live for. We live for Hums and Bums.
And it starts in about 18 minutes, 6:50 this morning. Then at 7:35, your power hour starts with the one and only T-Rock. Tim Ryan breaking down his call. Of
They
the
sent him
49ers
down to
win.
the locker room to do interviews yesterday, which was a big deal. And it's funny because I was listening to the postgame on the radio after the third place trophy. There was really no trophy. After the third place, what should we say, air trophy was ours. And I was noticing Tim's voice was different. You know, Papa was doing his thing. Tim was like, "Yeah, Pop, we're doing this." And I said, he seems a little more muted. And I think because he was in the locker room, he didn't want to go full Tim Ryan.
You don't want to be yelling from across the locker room. Oh, ball out. Towel down. Towel down. We'll talk to Tim Ryan, and you can catch all of those interviews that he did with Brock Purdy and everybody else on KNBR.com. And he'll start us off at 7:35 today. We'll do our big hit talking about the 49ers winning another NFC West title, our cooler of content. Then at 8:35 this morning, we'll check in with one of our favorites, Matt Barrows from The Athletic, to get his take on the 49ers.
Definitely one of our favorites. Yeah, got to wish Matt a Merry Christmas. Yes.
That's it. And then we'll also at 9:35 talk to the man that was on the national call of the 49ers and Cardinals game. That is Charles Davis. He called the game for CBS Sports
You
Radio.
mean Charles, the ultimate pro Davis? This guy's, I tell you, when I saw he was on the broadcast, I'm like, we're in good hands today. Yeah. Although and we haven't even talked about it, and the Niners dodged a major bullet on that Ronnie Bell fumble.
Oh,
And
dude.
Charles Davis was out saying, that's a fumble. Charles was like, in my opinion, you're asking my opinion, that's a fumble. He said, I thought his hand was still up. Niners got a generous call there, brother.
Oh, they were lucky. Ronnie Bell was lucky, or else he would have found his ass on the bum baby list this morning. Murph.
Seriously. Well, that was a little sketchy.
It was.
And
that was a
how does that
huge
change the
momentum
game?
shift.
Yeah, how does that change the game?
Yeah, because the Cardinals would have scored right before halftime.
And it was 14-13. No, it was 21-13, so it would have been 21-20, right? Yeah. And hey, who knows? Sliding doors. Anyway, Ronnie Bell, count your lucky stars.
Yeah, it would have been a 21-20
All right,
game. Murph.
Hum Babies and Bum Babies coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We wanted to actually stand on a soapbox for this for a while. You know, quarterbacks are definitely like the most important piece of a team. You know, you got everyone's talking about Purdy, everyone's talking about Dak, and that MVP race. But then you look at guys like, and Brock's doing a great job, and he deserves all the love that he's getting. But you got a guy like Christian McCaffrey and all the things that he's doing for us in the run game and the pass game, and just absolutely elite every single Sunday, scoring touchdowns. He had 3 today. I mean, he has 7 touchdowns versus the Cardinals this year. It's pretty impressive. The things that him and Tyreek are doing constantly, I mean, I don't know how you don't have them both in the MVP conversation, and I'm all for, quarterbacks win the award. It's an important position, but the things that they consistently do week in and week out, you got to have Christian up there because he is unguardable and he's the most unique position in football.
The Carolina Panthers traded Christian McCaffrey.
No.
Shout out the Boston Red Sox trading Mookie Betts.
Check this out. Christian McCaffrey has more touchdowns himself than the Carolina Panthers have scored the entire season.
Did you go red zone yesterday morning, or did you go, what was your Sunday morning strategy?
Well, I went red zone, but I didn't see too much of that Falcons-Panthers game.
They would cut over to it because I had the Falcons D in me. And by the way, I know you tuned in. You got in your car in the rain. You're like, I need to know how the mid-segment reads are doing in the playoffs.
I need to know about my reads,
Fantasy playoffs against Danny Dunn's 8-10, the bread.
The bread.
And neither one of us had a scintillating day, but I did. And you asked me, you said, don't you want to dance with the girl that brung you? Mm-hmm. I was like, well, not when that girl's stepping on your feet and giving you corns and bunions. You know what I mean?
So Trevor Lawrence last night.
So I dropped the Jets. I didn't drop him. I moved the Jets defense to the bench because I knew they were going against Miami.
Oh, good call.
Savvy move there,
Mike
Coach.
McDaniel and Tua dropped a 30-piece on
Picked up, studied, and saw that Carolina's offense was going against Atlanta's defense, and Atlanta's defense was available. I was like, picking that up.
Smart.
It was, except for, I wound up getting +5. Like the Jets defense wound up scoring 2, the Falcons defense wound up scoring 7. So that maybe the 5 points that wins the championship, I don't know.
You never know, Murph.
But the point of the matter is, the whole point of that story is I was keeping an eye on that game, which was painful.
Which you didn't need to.
Did you know Carolina won?
Yeah, they won on the last second field goal, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that NFC South is such a joke.
Yeah, awful.
And
Give me an NFC South team in the playoffs, please.
Yeah,
Can I get some sort of situation where I get an NFC South team?
49ers already took down Baker once this year. It might be him again, yeah.
So listen, although they're playing, Bucks, watch out. They've won 3 in a row now, and when they were here at Levi's, I was not blowing them off. They weren't that bad.
Mm-mm.
They weren't that bad. I mean, listen, should the Niners beat them? Absolutely. But the Bucks, watch out. They could get a playoff win.
Oh, they went into Lambeau yesterday, and Baker Mayfield had a perfect passer rating, I believe. Yeah.
Who's this guy think he is? Brock Purdy? You think he's an MVP?
I don't think Baker's in the MVP race.
He's one of the number 1 picks that Brock has beaten.
He is one of 4 now.
That great stat that Waterboy came up with. 4 number 1 picks in the draft have now lost to Brock Purdy, who was 262.
Baker Mayfield,
yesterday was one
Trevor
of them.
Lawrence, Matthew Stafford, and now Kyler Murray joins that list.
Any more coming our way? So Lamar was 32nd.
Yeah, Lamar was not a first overall.
And then Commanders, no, they're going by the Commanders have lost 5 in a row, though.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the Rams, one of Bobby Boucher's best bets this weekend.
You got some,
cover that 6 points.
You'll be shocked to know that the forecast, I went once again 1-1. Just living at 1-1, but still staying over 500 for the season.
Murph.
And how about my hate pick coming through? How about that? They were down. UCLA was down 9 at half. They were down 16-7 at half, dude. I was like puking all over my living room. Like, I hate Chip Kelly. I hate my pick. I hate everything. I hate my life. And then they came roaring back and won the game. I'm like, well, I got the pick right.
Oh, you got the pick right.
So,
and now, what do you give me for the gravitational pull of a Brian Murphy, a.k.a. Saturday Murph, and the gravitational pull of the San Francisco Giants?
Seriously. Well, maybe I need Jung-Hoo Lee to make my picks then, because then the people will be fired up and excited. I love you, as he likes to say. So anyway, the point is the MVP stuff. Mm-hmm. And you said something, Marcus, right before we came on. You're like, hey, watch out in the horse race when you're coming around, and then that horse comes from the back and passes everybody on the final stretch. The Ravens quarterback's coming to town on Monday night.
Here comes Lamar.
And you were saying?
And it's Lamar down the stretch. And I feel like a lot of people really haven't been talking Lamar MVP too much this season, even though when you look at the Baltimore Ravens offensive numbers, it's top in the league in rushing, top in the league in passing, top in the league in scoring also. And now we always talk about these MVP-type moments. Well, if you look at the MVP odds this morning, it's Lamar Jackson, number 2, right behind Brock Purdy.
Is he number 2?
Yeah,
Brock Purdy's number 1 now?
Brock Purdy is number 1 this morning.
Where's McCaffrey?
McCaffrey is down. He's the number 1 overall position player, but he's still behind Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes.
Dude, it's just MVQ.
1, 2, 3.
It's not MVP, it's MVQ.
Exactly. So there's 5 or 6 quarterbacks ahead of Christian McCaffrey. But going back to my point, last night we saw Dak Prescott drop down after that loss against the Buffalo Bills. We also saw him get catapulted into that number 1 spot when he beat the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday Night Football. Now this weekend, if Lamar Jackson comes into Levi Stadium, if he beats the San Francisco 49ers, I think that's his MVP case.
Yeah.
I think if the Ravens win this weekend, you're going to see Lamar Jackson jump ahead of Brock Purdy in the MVP race.
Yeah, I mean, that's a spot on. I mean, it really is. This is a huge game for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody sent in a tweet or a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying, if you focus on the objective things, wins, the subjective things like MVP just follow. So you just keep winning, and then the awards follow you.
Well, now I'll ask you this question, Murph, because obviously we're going to get into the discussion of who's the MVP of the 49ers. Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Christian McCaffrey? Is it Trent Williams? I mean, all these guys you could put in that conversation, but are we getting to a point now where we might be splitting the vote with the 49ers?
Definitely.
Where it might be hurting themselves to have 2 MVP candidates on the same
Without
offense.
question. This has happened many times in sports history. When a great team has a couple good players, they split the vote.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, though, being his, and I was wondering, by the way, see that jacket he was wearing after the game? I was wondering if that was his attempt to kind of step it up mildly. It was sort of a pattern jacket.
Well, he did tell us he got a new haircut before the game, too, so he was trying to fill himself for his homecoming night, Murph.
Did you see when they showed him they did the childhood pictures of him on CBS? Yeah. You see the one of him as a Pop Warner quarterback when he was like, I don't know, 9 or 10?
Yeah, it looked like him 2 weeks ago.
He looks exactly the same. He looks exactly the same.
Young Purdy.
I was howling. I had to rewind it. I'm like, called my kids. I'm like, look at this. That's 9-year-old Brock Purdy, not 23-year-old Brock Purdy.
No.
Oh, my God. Anyway, here's him, and he's being the humble guy. He's not the MVP. His teammate is.
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything for us. Runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
Okay, that's the teammate. That's the teammate you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not mine, it's his. Trent Williams was standing up there with Christian McCaffrey. They did their interview together.
Oh, and Murph, did you see the entire interview? They introduced themselves walking up to podium as Rob and Big.
Oh, my God.
Now, I know we've had this discussion before. They walked up and said, I'm Rob, he's Big. Of course,
incredible.
Rob Dyrdek in Big Black from the TV show Rob and Big.
Yeah, I
from
remember
the TV
that.
show
MTV?
Fantasy Factory. Yeah, and from the show Ridiculousness that's on MTV 24/7.
Oh, my God, this is hilarious.
Dude, and like some people were posting photos and memes last night.
Big,
oh, dude. And so they walked up and said, we're doing a joint press conference today. You can refer to us as Rob and Big.
That is really funny. That's some good riffs there, man.
And it works perfectly.
Is that like prime Marcus generation?
Oh, dude, I was just talking to the kids in the bullpen. Young Tony, Casey, they're all over it. And for anybody who doesn't know, like kind of like the origin story for the TV show was
hilarious.
Rob Dyrdek is a skateboarder, and he was getting tired of security guards kicking him out of like parks and like public places. So he hired his own bodyguard to fight the other bodyguards, and that's where Big Black stepped in. And now we got Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey
Big is
as
the
modern day Robin Big.
A great poll.
Yeah.
American reality TV series following the lives of professional skateboarder, actor, and producer Rob Dyrdek and his best friend and bodyguard Christopher Big Black Boykin.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Dude, and then they built an empire on MTV. Fantasy
Yeah.
Factory, Ridiculousness, all that stuff all came from Robin Big.
Oh, man, that is... I missed that. That just made my morning.
It's fantastic.
All right, anyway, here's Big on whether to choose Rob or Brock here. Yeah.
Sorry to put you in a bad spot.
No, you good.
But there's talk of like, well, Brock could be MVP and Christian could be MVP.
I know you're not asking me that question. We might as well go to the next one. You're not about to put me in that one. Hey, he's got my vote.
That's pretty funny, man. You're not putting me there. You're not putting me there. Rob and Big, you made my morning. All right, guys, listen. We want to play the part 2? Yeah, play the part 2 of it because he does give somewhat of a more substantive answer other than joking here.
I mean, it means the offense is playing really well. I mean, we got the best running back in the NFL, so for him to get MVP consideration, I mean, I think that's his just due. And same way with Brock. Brock's been playing his butt off, so for him to be in a conversation out there as a teammate, I couldn't be more proud of both of these guys. And, you know, my job is to try to continue to help them have success. And, you know, I mean, who cares? Long as we can bring that trophy back to Santa Clara, you know, that's all that's all I'm worried about.
By the way, Santa Clara!
Bring that trophy back to Santa Clara, Murph.
Wherever the hell we are in California.
Yeah. Come
man.
on.
How about that's kind of an official moment right there, by the way.
So that's awesome.
That's
By the way, where's the parade route? Are we going down Tasman to Lawrence Expressway, down to El Camino, and then just take El Camino all the way up to the city?
Declan had this big water polo regional thing yesterday. It took all day. He was there from noon to 8. It was at Santa Clara University.
Hey.
Candace had to be down there all day. Drove home at 9 at night. But he sent me a picture of the gym and sent me the caption, "The house that Pods built."
Oh, dude, the disrespect to Steve Nash.
I know, exactly.
The house that Pods built.
Exactly.
Nice.
But the point of the matter is like, that's like our turf now. We were talking Santa Clara a lot yesterday. I'm like, so's Trent Williams.
Yeah.
There's the parade route right past the house that Pods built.
That's it. Come down to the 408, baby. What's good?
All right. Hey, Brent Jones joins Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50 this afternoon, and Hums and Bums join us next on The Sports Leader.
As long as we can bring that trophy back to Santa Clara, you know, that's all I'm worried about.
What do you want? From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, the tradition, baby. Tradition. Hums and bums. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, Marcus, you always lead us off, baby, like Jung-Hoo Lee digging in. And you, this week, the wheel turns. You got yourself some bum babies. Show me some losers, Marcus.
I'm going to give them to you, Murph. We'll set the table with a couple bum babies this morning, and that is, of course, once we get the music bed going this morning, we'll drop that down a little bit, Tony, and let you know that bum baby number one comes straight from Arizona this weekend, and we're going with Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
Because Kyler, as we've mentioned multiple times this morning, became the fourth number one overall pick to lose at the hands of Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy. But man, oh man, is Brock Purdy starting to look relevant? We'll get to those MVP conversations in just a few minutes. But I want to focus on Kyler Murray, who does join that list of Trevor Lawrence, Baker Mayfield, and Matthew Stafford as former number one overall picks to lose to Mr. Irrelevant. And yesterday, Kyler Murray completed 26 of 39 attempts for 211 yards, 1 touchdown, and 2 interceptions. Now, of course, the touchdown and the extra 50 to 60 yards came in garbage time. So Kyler really was ineffective through the air, and especially when he was trying to complete passes against Charvarius Ward, who not only got him once, but got him twice for a pick 6 also. So Kyler Murray is going to be having some nightmares of young Moody, a.k.a. Charvarius Ward, and that's why this morning he is bum baby number 1.
Murray back. Murray time. Throws. Intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco! He has 9 catches for 99-yard throw over the middle, intercepted by Charvarius Ward, his second pick of the game. He will go down on the Arizona 49-yard line.
Yeah, man. Listen, buddy, here's the deal. They scored that 1 touchdown at the end. I mean, were you even watching when he threw that touchdown with, what was it, about 53 seconds left?
Yeah, I had it on just in case he was going to throw another interception because I wanted more material for my bum baby case.
Yeah, 45-22 was the score when they finally scored that touchdown, 45-20. By the way, Niners covered.
Yeah.
Niners covered.
Covered that 12-point spread.
Covered
Nice.
that spread. So, well, listen, man, if you're Arizona, and this is a guy, I mean, he's a nice player. He rushed for 49 yards yesterday.
Yeah.
He had a 15-yard scramble. So, there is that. But, man, I mean, there's talking Arizona. He's the guy going into the future, right? They're not looking for a replacement?
Unless they're trying to trade him and move up in the draft to draft a guy like Caleb Williams.
Oh, man.
I mean, they're kind of in the same situation as the Bears are with Justin Fields. They've got to decide, is that the guy they're going with, or are they going to try to pivot and go in another direction?
What is his, I'm trying to look up his one-loss record as a starter. And again, our wins a quarterback stat. I know.
Well, I can tell you now, this year after losing to Sunday, he's 2-3 as a starter.
He is 2-3 as a career. I'm going to give you his career as a starter right now, here, buddy, because that's a guy who came your number 1 pick in the draft. The A's are like, yeah, dude, you should have stuck with baseball.
That's right.
His career as a starter 27-34-1. 27-34-1. So,
yeah.
It ain't happening, bro.
No, it's not.
They ain't buying it, guy.
No, they're not. And that's why Kyler Murray is bum baby number 1. Sacked 3 times yesterday. And to add insult to injury, our guy Cleve Farrell came down with the people elbow right on the groin of Kyler Murray. Had to leave the game.
He was walking around.
He had to leave the game for a couple plays.
Yeah.
Clayton Tune got into it. But yeah, it was a bad day for Kyler Murray. And of course, the Arizona Cardinals, who lost against the 49ers. Now moving on to bum baby number 2. And how about them Cowboys, Murph? We're going with Dak Prescott, who has now seen himself fall from the number 1 overall, the BS narrative that he was the MVP favorite. We said it last week, this argument about, he's the best quarterback over the last 8 weeks. Well, he didn't play anybody over the last 8 weeks. 9 weeks ago, he lost 42-10 to the San Francisco 49ers. And this weekend, he lost 31-10 to Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Dak Prescott only throwing for 134 yards, 0 touchdowns, 1 interceptions. As I mentioned, he's now dropped below Brock Purdy and below Lamar Jackson on the MVP favorite odds. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys yesterday had 195 yards of total offense. It was an abysmal performance, and we told you last Friday, Dallas doesn't want to play December football, even though Dak was running his mouth, goes outdoors. The Cowboys now have a losing record on the road this year, 3-5. Buffalo sat them down and humbled the Dallas Cowboys. That's why Dak Prescott and his MVP odds are bum baby number 2.
Need to get to the 33. Has time. Now runs into a sack, and he's taken down by Leonard Floyd. Prescott throws high, and it's intercepted. It's Benford who's got it, taken down. Bills take over.
They already had the 7-0 lead, then boom, they score again. And at that point, trying to plan a drop back game in conditions like this is not going to be favorable. I can tell you that. And so they did a great job on defense, putting disguising for one, putting the top on it, making us play underneath. And as I said, it's going to be tough in conditions like this when they've got the lead, trying to have to just go drop back all game long. So they beat us with the formula.
Dude, I mean, listen, how fast it ended, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a guy who they've been so exposed on the road, like you said. This is now 3-4 on the road, like you said, 7-0 at home. Outscored at home, or at home, they're outscoring teams 279 to 108. On the road, they've been outscored 156, 152. Dude, and 2 of their last 3 games are on the road.
Yeah.
So, I mean, listen, the guy has been brilliant at home. There's no question, to be fair.
But they're a different team on the road, Murph.
Yeah. I mean, the Niners have, Brock had to go. What's been Brock's toughest road game so far? At Seattle.
At Philly.
Philly.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's pretty damn hard.
There you go.
And that was part of my argument of why Brock's the MVP over Dak Prescott, because Brock Purdy went into Philadelphia and won at the Link. Cool. Dak
Did he not lead 6 straight touchdown drives?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, Dak won one at Jerry's World. No, it's a little different when you're playing football outside like it's meant to be played. Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys, congratulations on clinching a playoff spot yesterday, but they dropped down to the 5 seed. Of course, Eagles playing the Seahawks tonight. That will have playoff implications, but that's why the Dallas Cowboys are bum baby number 2, Murph.
Forget about the playoff, but bigger congrats on the bum baby status.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel happy for them.
Welcome back to bum baby status, Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott. And then number 3, Murph. Put your seatbelt on.
Okay.
Because I'm taking you into the lands unknown, into the charts of the hums and bums land.
Okay.
Because there was basketball going on this weekend, there was football going on this weekend, but there was also some good old-fashioned fisticuffs. And I hate to do it to one of my favorite sports, but I am making UFC 296, and more specifically, Sean Strickland bum babies this weekend.
Tell me, I'm all ears, buddy.
Because we were talking UFC 296 this weekend, and it was their biggest, not their biggest pay-per-view card, but they always tried to end the year in December with a big pay-per-view card. Well, it did not live up to the hype. Leon Edwards won by decision over Colby Covington. Really wasn't the fight that everybody was promised after all the bad trash talk, but the bigger fight was actually in the audience this weekend, Murph. So check this out. There's an upcoming fight at UFC 297 between Sean Strickland, the middleweight champion of the world, taking on Dricus du Plessis, a fighter out of South Africa.
Okay.
So to promote this fight, they had them both show up to Vegas this week and do press conferences where the smack talk got extremely personal.
Oh.
Like bringing up like families and childhood drama and a bunch of bad stuff, which you see a lot in the MMA community, but this felt different. And it really felt like Sean Strickland wanted to get his hands on DDP.
Wow.
Well, on Saturday, Dana White made the decision to sit them next to each other at the pay-per-view fight. Next thing you know, there's fireworks going off in the stands, and we've got the play-by-play of John Anik, Joe Rogan, and Daniel Cormier, and a little post-fight sound from Dana White talking about the brawl between DDP and Sean Strickland in the crowd this past weekend.
So it started with du Plessis sort of being shown. Strickland fires the gun. Du Plessis dodges it. All right, so
he's still
I'm being
talking.
told that Strickland asks Gilbert Burns' son to move. Oh, and then,
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Out of nowhere. That's kind of crazy. Well, he told him, you could see Drake is behind him, still kind of talking once Sean turned his back. So I don't know if maybe Sean Strickland heard him, but how about Sean Strickland, who is a psychopath, having the wherewithal to tell the kids to move before he goes and attacks Dricus du Plessis?
Well, it's just so ridiculous that the middleweight champion of the world would do that.
No, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, he's out of his mind. He really is nuts. And look, he's getting off on it. He enjoys it. He had a good time.
He got thrown out of the gym.
You know, don't do that.
He got thrown out of the gym.
Well, first of all, was it your idea to really set them that close together?
So what kind of an sits Strickland next to du Plessis? This that's who. Yeah.
I mean, you actually manually did the seating assignment for that?
I do every seating assignment every week. Yeah.
All right, so that's on you.
Yep. Stupid is that? I mean, seriously.
Okay, so that's right. Is he riffing on himself because he's getting all the pub he wants, right?
Well, he is, and he's getting ownership. And yeah, Dana White, as bad of a look as this is, and a reason why it's a bum baby, because I know there's the crowd out there that thinks MMA is just human cockfighting. So this is not a good look for the sport. But Dana's going to turn this around and turn it into a promo of Sean Strickland literally telling Gilbert's kids, wife and kids, to move out of the way. Then he hops off of a chair with like a flying Superman punch and starts dropping 12-6 elbows.
At this point,
no, just wearing a white tee and some blue jeans.
Okay.
You know, Sean Strickland doesn't dress up.
So this whole thing went down in the stands.
Like Daniel Cormier said, he's a psychopath, and he really is. And yeah, he's the middleweight champion of the world, Murph.
Now you're more psyched for their fight next week.
Oh, dude, here it comes. UFC 287, January 20th. These guys are going to be
January 20th.
They're going to be squaring off in the
So
octagon.
he's the only villain, the other guy isn't?
Well, the other guy was talking a bunch of S.
Who got more personal in the smack talk?
I'd say probably DDP Duplessis got more personal, bringing up like childhood drama of Sean Strickland. And Murph, as the kids say, it was on site. And so that's why when he turned around and saw him sitting behind him, he asked the kids to move out of the way and just started dropping haymakers on him.
Unbelievable. All right, well, listen. We gave Marcus bum babies. He gives you Sean Strickland?
Sean Strickland.
Dak Prescott and Kyler Murray.
Sean Strickland, he was a psychopath.
All right, so we'll shift over to the hum babies right now. I got 3 winners for you guys right now. And, hey, we are starting with, listen, here's the deal. All right? You got a choice. With the 49ers play on Sundays, it's almost like you pick your, and I feel like Brock Purdy has been how many times? So many times that we play the soundbite 8 million times. Brock Purdy! And I thought about it because 4 touchdowns in his homecoming, and then you got Mooney Ward with a pick 6. And I'm going to issue apologies right now to Brock Purdy and Mooney Ward because they are not the hum baby. I got to just say, there are certain days when Christian McCaffrey just comes into your view and you're like, oh my God, look at this dude. The Panthers traded the Red Sox traded Mookie Betts. The Panthers traded Christian McCaffrey. So again, with apologies to the hometown kid from Queen City, Arizona, who bounced back from that shoulder stinger, and apologies to Mooney Ward, who had the pick 6. Damn, sometimes you just got to stand back and applaud the greatness of Christian McCaffrey. And yesterday, 18 carries for 115 yards and a touchdown on the ground, 5 catches for 72 yards and 2 touchdowns in the air, 3 touchdowns. He went through a little right knee scare. We didn't talk about that. A right knee scare where he was on the sideline.
Yeah,
they were looking at it.
Spat him up and get back out there.
That was not good. He now has 20 touchdowns, trailing only Jerry Rice's 1987 season in franchise history. Jerry Rice had 23 that year.
In 12 games.
By the way, I know, right? Yeah. In 12 games. In 12 games.
That's unreal.
He's a Cardinal killer, 7 touchdowns against Arizona this year. 7 consecutive games with 100-plus yards from scrimmage, tying Roger Craig's 1988 season. Shout out to your boy being in Anaheim Stadium and Roger Craig making one of the greatest runs in Niner history, high-stepping his way through about 6 Rams on a hot Sunday afternoon in Anaheim. His 6 100-yard games in rushing leads the NFL. Even Brock said he's the MVP. So I said, yes, today's your day, CMC hum baby.
Purdy looks right. Now comes back middle. Wide open McCaffrey. Touchdown! CMC! They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open McCaffrey! Makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown! CMC! They ride the mesh point. They give it to McCaffrey off the left side. Touchdown! CMC!
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything for us, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
All right, Brock being the gentleman, treating his guest in his home that way. So where are you with McCaffrey, buddy?
I mean, he's the jack of all trades, Murph. He's been my favorite running back since the Stanford days. I just love seeing him week in and week out. He's the most versatile player in the NFL, whether it's leading the league in rushing yards, leading the league in receiving yards by a running back. He truly can do everything on the field. What he does, getting the attention off the ball. You're right, though. It's a quarterback award, but if it wasn't, Christian McCaffrey deserves to be in that conversation.
To be honest, guys, I right now, honestly, I would give it to McCaffrey, honestly. But we'll see. Again, you got to let it play out. Let's see what happens Monday night. Game against the Ravens will be a big game. What if McCaffrey goes off in that game? Who knows, right?
That's true. What if Lamar Jackson goes off in that game?
Well, come on, buddy. Stop putting that in the universe.
Not bad for a running back.
Slow your roll, man. Don't you worry about your Christmas morning in Kansas City. All right, buddy?
I'm working on this preseason ticket I got on Lamar to win MVP.
I got you.
Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
I got you. We have personal financial gain.
It's
personal. Maybe number 2, let me tell you, this is, given the week they had last week, given that Draymond Green was an international story, and given that the Warriors looked to be dead in the water, who knew that you'd wake up Monday morning and find your Golden State Warriors as hum baby? Because they didn't win, Waterboy, not 1, 2 games since I saw you last.
2 times.
2 games since I saw you last. Saturday night in front of Jung-Hoo Lee and a crowd of Warriors fans wondering what's going on with this post-Draymond team. They scrape out a 124-120 win on the back of Steph Curry. He scores 37, 12 straight points in the fourth quarter. And then they fly up to Portland that next day, and Steph forgets to get on the plane. No, I mean, he was there. I'm speaking metaphorically, young Tony.
Was he, though?
Young Tony was like, oh, he forgot the play. No. He scored 7 points and didn't make a three for the first time in 268 games.
That's a great kind of physiological question, Murph. If Steph Curry plays in a game but doesn't score a three-pointer, did Steph Curry really play in the game?
Or did the game even happen? Right? So, guys, it was the rest of the crew. And how about Klay Thompson? Per Waterbud's prediction that he would heat up around Christmas time. 28 points, 11 of 16 from the field. And Andrew Wiggins off the bench, guys. 9 for 12 from the field, 25 points. And the Warriors had to withstand blowing a 22-point third-quarter lead. And who made the play of the game? Anything is possible. The house that Pods built. Brandon Podziemski drew a charge on the final possession in a 2-point game. He drew a charge in a final possession in a 2-point game. He also scored 10 points. By the way, him on Saturday night, Pods made 4-3, scored 19 points.
Dude, he's got that lefty stroke from three, Murph. He does a little bit of everything.
And last night was a TJD game. Trace Jackson Davis, 14 points, 8 rebounds. Klay Thompson revealed afterwards on NBC Sports Bay Area, because his brother is also named Trace, he refuses to call Trace by his name. He calls him Baby T.
Okay.
And he said if he finally gets an NBA double-double, he'll become Trace Jr.
Ooh,
that's what he said.
TJ, huh?
But anyway, the point is the Warriors, when they were dead, had to get 2. And they got 2, and they're hum babies.
Steph with Cam Thomas on him. Curry yanks it back, crosses him over. Baseline pole.
That's one for social media there. Just punish Cam Thompson.
Long rebound back out to Dinwiddie. 7 seconds left. Missed the three. Clay's got the rebound. Warriors get the win. Klay Thompson, his three is perfect. Klay again. Another three. Kuminga set a good one for him there.
We thought it was really important that we win this back-to-back. So to get last night's game and then to follow it up with another win gives us some momentum, some confidence, and now we've got all these home games. It's a chance for us to make a push and kind of get back in the race.
We talked about that schedule, quote-unquote, softening. I mean, Boston's coming Tuesday. That's not soft. And Christmas in Denver's not soft. But the other ones are gettable. Mm-hmm. And who knows what happens when Boston comes all the way out here. It's a long trip for the Celtics, so we'll see what happens. By the way, Klay Thompson, since he was benched in the fourth quarter of the Phoenix game where Draymond made his move, 30 against the Clippers, 24 against the Nets, 28 against the Blazers.
Hold that, haters!
There you go, man. All right, so congrats to Hum Babies number 2. And then finally, Hum Baby number 3, we said it. And I'm kind of wondering why the Giants had this press conference on a Friday, because I had to kind of reach deep into the archives to get this onto Hum Babies on Monday. But it's Jung-Hoo Lee. Come on, man. He had his press conference Friday at 1. My boy Brad Manger was there. I couldn't go, Waterboy. We had family stuff going on. We had issues and Christmas and events and traffickings and all that stuff. So Brad came back gushing about him, and then I finally watched it all on YouTube. And the kid, listen, the Giants are looking for, Buster Posey keeps talking about excitement. We need personalities. We need personality. This kid's got a personality.
He's got charisma, Murph.
Does he have Riz?
Ooh.
Does he have Riz?
I was going to say he's young enough to, well, he'll probably say he's got Riz, yeah.
Anyway, he came in, he put on the hat a certain way. He spoke in English when he didn't. He's not an English-speaking guy, and you got to love the fact that he took the time to read through an English statement. He made a real cute Snapchat video for everybody. And I think in general, gave Giants fans a little energy to the point where on Saturday night when he showed up at the Warrior game, he got a big cheer. Like people like that was a fan base starving for something,
I was going to say, we thought Brock Purdy got a big cheer from these Arizona locals. The Warriors fans went nuts for Jung-Hoo Lee.
Well, maybe it was the GoPro. He has holding that GoPro up and also the Louis bag over his shoulder.
Like the fanny pack wearing it sideways, yeah.
Somebody said it was Louis, so he made sure to show that it was Louis.
Oh, yeah.
So here he is, our new favorite Giant. And he's a hum baby for just bringing a smile to a fan base that needs one, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Hello, Giants. My name is Jung-Hoo Lee, grandson of the wind, from Korea. First, I would like to thank the Johnson family, Larry, Farhan, and Pete. Also, special thank you my lawyer, Scott Boras, and Boras Corporation. I'm honored to share this day with my mother and father, and thank you for helping to achieve my dream to play in MLB. I always have loved the Bay Area from coming here as a young ball player. I am here to win, and will always give my best for teammates and fans. Let's go, Giants!
Ever since he was a child, he would come to San Francisco, as he said in the earlier statement, and he just feels honored that a team of historical importance like the Giants chose him to be a part of the team. And he feels that this is a true honor for him to play for the Giants.
Hi fans, my name is Jung Lee. I love you. See you soon. Thank you. Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
All right, the kid dazzling. He's dazzling. By the way, there's a really funny Twitter thread from a Korean baseball writer who was at the game, and he said, I'm going to give you guys the real translation because the translator upstage was abbreviating everything.
Oh, no.
So it wasn't like anything was no smoking guns or anything like that, but it was just more extensive, including the detail that when Jung-Hoo Lee said he's come to San Francisco when he was a kid for a tournament, I may need some help here. It was actually Fresno.
I've always loved the Bay Area. Down in Fresno.
Well, shout out to our good people in Fresno. We love you.
Yeah, close enough.
Go Bulldogs.
I don't think that's in the 9 Bay Area counties.
Dude, it was so funny. It was so funny. He said, actually Fresno. That's why you need the translator, right?
That's good. That's classic.
Man, I know.
Yeah.
So,
shout out
anyway.
Jung-Ho Lee, debuting a little bit of English, and also giving a shout out to Pete Patella because Pete played a big part of this. He was one of the guys that was going out to Korea all the time to watch Jung-Ho
The
Lee.
Pete Patella fly out, when he flew to Korea for the one at bat, when he came back from the ankle injury, that went a long way. All right, there's your home babies. Christian McCaffrey, Warriors saving the fan base's sanity with 2 wins, and Jung-Hoo Lee, he loves us, right? He said it. He said he loves us.
He loves humor.
He's number 51 because of Ishiro.
That's it.
Ishiro was his guy.
Here we go.
All right, so there you go. All right, well, there's your hums and bums. Let's get Tim Ryan ready to go. Let's get you ready for a big blowout recap in Arizona and then ready for the Ravens on Monday night. Tim Ryan at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love you. See you soon. Thank you. Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
Michi's East Coast Pizzeria, catering a holiday party. Just a gathering. It's still time. I mean, this weekend you might still have holiday parties, right? And so why not have a Michi's cater it, okay? Or something you're doing this week at work. If you guys are back at work this week for the last days before Christmas, have a Michi's. Customize your lunch. Ideal portion sizes for your group. So what you're doing is you're going to go to the Michi's catering menu. It gives you options to order pastas, salads, and flame-roasted chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So you go to amicis.com or go to the Amici's app and check out the catering menu. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year with all the wings and the bins and all the pastas and lasagnas and the pizzas and the good hearty winter fare, I got 2 words for you, baby. Amici's. Delivered.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I'm going to take a quick one here from Sam Darnold. And the Niners now have won it. Kyle Shanahan will go to midfield to talk to Jonathan Gannon. For Kyle, his third NFC West championship in the last 5 years, third overall, 19 last year and this year. They also won it in 97, 2002. With Steve Mariucci, and then the Harbaugh years, 2011 and 2012. And today they have wrapped up their 22nd NFC West championship.
It means we're the best in the division. Yeah, it's his first box. We got plenty more. I mean, we done had about 2-3 of these shirts, so I'm kind of tired of this shirt. I want a Super Bowl shirt, so.
Trey Greenlaw, man. We were talking earlier today about division championship gear is some of the lowest ranked gear in sports fandom. You know what I mean? Sports paraphernalia. You're walking around rocking your division championship, especially when you don't even win the like you win the NL West, you don't win the series, you win the NFC West, you don't win the bowl, and you're still walking around with your NFC West. What did it say? It's on lock or something like that? Is that what it said?
It's a bad shirt. Now, Murph, what's a worse shirt? The NFC West or any divisional championship shirt, if you want to call it a championship, that or the NBA in-season tournament champion shirt?
I'll tell you what, I might take the NBA in-season tournament just for like the riff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just for like, I'm repping the NBA Cup here. Hey, if the Warriors had won it, I might get one. Who knows? But anyway, the Warriors, the Niners win the West. Congratulations, their 22nd NFC West title. It's been a lot. There's a lot of NFC West, baby. And if you think about it, so that means 21 previous NFC West titles, only 5, I say only, but 5 Super Bowls, which is a lot. But so that means 16 times they won the West. They did not.
They did not
cash it in.
Super Bowl. Yeah.
What will 22 be? What will 22 be? Yeah.
And that's why I think Dre Greenlaw kind of has that feeling about this T-shirt, because we all know from the beginning of the season, since we were down at training camp talking to Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw themselves, it's Super Bowl or bust.
That's it.
Nobody's coming here to win an NFC West championship.
Even if you wear the shirt has a shelf life of about 6 hours. You can wear it from like 5 to 11. Then you take it off when you get off the plane, right? So
yeah. Next thing you know, you're using it to like wash your car or something. It's like one of those spare T-shirts.
The chamois. So, well, one of the we focus on the offense over and over and over again. Then we also when we don't focus on McCaffrey and Purdy, we're talking about the pass rush. Oh, Bosa and Chase Young, and by the way, no Hargrave, no Armstrong yesterday, and the Cardinals wind up running for more yards than the Niners have given up since 2017. 2017, back when they stunk to high heaven. 2017. So that was a little bit alarming, but what was not alarming was the play of number 7, Charvarius Mooney-Ward, who was almost a hum baby. Almost a hum baby.
That's why I felt like he was kind of an honorary hum baby, because I mentioned him so much in Kyler Murray's bum baby.
Yeah, well, that's how it happens sometimes with hums and bums. It's sort of it's a living, breathing organism that can kind of wax and wane.
It reaches out and grabs different players from across the hums and bums.
Exactly. But he's a guy I wanted to focus on here because that pick 6, man, it was their first defensive touchdown of the season.
For a team that has 19 team interceptions in the NFL, which is number 1 across the league.
Is that right?
I was surprised they haven't took one back to the house yet.
They haven't. Ronnie Lott used to take him to the house, but Charvarius Ward did yesterday. So here he is. I think this is on the post game with Tim Ryan breaking it down, the pick 6, because at that point in time, it's a 7-7 ball game. I mean, I think they're going to win, but still, it's not. It's 7-7.
Well, especially after watching the Cardinals drive down and score on the first possession of the game.
Yeah, and it was a 4th down go by the Cardinals. Cardinals were like, hey, let's go, and Charvarius Ward picked it, took it to the house, and then described it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. This is the first one of my career, man. I was smiling ear to ear all game after that, man. So, I just thank God, you know what I'm saying? Cover 3, saw him sit over the ball. It was kind of late over the middle, and I just took advantage of the opportunity.
Okay. Well, that's he was going for Trey McBride, right? The tight end?
He was.
Yeah. So then more after the game on the podium, Ward talking about that smile. He was smiling.
It mean everything, man. I had a big smile on my face probably for the whole first half after that touchdown, man. Great. I feel like I made a great play, man. Thank God, first of all, 2 picks, first time they ever happened in my career, even high school and college and junior college. So I'm definitely happy and thankful for that.
Mooney Ward, he says he wants to get, some postseason recognition. He's leading the league in pass breakups, but he was talking after the game, Fred Warner, like, you don't get noticed until you make the picks.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
And you got to take him back to the house. And I believe after the game, he even said that it was his first touchdown since, like, Pop Warner.
I think we have that cut right here, my friend. Way to put it on a tee. Here it is.
Nah, I never scored in my career. Nope. Not even much high school. Nope. High school, junior college, Division I. Pop Warner, I played 1 year. I was quarterback Pop Warner, so I scored almost every game Pop Warner, so hopefully this is not my last one.
All right. Travarius Ward has Jung-Hoo Lee-like charisma there.
I was going to say, like, what NFL superstar didn't play quarterback in Pop Warner? Like, it's always just the best player on your team.
Did you hear Charles Davis and Ian Eagle report that Christian McCaffrey got into a youth basketball fight with his brother?
With his own brother because he wasn't passing the ball. That's classic.
So good. And then there's a quick little drop that we can use here on Ward saying he saw nothing but the end zone.
Oh, as soon as I caught it, you know what I'm saying? I saw nothing but the end zone.
There it is. Just wanted to get that in.
House call.
Yeah. So anyways, wanted to shine a light on him. And listen, he's going to be going up against the Baltimore Ravens on Monday night, Christmas night, man, Christmas night. And that's going to be obviously a gigantic game because this, by the way, this 1 seed is not on lock, guys. It's not on lock because the Eagles play tonight. Listen, Jalen Hurts has been questionable with an illness.
They're saying it might be Marcus Mariota tonight.
We don't know. It's going to be game time decision.
Questionable, yeah.
Same with Geno Smith, though. And he has a groin injury.
Yeah, that he's been dealing with for a couple weeks. Yeah.
Could be Drew Lock versus Marcus Mariota. We don't know, though. We don't know yet.
Showdown, yeah.
I know. But, listen, if the Eagles win that game, they remain tied with the Niners. Niners have the tiebreak. The Eagles' season theoretically is easy with 2 games against the New York Giants down the stretch. Now, the Tommy Cutlett story hit a detour yesterday.
Yeah, it did.
Did you see the Saints? Were the Saints mocking him with the were they doing the capiche thing?
Hey, celebration.
How about that?
They did multiple times.
Right in his face.
Yeah, they're going to turn on you at some time.
Oh, listen, Tommy Cutlett came out. And then I heard a story on the way in that he was supposed to do a signing at some Jersey Italian restaurant, and then that agent, can I fairly call him that sleazeball agent who
why not? You see he showed up in an all-green Italian suit yesterday?
All green yesterday? Yeah. I missed that. Oh, dude.
Someone said it was like his Italian Hall of Fame jacket or something. I didn't know if that was a riff or not.
I got to look that up. Anyway, he apparently according to the report, he told the restaurant, we're not coming unless you double the price. And then they canceled the event.
Oh!
Yeah, so the Tommy Cutlett's train. But anyway, the point being is that's who the Eagles are playing. So the Niners, this Ravens game, guys, is essentially he looks like a leprechaun.
Dude, all green jack, the all green
He looks
suit.
like the Notre Dame leprechaun. Is he doing the flips that the Notre Dame guy does on the sideline?
And according to Bleacher Report, he is wearing his National Italian American Hall of Fame
where's
jacket.
the red, though? Is there any red on there?
He's got like a little pocket square in there.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I don't see too much red.
Otherwise, he's looking like St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the Niners, this Ravens game is basically the 1 seed game.
Yeah.
But then, the Commanders on a short week, East Coast morning game.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Rams, who will be playing probably for a playoff spot.
The Rams are.
So this thing
they're picking up some steam, Murph.
Remember, Tim Ryan told us, he goes, the number 1 seed's under the tree. Don't open it yet.
Don't check that present.
Open it
Don't
yet.
shake that box, Murph.
And speaking of Tim Ryan, he is next, launching our awesome 49er Hour coming your way between Tim Ryan and the big hit. Tim Ryan coming your way next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We done had about 2-3 of these shirts, so I'm kind of tired of the shirt. I want a Super Bowl shirt, so.
faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers.
And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast fish house straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
He's back from the desert with another bird in the bag. This time a cardinal, one more raven on the horizon. But Timmy, it's great to have you back on the Murph and Marcus show on the UMA guest line. 45 points, the most they've scored all year. Mooney Ward with a pick 6. Another glorious 49er win. Tim, good morning, man. How are you?
What's up, Tim?
Top of the morning to you, fellas. Yeah, it was dirty, and it was even more than 30 with the offense. And Purdy is just so damn good, obviously, the way he sees the field. And McCaffrey, the run game, Deebo Samuel. This offense detonates all over the place. So happy. Step 1 is done. Division championship.
Yeah.
That's the goal for everybody. That's the first way to get to the playoffs. And the thing I like about it is, because I know how good this defense can be, is there's a lot of stuff to clear, both sides of the ball, stuff to clean up. But to get run on like that by, and credit to them, their offensive line, that team has flipped the culture in terms of where they want to go. They're like the 49ers. They strain to finish blocks. If you go back and watch that tape, and I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but you'll see several missed tackles where guys that were making the tackle were still getting blocked. And these offensive linemen are just straining to finish. So credit to them, their O-line, their running game. Big James Conner. Couldn't terminate the Conner run game, Murph. And that was the big story going in for me was you got to limit what they do on the ground and make them one-dimensional. Now, the pass defense was fantastic with the exception of a few coverage breakdowns. The Mooney man, Charvarius Ward, was out of his mind with his first pick 6, but they could not stop James Conner. They could not stop a few of the other guys just in terms of the missed tackles, and gap control was not tight. That's got to get cleaned up, something that can certainly be cleaned up. Because it always starts for me, and I'm old school, man, but it always starts with, can you run it and can you stop the run? And we know they can do both, but the defense is going to have to clean that up moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you sort of alluded to it, but the Hargrave and Armstead absences, listen, I'm not putting it all on two guys. Also, the linebackers, I thought maybe didn't have their best days. But what did you think of the Hargrave and Armstead absence, and the guys who played for them?
Well, they were missed, and they've been able to survive without Eric for a couple of games. But he is just such a big body, wide presence. And can be a dominant run defender. And Hargrave is better than I think everybody said he was, at least if you read some of the critics on his run defense. So combination of the guys that were in there, I mean, at times Kevin Givens was out there playing his ass off. T.Y. McGill can get in the backfield. Kalia Davis is still trying to learn on the run. Kinlaw with a really good sack and bull rush and eyes and, pushing that pocket from the inside out. Probably had his bigger struggles than I've seen in a while in terms of just run defense and staying in those gaps. And it's hard as hell to do. And that's really where trust in the defense comes into, you got to physically be able to stay in those moving gaps on those combo blocks. And if you're, slow or late with your second power step and you get out of position, it's hard to recover. And then when you're going against a real patient back like James Conner, that's the longer you got to hold your gap. And there was certainly times where he's such a patient runner and he's waiting on those blocks that they're in good position, and now all of a sudden guys use their eyes and go, well, maybe he's going to go over here, and they'll shed back across the guy's face, give up their gap, and then the ball goes through that. Again, playing some of these backs every week that these linebackers play against, these guys all got juice and real quickness out to the perimeter. So there was times when the linebackers were overrunning plays without question. They didn't have their best games. And again, I give Arizona credit. They were blocking some of the 49ers' best players off of tackles. And there was several examples of that. But you got to be able to dominate that triangle on the inside, and that's the 2 D tackles and the middle linebacker, and that always starts with gap control. And to me, that was the biggest issue in the game. It wasn't as much physically. Man, they're blowing them 6 yards into the linebackers. Remember the NFC Championship game last year? It was like, oh, man, linebackers don't have a chance when some of the D tackles are on roller skates getting pushed 4 or 5 yards into the – it wasn't that. It was more just not really being mindful and trustworthy of your gap of responsibility, and then you factor in the missed tackles. So – that allowed Arizona to stay in the game, and a credit to them. And I think Fred said it last night. Thank God they got a good offense, because this offense can detonate at any time.
And, Tim, we saw Kyler Murray have some success running against his defense also. He had 6 carries for 49 yards. I just wanted to get a breakdown of the defensive line's approach of how they attack Kyler Murray. We talked last week with Greg Papa about whether or not they would have those disciplined pass rush lanes that they had against Jalen Hurts, but it seemed like they had a different strategy. How would you break down that attack versus a mobile quarterback?
Yeah, a couple of the zone reads, not sure the calls, and again, I don't know, without knowing the calls, and they got calls for the zone read plays, and Steve Wilkes and his staff are usually pretty damn good of the indicators down and distance, the tendencies of when those are coming, and they call them in a variety of different ways. There's several calls to be able to stop the zone read. You got the dive on this one. You got to do this technique on this one. You got the quarterback no matter what, and you got to be very disciplined. So I don't know if on a couple of them, if the calls were there, there was certainly some gray area by some of the defenders on a couple of those. The rush plan, I thought, was exactly how you have to do it, and that is be reckless on the edges. It's not bull rushing all day like at Philly and trying to squeeze them in and then out of the back of the pocket. You rush reckless on the edge. You be aggressive, but be mindful if you get too deep of the quarterback with Kyler Murray, who certainly is throwing more from the pocket. You fall back inside and fall back into the pocket. So there was a great example of Bosa doing that on his sack. And then on the inside, it's a little more discipline. You keep the rush lanes tight, which shrinks the escape lanes for the quarterback, especially the guy that's getting double teamed at the line of scrimmage. You just can't react and overcommit one way or another, or you're opening the door for Kyler Murray to be able to take off. So he wasn't a killer with his legs. He can certainly do it. And, man, the way he carries that ball, it's appetizing. You want to just go knock it out, but you can't catch that. You can't catch that guy. He has got very good quickness, but I thought for the most part the rush plan was good, and again, the coverage behind it was outstanding for most of the game.
And the guy coming in Monday night ran for 97 last night, which we'll talk about probably at the end of the interview. But I want to get back to yesterday and the things that happened. And my biggest concern is Brock Purdy and the stinger. Jeez, Tim, my heart was in my throat. I was like, oh, my God, that's our guy. He's down. What's going on? And they chant his name, which was cool. When he got up and walked off, that was good. Then he came back like a hero and throws the touchdown. But stingers, your view, I just love your whole breakdown. The Gardeck hit, what your thoughts were. It looked like it was sort of face-to-face, and then what is it?
Yeah, it was more face-to-face, arm-to-face, clothesline, and, he was in an awkward position trying to flip that ball out to Juszczyk. So you get caught in vulnerable spots, and you could say the same for Dennis Gardeck. It certainly wasn't flagrant. He was just also in a bad position. So I think he caught Brock just right, and it looks, some helmet to helmet, but as much clothesline to the helmet, and just kind of pushed his neck back a little bit. I don't know exactly. They reported shoulder stinger, so I don't think it's too serious. And I think if it is a shoulder, I think it's his left shoulder. I'm not sure about any of that, but man, I'm with you. I was super happy to see him come back in the game and then thread that little Cali route, that angle route to Christian McCaffrey for the touchdown. Brock is tough, man. Brock has played a lot of games, obviously in college. He had the challenge at Minnesota that nobody knew about when he got just, tattooed on that sneak and came back and looked like he was playing with some head trauma. But I don't think it's too serious, just the way that he came back in and finished the game and what the injury report was. So thank God on that one, dodged a bullet.
I was wondering, taking him out at the end of the game, do you think that was slightly precautionary? Because it was still, I think, 45-22 at the time? I mean, comfortable. There was 6 minutes left in the game, though. Were you surprised to see Darnold come in that early? Or was it, hey, guy has a stinger, let's take it a little easy?
Well, I mean, he played. When did he do it? Second quarter, right? So
yeah.
He came back and played most of the second half. And oh, by the way, I think they only had 9 explosive plays in the second half. This 6 games in a row, they've had at least 9 explosive plays, that's a tremendous number. No, I think it was. I don't think it was. You never really think the game is in hand. We've all learned that lesson. But I think I had that feeling. I was already getting ready to get on the elevator and go down and get into some of those post-game interviews at the 2-minute warning. So I wasn't surprised under those conditions that Sam came in. I'll tell you what was crazy is, again, the looks that Arizona gives you. They are a well-coached football team. It's going to be chaos. And to be able to try to read out some of those coverages, Murph, they got, they'll have 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. You think they're all coming. They're all spinners. It's like the circus is in town. Where are they going? Who's coming, who's not? It's a challenge for the offensive line because then they drop 5 of them and there's only 2 guys rushing. And now you got zones behind it that are just flooded with defenders. You're like, what the hell's going on here? I mean, there's so many times what they do is to disguise and confuse quarterbacks and slow down that processing power. And I know it was a challenge for Brock, but he just doesn't miss. And in terms of what he sees, how he reads it, and then most importantly, how he reacts. So many guys miss, when a team busts a coverage and they let a guy go. And we saw that on the easy little Debo keeper. We saw it on the McCaffrey fall down, get up, and scamper into the end zone. When that happens, Brock's usually not going to miss it. He's going to see it, he's going to react to it, and then he's going to break the defense, which is just an amazing skill set that he has got to be able to do that versus all those crazy looks.
And Tim, beyond Brock Purdy, there was another early injury scare to Christian McCaffrey. We saw him getting taped up on the sideline, but obviously everybody saw CMC get back into the game, rip off 18 carries for 115 yards and a touchdown, also added 5 catches, 72 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And it seems like we're talking about CMC every single week. We know how good he is rushing the ball. We know how good he is receiving the ball. We know how much attention he gets when he doesn't have the ball in his hands. Tim, is there anything that this man can't do?
No, I think he's the best football player in the pro game, just all-around football player. I mean, we know we can throw it. We saw that against the Rams last year. His ability, I don't even have to see him kick. Murph, I know he can kick.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Bring it out.
I haven't seen him kick, but I know he can.
100%.
He can. I've seen him tackle people after an interception. He will body slam you to the ground. I think he could play safety or corner or linebacker. He could probably rush the passer if you needed him to out on the edge and turn and burn on the corner. Now, I wouldn't stack him inside on a 3 technique. I don't know how he'd hold up inside in the phone booth. But I think he's the best football player in the NFL with all of his skill sets. And that's the thing now when you start talking about the MVP and it's a quarterback-driven league, and Brock is without question worthy and probably going to get it because he's a quarterback depending on how he plays out these next couple of games. We've seen running backs win it. It's been a while. LT had that great year. I think Adrian Peterson. But Brock's not just a running back. Brock is so much CMC is so much wide receiver as well with all the things he does in lining up in the slot and all the motions. And, at times he's the lead blocker. And he's a touchdown machine, man. 20 touchdowns on the season. And how these offensive linemen like to block for him because they know that he's going to make you right. Just stay on your block. Maybe you were supposed to get the guy hooked. You can't get him hooked. Push him out because McCaffrey at some point is going to make that block look good. It's just a real uncanny and I think innate ability to set that up and then, make those cuts at the right time.
Really interesting angle from Eric Branch in the Chronicle this morning about the workload, because there's those of us who sit on the couch are like, oh, protect him, wrap him in bubble wrap. Well, apparently this is a real thing for McCaffrey. He's very upset at his reputation as being injury prone because, and he says Shanahan went off in the game saying, he told me exactly what happened. He says, it's nothing to do with wear and hair. Play me, play me, play me. He's now played 34 consecutive games, Tim, and I guess this is a big deal for him. He says, suit up every game, finish every game. That's important to me. So those of us who are worried about his workload, I guess we should know this is front burner in Santa Clara, and he's on it, and he's ready to go, I guess and that's something you've probably experienced in person with him.
Oh yeah, he's different, Murph. His work ethic, all off season, and then his work ethic pre-practice, post-practice, during practice. I think you heard Brock say it last night. I mean, the guy's over on the sideline. He never watch him in between series. Like, he'll sit down for a second, but he rarely stops. He is a body in motion all the time. Nobody knows their body like he knows his body. So, and I think his mentality, he's old school like his pops, and he knows what he's doing. He knows the wear and tear that's on his body. But he is such a warrior and such a teammate, and it really is important to him. I think his mentality is like for example, in the game yesterday, if no matter what was going on with that knee, and they'll know more this week, and it was a nasty shot he took on the knee, and obviously he was over there doing the work on the sideline and keeping that thing warm. But I think in his mind, if you can finish a game, no matter what, you're playing the next week. If you have that injury early in the game and you finish, the mindset is, I finished this one, I'll go in the next one. So great accountability and tremendous respect from all these coaches and his teammates.
Yeah, incredible. Hey, last one on the game before we look ahead to the Ravens is the 2 touchdowns. Debo, all by himself. I'm wondering how that film room is in Arizona. And then McCaffrey, all by himself. Maybe a little different because, Purdy eluded some rush. But you've been in the NFL a long time, Tim. You don't see players get forgotten like Debo was.
No, especially a guy like that who was like on page 1 of the scouting report, right?
Exactly.
Like on the guy to stop. I think they took advantage, and again, I think a lot of it is the window dressing, the formations, all the pre-snap movements. It's going to challenge young eyes on the back end, depending on what calls they're in. And they certainly had some young players out there, and I think, again, I don't know what Arizona's calls are, but it looked like on both of those plays they took advantage of the rookie third-round pick, or I think he was a later pick. I think he was maybe with the Giants or the Lions college free agent, Starling Thomas. And I think they took advantage of him, and I think he had some young eyes, and he went somewhere he wasn't supposed to go and voided that side of the field. At least it looked like it to me on both of those plays. And Debo, what a decoy on that first keeper. He's like running like not even half speed. He was kind of just jogging out there. And as soon as that corner was gone, Brock's like, here you go, Debo. Walk in for the touchdown. And then I think on the McCaffrey one, it was, kind of the same route, that out and up that we saw against Philadelphia and getting them matched up on a safety. Well, the safety played zone and I don't know if he just thought it was a choice or out route but it looked like everyone else was in zone and that deep corner on that side. Again, running all the way to the in cut into the center of the field and nobody there for McCaffrey.
Last couple of minutes here with Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. And, of course, Tim, we've got to look ahead to next Monday, the 49ers Christmas Day matchup against the Baltimore Ravens. And, of course, Lamar Jackson, who is back in the MVP conversation also. But it feels like anytime someone talks about Lamar, we talk about his rushing ability. I would love your breakdown to see how he's improved this season from going from a Greg Roman offense to Todd Monken this year. And how would you compare Lamar to other mobile quarterbacks that can pass the ball that the 49ers have seen, like Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray this past weekend?
No, I think he's a better, to me, I think he's a better thrower in the mid-range game and certainly has a deep ball than Jalen Hurts. And that's just my opinion. As a runner, he's electric. He's just different. There's just so many guys that you're going to miss him, and you think you got him, and then the way that he can run and just zigging and zagging in the middle of the field, and he's just so damn fast, Marcus. They can't hardly touch him. So he is a dynamic quarterback, and they lean heavily on their offensive line and their run game and their play action game for him to get back there and take shots. So they still got elements, I think, of Greg Roman's offense in terms of some of the things that they do, but he's really playing good football, and he's had I haven't watched him a lot this year. I watched him run roughshod all over the Seattle Seahawks, which was they just absolutely dominated that game from a physical standpoint. So to me, this is going to be the game, and Lamar will do his thing, and we'll see what's going on with his running back and the rookie, who's a tremendous back. I hope he's going to be okay. I haven't gotten it didn't look good last night, obviously, with him, but this is going to be one of those games where there's going to be ice bags for everybody. We may even send some to your house, Murph. It's going to be.
I need them.
It's going to be one of those freaking games, because the line of scrimmage. Both of these teams want to win the same way, and they want to beat you up at the line of scrimmage. So I give them a lot of credit. This is going to be a huge game with both teams being 11-3. I don't think this has happened for quite a while with the two top teams in each conference squaring up in a Week 16 matchup. So Monday night, Christmas, prime time, got to stop the run on defense. If you don't stop the run, and Lamar will be part of that. The play action game, don't sleep on Likely, the tight end. He's got ability. He's not Andrews, but he's a good player. Zay Flowers has played like at a different speed, that Boston College receiver, than everybody else. I think, to me, he is really, really going to be a great player in this league. And then Bateman, and then Odell Beckham. I mean, they got a lot of weapons, but it's all going to start with stopping the run on defense, because if they can't, Lamar will absolutely go off both run and pass.
I mean, they're playing for the same thing the Niners are. They want that 1 seed. Miami's only 1 game behind them, so they're playing for everything. They're 11-3. Miami's 10-4. The Niners, if the Eagles win tonight, the Niners have to win. I mean, it's just an incredibly juicy Christmas night game. Can't wait. Hey, last one on the way out, Tim. Every postgame, you and Greg do the interviews from the booth. You got to go down. You were boots on the ground down there. Just kind of wondering if any anecdotal fun stuff that happened being down there in that locker room and seeing those guys putting on those shirts.
Yes, but that will remain private information.
So that means you got really good.
No, it was great. It was great. Everybody was. I mean, this team understands the process and understand what this means in the process. The process is far from over, and the maturity of this team, where this team has been over the last 5 seasons, getting to the top of the mountain, not succeeding, getting close to the top of the mountain, going back down. It was a nice celebration. Everybody's grateful. Everybody has got great gratitude for the teammates and all the respect of everybody within the organization. So that was all fun, but all fun with the mindset of there's a lot of work to be done.
Awesome, Timmy. Listen, man, these guys keep rolling. It is something to behold, and that is an NFC West title, the 22nd in franchise history, 3rd for Kyle, back-to-back, first time in a decade that's been done. And guess what? More to come on Christmas night, man. Oh, man.
More to come, baby. Let's go. Let's have a Merry Christmas. You better be a good boy this week.
Will you do the game in a Santa hat? Will you be wearing a Santa hat when you do the game?
The skull cap's been pretty good luck. I won't be diverting from the skull cap I've been wearing.
Skull cap is strong. Okay, we'll let you go skull cap, and then we'll save the Santa for after the game.
You can't change up the mojo now.
No, man. Hey, always
change it up now. Very superstitious.
So we won't. So next week is weird with Christmas and the holidays and all that stuff. So we won't talk to you till the new year after the Commanders game. So a big old Merry Christmas to the Ryan clan and a happy holiday season and all that. You're the best. We love you. You're our guy. You're our rock every Monday morning, man. So we will look forward to talking to you in just 2 short weeks. Be good, Timmy. Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas, Tim.
Merry Christmas, both of you guys. Happy holidays to all your great listeners. Much love to all of you. Keep the faith. Let's roll.
Timmy Ryan on the UMA guest line, doing his thing. That Ravens game, dude.
Dude, here it comes. And I also do want to give one update because Tim Ryan was talking about the rookie running back Keaton Mitchell. He's been officially rolled out this season for the remainder of the season.
Ooh, mid-segment read, Keaton Mitchell.
Yeah, and he was getting hot towards the end of the year.
That's a weapon. What happened to him last night?
So last night, there was a play where he kind of overextended his leg. It looked pretty nasty on the field. And yes, Rap Sheet confirms this morning he's done for the year.
That's a loss because that's a speedy game breaker type of guy. That's a tough deal.
So you'll see a lot of Justice Hill. You'll see a lot of the Gus Bus this weekend. But Tim's right. It all starts with Lamar Jackson in that backfield.
He raced for 97 last night.
Dude.
Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30. He's always great. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. a Cumulus Media station. The big hit's got to come up. By the way, just one interruption on this Niner Mania. Shams Charania, the man, has come out with a little. Do you have a little? Can I get a little?
I got you, Murph.
Says Draymond Green has started a counseling process.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
That was our guy, and is expected to remain sidelined via suspension for at least the next 3 weeks, sources say. Shams Charania.
No Draymond until 2024.
Well, we thought that, didn't we?
Yeah.
We said definitely into the new year. So we'll see, but he has started a counseling process. So we wish him well.
Yeah, good for
on
Draymond.
the rehab. We got to rehab yourself. Starts at home, baby. Okay, here's the deal. The big hit is 49er celebration. They get the NFC West championship. Get your NFC West shirts and hats, guys. They're good for one day and one day only.
One day and one day only.
Next, the big hit on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Let's go. Let's have a Merry Christmas. You better be a good boy this week.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
It was a celebration down in Arizona yesterday as the 49ers beat the Cardinals 45-29 and took home back-to-back NFC West titles. So to read all about the celebration down in the locker room, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And it's going to be J.P. Mason who will be the running back for Christian McCaffrey. Elijah Mitchell is down again with a knee injury. And they're going to boot Purdy left, throw wide open. Deebo Samuel uncovered. Touchdown. Murray back. Murray time throws intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Purdy looks right. Now comes back middle. Wide open McCaffrey. Touchdown. They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open McCaffrey. Makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown. They ride the mesh point. They give it to McCaffrey off the left side. Touchdown. 2nd and 10. Purdy throws for the end zone. It is caught by Deebo Samuel. Touchdown. San Francisco.
Give me that NFC West, baby. Niners are NFC West champions for the 22nd time in franchise history, 3rd time for Kyle Shanahan. And they go back-to-back, Marcus, for the first time since the Harbaugh days of 2012 and 2013.
Oh.
So, glory days.
2013. What a time that was, Murph.
When they played in a Super Bowl against... Well, actually, it was the 2012 season when they played in the Super Bowl. 2013 was don't try me with a sorry receiver like Crabtree.
That's right.
2012 season, but you play in February of 2013. Geez, I remember when the Super Bowl used to be held in January. So do you.
Because
buddy.
it was confusion.
It was confusion.
A bunch of confusion.
Speaking of confusion, I used that on my tweet this weekend. Did you watch the Tennessee-Houston game?
Oh, dude.
Tennessee was wearing Houston Oilers
Who was
uniforms.
who? You had Tennessee scoring touchdowns as the Houston Oilers against the Houston Texans.
So Houston scored. When you see the Oilers score, you have to say Houston scored. But Tennessee scored against Houston.
While wearing the Houston jerseys.
Because
it was confusion.
There you go. Thank you. I needed that. Hey, let's call it in before we get into the post-game soundbites from a 45. Well, I can't tell you the score until we call it in. Sideline Steve Wilkes, Silk Wilkes.
Hey, Steve.
Is assigned to call in these scores to Roger Goodell. Goodell looked at his phone and said, damn, you again? This is 6 straight. He said, why don't you not worry about it? You overpaid mannequin. Just put it in the books. This one goes into the archives. San Francisco 49ers 45, Arizona Cardinals 29.
beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
All right, it's in the books right now. We go into the big hit as the 49ers win the NFC West division title for the second straight year. But as Casey writes on the big hit headline, did the defense get exposed? Something we're going to have to... Oh, it was a little young Tony. Young Tony. He's starting to learn.
He's got the editor privileges, yeah.
So here's my next tip to you, buddy. When we're doing headlines, see how creative you can be in a tight space. Like, headlines need to be like maybe 4 to 6 to 7 words. Can you get like, Niners roll, then you go like semicolon, defense exposed, question mark?
There it is. Hey, Tony, don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
Hey, very good, very good. And let's start with, though, most of the sound bites we've cut, though, have the good stuff. It's all about the offense. And Brock Purdy goes home. Marcus, he has to buy a bunch of tickets.
He said he only bought 6 or 7. How about
right?
that? So he only bought tickets for his immediate family, told the rest of them, good luck, you're on your own.
Go blank yourself.
That's kind of a baller move by Purdy.
You want to come see me, pay.
That's
all
it.
right, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. These touchdown passes aren't free, Murph.
By the way, I wasn't surprised. I was surprised to not see Jung-Hoo Lee down there cheering him on with his Louis bag and his GoPro.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean?
I'm surprised we didn't get Jung-Hoo Lee leading the team out with the boombox, Murph. Right in front of Trent Williams and Devo.
That's what we need. That's what we need. The Giants to come out in the boombox. Well, they are coming out with Lil Uzi Vert, aren't they, the Giants?
I was going to say, what's that big Korean pop band, the boy band?
Cape. Oh, no, it's BST or BTS. Sorry. Yeah.
I need some BTS coming out of the boombox, Murph.
Loved how he kind of groomed his hair as he put his hat on. Let's start with, so Brock Purdy, despite the scare and the stinger, and everybody's wondering, what is a stinger? I guess it's when your nerves, according to those who know, I've never had a stinger.
If you know, you know.
It's when your nerves get stretched between your neck and your shoulder, and I guess it can cause sort of temporary paralysis or numbness. Kind of scary. And, man, to see Purdy down was scary. I hated it, and I hated seeing him go up. And then when he came back, I was like teary. I was like, yeah, Brock, he's coming back.
He's like, he's back. I don't got to watch Sam Darnold.
And I know, right? Darnold's supposed to be, like, as good as Brock. Well,
he's
already,
like,
no.
oh, let me step in and throw back shoulder across my body across half the field, Murph.
He was supposed to be the big security blanket. You know what
Murph,
I mean?
as you know, he's got the best arm talent in 49er history. I love you, Maddie. I love you.
Maddie, what's with that take? Anyway, point being is that Brock had a couple of beautiful moments yesterday. Some big third down conversions. Seeing Debo all alone in the flat didn't take, I guess, a PhD, but at least he delivered it. Really nice touchdown to Christian McCaffrey on that little 5-yard play after he came back from being injured. Also, after he came back from being injured, that little lofted third down pass to Kittle, where he stepped up in the pocket and dropped it over the linebacker's hands. Kittle did have to make sort of a little bit of a tip.
Bobbled it a little bit, but that was both of the Christian McCaffrey receiving touchdowns, because before that big 40-plus yard touchdown where McCaffrey fell down and got back up, it was another 3rd and 11 conversion, Brock Purdy to George Kittle over the middle.
So Shanahan on Purdy and his vision here. Yes.
That he can see the whole field. There's nothing that he can't do. He has a poise out there. You can see it. He can react. When he doesn't have the time for stuff, he reacts and finds a way to get it to just a check down, try not to take a sack, or he creates and can get someone off schedule. He's had great command of our offense and just running it, but also the amount of plays he makes throughout these 2 years has been as many plays of any quarterback I've ever been around on how much he does. So he's been a stud.
It continues to astound. Continues. I mean, there's nothing fluky about it.
No,
right?
and that's the thing. When we're talking about the vision, when we're talking about the Purdy process and watch him go through his reads, one of my favorite plays was probably just a throwaway play yesterday where Budda Baker came up on the line of scrimmage, acted like he was going to blitz, and then dropped straight back to the middle of the field, taking away Debo over the middle, but he didn't try to force the ball. He said, all right, I got Christian McCaffrey. I'll check it down, pick up a few yards, but this isn't just him playing in the system and throwing to a spot every time. He's actually making these reads and making the adjustments.
And it's the poise. That's where, and I hate to even say this, but that's kind of Montana-like. And I love Steve Young to death. I'll walk on broken glass for Steve. I love him. But it took him a while to get calm. He was jittery. He was panicking. And Brock is just, there's something. It's like he's at a gummy.
He might have a couple. And he's 23. He's allowed to. But again, he's only 23. He'll be 24 at the
Are
end
they
of this
legal
month.
in Arizona?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm not sure if they got him legal.
You better find out before you get down there, buddy.
I know you can in San Francisco.
If you want to get into the stats, Tua still leads in passing yardage totally.
And I think he just overtook him in completion percentage also.
Okay, and but Brock's thrown the most touchdowns of any player in the NFL. He has the highest passer rating. of any quarterback in the NFL. And yeah, to your point, Tua has passed him in completion percentage, but our average per completion is a big one. Brock 9.9, Tua 8.6. So man, oh man. Well, so who's the MVP then? Because the other guy gaining 187 yards from scrimmage, and Eric Branch had a really good story this morning about McCaffrey's defiance about his workload. He's like, no, bro, this is what I do, and my reputation as injury prone is the worst thing ever. He was saying those were specific hits to spots that caused injuries, not wear and tear, not a breakdown. He says, quote, it's a goal of mine to play every game, suit up every game, finish every game. This is important to me.
Yeah, and it's important to point out also that the Carolina Panthers are running him to the ground. Like, I know he's got a high workload right now with the 49ers, but he was the only talent on those teams in Carolina. Of course, he played with Cam Newton for a little bit also. But, Murph, we were talking about this morning. This season alone, Christian McCaffrey has 20 touchdowns. That's more than the Carolina Panthers' entire team.
Man, he said that hearing that he was injury prone, quote, definitely pissed me off. That's what he said. So, and as far as the right knee thing, quote, I'm fine. It was just a little stuff that goes on during a game. I mean, who knows? So anyway, who's your MVP? The quarterback we were just bragging about his vision and calm, or the running back who's just slicing and dicing, who Tim Ryan called the single best football player in the NFL?
I don't have to differentiate, thank goodness. But, I mean, there's been around a couple MVPs probably in my career, and these two are that's the most obvious thing to me. I mean, obviously I might be biased being on their team, but I don't think so. Just got to, like I said last week, all you got to do is look at numbers, or you got to look at the film. And whichever one you say is more important to you, I think it's extremely obvious. And if they're both important to you, then it should make it even that much stronger. But those guys are playing pretty good.
Whew, so Kowski, don't ask me, buddy. I just like having both on my team. I get 13, and I get 23. But Marcus, though, I mean, in that answer, I may need some help here, buddy, but at any point in that answer, he never talked about the obvious guy, Dak Prescott. Oh, my God. Oh.
So long, Dak.
Into a pumpkin, as they say. I'll never forget that Softy Mahler tweet when the Niners were struggling a little bit in Cleveland, and Softy Mahler, who's he's sort of a Kruger figure up in Seattle, likes to like poke and get angry and make crazy trade offers and everything. And I love you, Larry. You're my guy. But anyway, he wrote, hey, currently, turn on the Niner game. Watch Brock Purdy turn into a pumpkin before your eyes. I was like, oh, really? Okay. All right. Yeah, maybe he had like a bad throw. Turn into a
pumpkin, huh?
Yeah, pumpkin.
I didn't know the MVP trophy was a pumpkin, Murph.
Go smash a pumpkin on his doorstep like they used to do the night after Halloween, the morning after Halloween, right?
That's right.
Hence the band Smashing Pumpkins, right?
There it is, Murph.
Trent Williams, big Trent Williams. He went up with Christian McCaffrey, and Waterboy revealed that they went up and revealed themselves as, what was it again?
As Robin Big, Murph.
Big. Very funny.
We've got
Very
the sound
funny.
in the cooler. Stay
we
tuned.
do.
We got it in the
good.
cooler. I cut it this morning.
Well, here's Trent on having two MVP candidates in his huddle.
I mean, it means the offense is playing really well. I mean, we got the best running back in the NFL, so for him to get MVP consideration, I mean, I think that's his just due. And same way with Brock. Brock's been playing his butt off, so for him to be in a conversation as a teammate, I couldn't be more proud of both of these guys. And, you know, my job is to try to continue to help them have success. And, you know, I mean, who cares? Long as we can bring that trophy back to Santa Clara, you know, that's all I'm worried about.
There it is. As somebody texted in earlier, focus on the objective, the wins, and the subjective will follow.
And that's sure. Murph, and everybody knows we got to bring that trophy back to Santa Clara.
That's right. That's the key to that whole quote right there. Is that incredible? That's like is that the first acknowledgement of like the Niners saying, yeah, the trophy goes to Santa Clara, the parade goes to Santa Clara?
That's it. 49ers might be doubling down. They might be changing their name to the Santa Clara 49ers after all the bad press of Shohei Ohtani talking about San Francisco.
After Buster's comments.
Yeah, after Buster's comments, they might become the Santa Clara 49ers.
We're
Murph.
riffing, Jerry.
Come on,
We're riffing.
Come on. Have some fun.
I think it was the guy Pat Buckles, who's the comedian in the cab with Jerry, just wearing Jerry out. He's just like, Jerry, I got some new material. And Jerry's like, oh, my God. And Jerry's just had enough. And he goes, come on, Jerry. We're riffing.
That's it. That's all we're doing here, right?
So on to Brock Purdy. He decided to do a little good teammate thing here. Said, no, not me, the other guy.
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything for us, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
Okay, so he's being polite, right? No, not me. You go through the door. You ever go to a door there's two of you, you're like, hey, no, after you.
No, you first.
No, after you.
No, you first. Age before beauty.
Or as you say, it's more like the Spider-Man meme.
That's it. You got two Spider-Mans in a locker room just kind of pointing at each other. And it's a question I asked you earlier. By having two legitimate MVP candidacies, does it hurt the other one by splitting the votes?
The answer is yes. It does.
I think you're right.
Straight up.
So do one of them need to bow out from the competition?
I withdraw my candidacy.
I'm withdrawing the candidacy.
Pretty good. Like one of those candidates who's getting like less than 1% in the polls. Shout out to Connor in Succession. You got Succession people?
I'm not, Murph. No.
Young Tony, Succession? Oh. Anyway, it's a billionaire family based on like the Murdochs and Fox and all that. And one of their idiot son runs for president. And he's getting less than 1%. He's like, but there's an uptick in Montana. And he's only running because he's a rich guy with nothing to do.
Makes sense.
But anyway, at some point, you got to withdraw from the race. I like that.
You got to withdraw.
By the way, I'm just doing a quick little, as I do sometimes, just mid-show research here, and trying to find the last time a running back finished high in the MVP voting. So 2022, Derrick Henry finished 11th in the MVP voting. Okay, so 2021. I'm on Pro Football Reference. What's interesting about 2021 is they only have the top 3. I wonder why that is.
Interesting.
Rodgers, Brady, and Kupp, so nothing there. Then 2020, they only do the top 3 again. So, interesting. I wonder why they...
When's the last time a running back was in a top 3?
And then 2019, they only have the 1. In 2020, but I don't know what's happening. I'd have to find a better source. I thought Pro Football Reference would be the best source. Todd Gurley of the Rams finished 2nd in 2017. Whoa. If I had told you, hey, did Todd Gurley ever finish 2nd in the MVP voting? You'd be like, no.
He had some really good years, though.
I guess he did.
Yeah.
That year, he carried 279 for 1305. He had over 2,000 yards from scrimmage that year. He had over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. So anyway, I just wanted to get that in there. More Brock Purdy being humble, saying it's all about the team.
I mean, I'm honored. But, man, I think, I have a great team, a great team around me and guys willing to make plays and stuff. So I'm trying to do my part and help our team win, and I'm very honored to hear it. But I think we just have an MVP team overall. So
well, we talked. That's basically the same answer he gave us on Tuesday.
Yeah,
when we had our Brock Purdy Player of the Week. He was like, "No, man, this is about the team."
That's it. I mean, if we're being honest with you, I know an offensive lineman's never going to win the MVP award, but Trent Williams deserves to be in the conversation.
He does.
What he does for this offense, blocking. Well,
look at the games they lost, or the games he was out. 2016, Zeke Elliott finished 4th. So I'm just giving you guys
that's when Zeke got paid and kind of broke the running back market.
2015 was nobody, so I'm going through 2014. 2014, DeMarco Murray finished 3rd.
That's right, led the NFL in rushing yards.
DeMarco Murray, 1,845 yards. Yeah, interesting.
And then AP's MVP was 2012.
So I'll go back one more for you. 2013, they only have it's very odd. Pro Football Reference, it's not consistent. Some years they have through 10, and some years they only have 1 or 2. 2012, Adrian Peterson. He beat out Peyton Manning pretty easily, too, actually.
Yeah, so, that was a historic year. Now, I'll ask you,
2097 on the ground.
You be the judge. If you could only pick one, Purdy or CMC, who are you going with?
I'm going McCaffrey.
Wow, I am. I think I agree with you.
I am.
Because
just no diss. You just made, there's no shame. Like I said to the kids, in our 3rd place trophy in the NBBA Holiday Classic, 3rd place is good. It's good. It's not 4th. It's not 5th. It's not 6th.
Yeah, but we talk a lot about the Kyle Shanahan system once Brock Purdy got added to it last year. Look at the numbers week 1 from Christian McCaffrey stepping in. It's a huge, huge uptick.
With Purdy in?
With McCaffrey in over Purdy. Like the numbers went up with Purdy, but also a big correlation to that was
I think Tim Ryan's speech on him being the best football player, he's been a great line. He's like, if he needs to kick it, he'll probably kick it.
Dude, I was going to say, if we get another injury in the backfield, put him at safety. He could do it all.
I mean, in the lost day that was Philadelphia last year in the NFC Championship, he was out there playing quarterback. Right?
Yeah.
Or he's getting that helmet
he
fixed
threw
for
a couple. Honestly, they probably should have run more packages to Wildcat and maybe run the veer offense with Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Juszczyk.
Let's wrap up the big hit here with a George Kittle quote, Z44, about, you got it? Yeah, this will wrap it up. Then we'll get into the cooler content. Then we got Matty Barrows joining us early, and then Charles Davis, who does a great job calling the NFL on CBS. He'll be at 9:35 as it's a Victory Monday. It's been called in to Roger Goodell. George Kittle about the MVP race.
Been wanting to actually stand on a soapbox for this for a while. Quarterbacks are definitely like the most important piece of a team. You got everyone's talking about Purdy, everyone's talking about Dak, and that MVP race. But then you look at guys and Brock's doing a great job, and he deserves all the love that he's getting. But when you got a guy like Christian McCaffrey and all the things that he's doing for us in the run game and the pass game, and just absolutely elite every single Sunday, scoring touchdowns. He had 3 today. I mean, he has 7 touchdowns versus the Cardinals this year. It's pretty impressive. The things that him and Tyreek are doing constantly, I mean, I don't know how you don't have them both in the MVP conversation, you know. And I'm all for, you know, quarterbacks win the award. It's an important position, but the things that they consistently do week in and week out, you got to have Christian up there because he is unguardable and he's the most unique position in football.
Man, I tell you, I love him. And incredible. And read that story. It says it pisses him off to be considered injury prone. So
I like that.
Well, he's a football player. You mentioned Stanford, too, earlier in the show. Dude, you go back and I was obsessed with him in Stanford.
Oh, he was unbelievable.
Oh, my God. I just loved watching him play. Probably should have won the Heisman. Remember we said when we had him on?
He should have won the Heisman.
Should have won the Heisman. He's like, yeah, thanks, man. He was like, he was kind of like, yeah, I should have.
And then he was like, yeah, those West Coast games were pretty late for those East Coast watchers.
Pac-12 after dark. Wait a minute. Can I get a Mike McDaniel? Did I say Pac-12? Who? Yeah, thank you very much.
What after dark? ACC after dark,
All
Murph?
right, well, there's your big hit. The Niners win the West. We didn't really get into the rushing defense. Hey, listen, we are being optimistic. No Hargrave, no Armstead was a big deal, and that's going to be a story we'll get into this week as the Ravens come to town. Or at least I'll get into it tomorrow because I'm off after tomorrow.
Before you're packing your bags for
It's funny, I want to shout out my good buddy Daryl, the Cowboy fan, who texted me last night because I sent him just an emoji of the sunglasses. The guy just had no caption.
Just the sunglasses like Brock Purdy's high school coach?
That little... what's the emoji of just the little...
Well, like the smiley face with the sunglasses. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Just no comment. Just that's it. He knew because the Bills freaking destroyed that. I mean, embarrassed him. And he wrote to me, he goes, man, I was waiting for you. And he said, I'm just so glad you're not working tomorrow. And I said, oh, wait. I am. And I'm going to tap dance on the phony balonies that are the Dallas Cowboys. On Dak Prescott, the death of his MVP. It's over now.
It's done.
It's Shover, as
Throw
they said
some dirt on him.
when Shohei Ohtani signed with the Dodgers, and my kid hit me with the it's Shover.
It's Shover, Murph.
So,
you can essentially use this analogy. Dak Prescott showed up as one of those like flimsy like beer pong tables, and the Bills Mafia jumped right through it. They smashed it, jumped right through it.
I love that analogy. So I wanted to take a moment to tap dance on the Cowboy grave.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, I mean they got absolutely destroyed by the Bills. So
laugh now, cry later, Micah.
That's what
laugh
he said
now,
to
cry
me.
later.
He said to me.
Oh, he's still going with that line?
He hit me with that.
Come on,
you can't hit me with that.
No, not after
That's
that.
That's Micah's line, right?
Laugh now, cry later.
Yeah, well, guess what? Guess who was crying last night? And now I think they go to Miami next, don't they?
They got Mike McDaniel and Tua this weekend,
so there you go. All right, guys. Fun big hit. We'll get into the rush defense as the week goes on because there's going to be a storyline for sure. But some cooler content, and then Matty Barrows. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I think we just have an MVP team overall, so.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers clinched the NFC West yesterday with a win over the Arizona Cardinals. And then on the post-game show with Tim Ryan and Greg Papa, they got appearances from Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, Aaron Banks, and the one and only Brock Purdy. So to hear those podcasts and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
I think one of the best things in the last few weeks here at KNBR just happened during that little break right there. So my Twitter profile, I have to update it because obviously there's been some changes, right? Mm-hmm. And I was using an old logo from that Scott Bennett had drawn of the Murph and Max show from way back when. And I was like, well, I got to change that, right? So I actually just kind of went with another pint of Guinness shot from Ireland. I may change it. I don't know. But anyway, I wanted to change my little bio about, wake up early to hang out with Marcus. You were already in there because you were part of the show. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to add Tony because Tony's my guy. Young Tony. You guys got to check this guy out. Why isn't he on the little rectangle, by the way? Why aren't we...
That's a great question, Murph.
So, I mean, you got to see this guy. This guy's got Riz.
He's a character, man.
He's our kind of our Jung Hoo Lee. Isn't he kind of our Jung Hoo Lee?
He's our young kid, showed up looking nice and handsome in his suit and tie for his interview. So the kid's a professional.
So I was typing in in my Twitter profile, I write, wake up early to hang with @Marcus Boucher and so I started to type in his username, which is Tony Farias 30. And I said to him, right as we were coming back from break, I'm like, hey, why is your username Tony Farias 30? He goes, oh, that's my username. I said, yeah, no, why is it 30? And he said, oh, that's my number in Ultimate Frisbee. I mean, I could not have asked for a better.
Like I was waiting for a Steph Curry reference.
Yes,
like 30's my guy,
yes,
or maybe like a basketball number, or even a baseball number.
Dude.
Did you know this kid played high school baseball with Brandon Fott, the rookie for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
I did not know that.
Look, we got stuff to uncover with young Tony.
Well, I know. One of these days we'll get him on the mic. So anyway, I just had to get that out there. That was incredible.
Okay, the ultimate Frisbee number.
So this starts. This starts with Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. They went up together, which is unusual.
They did. They did the dual post-game podium press conference.
So McCaffrey's a 5'11" man who's Caucasian, and Trent Williams is 6 foot. What do you think he is? 6'7", something like that.
Ooh, I was gonna say 6'5", maybe.
Okay, he's African American. McCaffrey weighs 200. Trent weighs, what do you think? 6'5". What do you got to weight on him? 318.
It's a big man.
So it's a heck of a look, these two.
Yeah,
So what'd they say?
Hey, these guys are going to go together, sorry.
Yeah, I was invited my boy, if y'all don't mind. This is Robin Big. Just looking for meatball.
That's pretty good now. Dude. Robin Big, you got to know your MTV shows from the early mid-00s.
Mm-hmm.
Mid-00s.
Like we're talking like prime era for a young water boy. This was like 8th grade going into high school. Robin Big, Rob Dyrdek, the guy that founded DC Shoe Company. And the show started as a premise of Rob being a skateboarder, going out and just skating public parks, but he would run into security guards all the time. So what he did, he hired his own security guard, a.k.a. Big Black, and then they became best friends, started a TV empire over at MTV, The Robin Big Show, Fantasy Factory, and even Ridiculousness that's still on TV to this day.
Got to give McCaffrey all the credit in the world. Great line, funny stuff. Robin Big, shout it out.
That's it. And then we got Trent Williams saying, yeah, we're just looking for Meatball.
Yeah, what's that name? Who's Meatball now?
So they had a dog named Meaty.
Okay.
Meaty was the name of the bulldog, who was a skateboarding bulldog, by the way, which was pretty damn cool. But who would be the bulldog on the team?
Fred Warner?
I was going to say, who's the third character missing from that picture? Ooh, my Dizog.
Yeah.
I mean, Murph, he literally is my Dizog.
Well, you know. My Dizog.
My Dizog.
All right, guys. Somebody wrote in and said, hey, Murph, when are you going to eat your words for your hate on Chip Kelly?
Hey.
Well, first of all, you remember I took the Bruins, all right, because I was a hate pick. I told you.
Yeah.
I knew they would win just because Fresno State was playing, or Boise State was playing a freshman quarterback. And listen, we're good enough to beat Boise State. That's the thing. But that's not what I'm trying to beat. Trying to win a championship here, not trying to beat Boise State.
What was the name of the bowl game you were in?
The LA Bowl. By the way, dude. Oh, I missed Cooler of Content opportunity. Darn it, that's on me. Did you know that the LA Bowl, which is, by the way, what is the LA Bowl? It's only its third year of existence.
Yeah,
it's some meaningless bowl.
Is that like the Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl?
Yes, but except Jimmy Kimmel bowed out, and you know who the host was this year, and it was official. It was called the LA Bowl, hosted by Gronk.
Wow.
So, dude, Gronk was walking around with a wrestling
Gronk
belt.
Bowl.
He was doing interviews on the sidelines. He did something at halftime or pregame. There's only 30,000 people in a 90,000-seat stadium. It was kind of depressing. but didn't stop Gronk from being Gronk. And they even put a podium up for after the Bruins won. They're up on a podium. I'm like, bro, what are we talking about here? But they gave him a big trophy, and Chip Kelly starts riffing.
No.
Chip Kelly grabbed the mic, and he goes, hey, forget the LA Bowl. I say we change the name to the Gronk Bowl. And then Gronk grabs the mic from the ABC guy. He goes, you guys are the first ever champs of the Gronk Bowl. And I was like, is this happening right now?
Way. Gronk and Chip Kelly riffing on stage.
Yes.
What an experience for you.
I actually was testing my Bruin text thread, buddy. I'm like, are you guys watching? This? We just got declared the first ever champs of the Gronk Bowl.
That's it. You guys are Gronk's team.
So
Cowboys
anyway,
are America's team. Michigan might be America's team. You're Gronk's team.
Boise State was up 16-7 at half, by the way. How about that? Listen, the quarterback Garbers isn't bad for UCLA. He's pretty good, but he's not good enough to beat Washington, Oregon, or any of those schools. But anyway, I cannot believe that Chip Kelly said probably his finest moment here. He was asked at the LA Bowl press conference, college football's a mess. Everybody's leaving. There's money flying everywhere. What would you do right now with the messy state of college football? He gave a pretty good answer. I got to give Chip credit here.
I think they're all a problem, and I think we need to have a conference commissioner. I think football should be separate from the other sports. Just the fact that our school is leaving to go to the Big Ten in football, our softball team should be playing Arizona in softball. Our basketball team should be playing Arizona in basketball. But because football left, and they're saying, well, how do you do that? Well, Notre Dame's independent in football, and they're in a conference and everything else. I think we should all be independent in football. And you can have a 64-team conference that's in the Power 5, and you can have a 64-team conference in the Group of 5. And we separate it, and we play each other. You can have the West Coast teams, and then every year we play 7 games against the West Coast teams, and then we play the East. So we play Syracuse, Boston College, Pitt, West Virginia. Then the next year you play against the South while you still play your 7 teams. You can play a 7-game schedule. You can play 4 against another another division opponent, and you can always play against one Mountain West team every year so that we can still keep those rivalries going. Not that I've really thought about this. Not that I've a lot of spent the time on this.
I gotta say, it's Chip's finest moment. I 100% endorse what he said. Take all of them, put it into a big 64-team conference, rotate your regionals. You can still play. That way you'd still be playing Cal and Stanford and USC and UCLA and everybody together. He's right. He's right.
Wow, sounds like you and Chip are best buddies again.
Me, Chip, and Gronk.
That's it. It's the Gronk Bowl, Murph.
Real quick, Sunday Night Football, Odell Beckham, he's coming to town. He got 1 ball for 14 yards. What do you think of this intro last night? Take a listen.
Lamar Jackson, ball till you fall. Keaton Mitchell, East Carolina. OBJ, Himothy University.
Himothy University.
Himothy, Murph.
How about that? What about Lamar Jackson, ball till you fall?
Ball till you fall University.
Is that a new one?
Well, that's like, who was it? Outside linebacker Terrell Suggs used to go ball so hard University.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
All right, good stuff, man. Anyway, those are brief, cooler content because we do have Matty Barrows coming up. We can get into some of that stuff later on in the week. Save some of that stuff for later. All right. Good job, everybody. Congratulations. Matt Barrows, one of our favorites, next on the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about the North Bay. World-class beauty with a world-class secret we're calling Marin Health. Check it out. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. Yep, with a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They're going to take a quick one here from Sam Darnold. And the Niners now have won it. Kyle Shanahan will go to midfield to talk to Jonathan Gannon. For Kyle, his third NFC West championship in the last 5 years, third overall, 19 last year and this year. They also won it in 97, 2002 with Steve Mariucci, and then the Harbaugh years, 2011 and 2012. And today they have wrapped up their 22nd NFC West championship.
All right, 22 NFC West championships, 5 Super Bowls. They won't rest until they get their 6th. Can they do it? Well, they got a big one next Monday, but they also had a big one yesterday. All stuff to discuss with one of our all-time favorites, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Matty, you got your boy Murph. You got Marcus Boucher. How are you, man?
What's up, Matt?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you guys?
Now, I never know the Athletic travel schedule. Were you in Arizona?
I was not in Arizona. That was a David trip. We split them up, so I'm actually through with my road trips this year. I got no more, and I'm hoping that the only time I get on a plane in the next couple of months or so is to Las Vegas.
Ah, there it is, the goal. We talked about this, though, because you are from the Washington, D.C. area. Darryl Green, your all-time favorite player, right? And you once played.
That's right.
You played pickup basketball against him in a driveway, right?
Oh, yeah. Darryl Green once, this is like during a Washington playoff run, he once slipped on a patch of ice in my driveway and banged his elbow. I got up, like, clutching his elbow, and I'm thinking, all right, we're going to have to move. Like, there's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
But Darryl, and that was the year, I don't know if you'll remember this, but he had a very prominent punt return in Chicago for a touchdown in the cold. It was one of those, 49ers had one of those games where it's like negative 55-degree wind chill there. But that was the playoff run where he almost missed it because he slipped and went on his back and hit his elbow in my driveway.
Such a great story. He was just like driving by and saw cute kids playing basketball. He tried to shoot a little bit and then slipped and hurt his elbow. Anyway, Darryl Green, Hall of Fame. Look him up, kids. He's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Anyway, back to the lecture at hand, as they say here. Okay, so, I mean, everybody wants to be optimistic about Christian McCaffrey, 187 yards from scrimmage, Brock Purdy, 4 touchdowns, no picks in his homecoming. I'm going to start negative.
Oh,
Matt,
wow, okay.
Yeah, Matt, how alarming was 34 yards on the ground? 234 yards on the ground, the most since 2017. On a scale of 1 to 10 going into the Ravens game, how much is the alarm bells ringing here?
They're ringing. It was reminding me of the Cleveland game for a long time. The similarities were coming off a 5-game winning streak. You're feeling great about yourself. You go on the road, and you play a team that's coming off a bye, and I was getting those same vibes. Obviously, the Arizona defense is nothing like the Cleveland defense, so the 49ers offense was able to kind of put this game out of reach. But the run defense, there were some similarities. Lots of missed tackles, lots of plays where they sort of gave up on the play. I mean, I thought that there was an energy issue in that one. And so it's probably a good thing that the 49ers have an extra day to prepare for the Ravens. And obviously, the missing Eric Armstead, missing Javon Hargrave, and then Kalia Davis goes down at some point in the second quarter. That's 3 defensive tackles, so that was a big part of it. But I thought that the energy and the effort weren't up to the regular standard on defense.
And Matt, just to follow it up on the injury tip, we saw Nick Bosa get rolled up on after Randy Gregory threw down an offensive lineman into his legs. We also saw Deommodore Lenoir leave the game with a rib injury. Are there any updates on them and their potential status this weekend against the Ravens?
Not yet. We'll get something from Kyle Shanahan around 2. Bosa did say after the game that the foot issue was nothing. But Lenoir has ribs, and Shanahan said that somebody stepped on him. So I don't know if that means that it's broken ribs, if it's the ubiquitous oblique injury that teams seem to have a lot of. But that could be a big deal. I mean, during this post-bye run that they're on, I think that Diamador Lenore has been one of the best players on the field. He certainly was one of the best tacklers yesterday. Everybody was missing tackles except for Diamador Lenore. He was playing that nickel spot, which is basically a linebacker spot. You have to make a lot of tackles in space, a lot of tackles around the line of scrimmage, and that's why they like him there, because he's a gritty guy. He's good at tackling. He doesn't mind putting his nose in there. And I thought he was having yet another good game, and then had to leave it late. So that would be a blow if he's out for a couple of games. That would mean Isaiah Oliver is back at nickel cornerback, and Ambry Thomas is playing full-time on the outside.
Wow, yeah, so definitely something to watch this week for sure. I did hear Tim Ryan on the postgame radio saying he thinks he'll be better, but it's definitely a story we'll follow all week long. And Niners have an extra day, of course, with Monday night doing their thing. So we'll staying on the defensive side of the ball because it's just too easy to talk about Purdy and McCaffrey. The Charvarius Ward pick 6. This is a guy who, I guess after the game, some of the guys were saying, hey, he wants that recognition, like whether it's Pro Bowl or All-Pro, and pass breakups, he was leading the league, but you need to have those picks, and he gets 2. One's a pick 6. Just kind of your thoughts on his season, and is he playing that level where he should get postseason awards? And also, there's just another feather in John Lynch's cap, right? Because that's a signing that's worked out.
Yeah, no, I think that he's having his best season. I mean, and for sure, Pro Bowl. I mean, just the perception of him, I think, was colored by what happened in Minnesota. Remember, he had an interception early in that game, and then, of course, was about to have an interception right before the half, and the ball gets snatched away from him, and it turns into a touchdown for Minnesota. The 49ers lose. Everybody's unhappy, and like I said, I think his image this season sort of got tarnished by that one play, which should have been a great play for him. He was in the right spot. And so ever since then, he's sort of buckled down and said, you know what, I'm going to turn these plays where the ball's in my hand or I bat it away, I'm going to turn those into interceptions. And he said last week he was working with Sam Darnold on catching passes. And Darnold is a flamethrower. You saw that when he got into the game. He threw one to George Kittle, hit George Kittle in the hands, and it goes right through. And so if you can learn to catch Sam Darnold passes, your confidence is going to go up. And I think that's what happened last week. And he looked really natural catching those 2 yesterday, especially the first, which he turned into a 66-yard touchdown. Deebo Samuel paid him the ultimate compliment when he said that Ward looked like a receiver catching a screen pass. So if you've got a receiver calling a cornerback a receiver, then that's always a good thing.
He did look great. He hit the 20 miles an hour on the next gen and all that. So, all right, well, good for him, and he's having a great season. He really is, and obviously he'll be a big part of this thing going forward. Hey, sort of, I don't want to say small potatoes because it's a big deal, but punt returners, Ronnie Bell, man, they got lucky. I mean, Charles Davis on the CBS broadcast was saying that's a fumble. I mean, the forearm was down for like a half a second. I mean, I don't know, man. It was pretty dicey. Anyway, point is what's your prediction of how the punt return job goes going forward?
Well, it wasn't a fumble, so I don't know if he gets nicked for that, but I think Ray McLeod, he's on IR, so I don't think that he can come back until the finale against the Rams. So 2 more games without your regular returner. I still think it's going to be Bell back there, but behind Bell, the funny thing is that it's been Kyle Juszczyk who's been the number 2 return man, and he's gunning for the job. He's eager to kind of prove himself. So if the 49ers did lose patience in the rookie, they could have Juszczyk back there, or they could have Brandon Ayuk back there. He did it a couple of years ago and had a pretty good average. Didn't get a lot of chances, but it's something that he's done in the past. So those are the 2 backups, but I don't think that they're ready to cut ties with Ronnie Bell at that spot quite yet.
Okay. Yeah, a few more minutes here with Matt Barrows on the UMA guest line. And Matt, I wanted to move on from talking about wide receivers returning punts to wide receivers blocking. And I know this past weekend CBS put up the graphic of the 49ers knockdown hat. Now, I'm not sure if they gave you credit, but we'll make sure to give you credit right here on KNBR, Matt. Tell us the story behind the knockdown hard hat that the 49ers are giving out to their wide receivers.
Yeah, this is the first year of the hat, and so the wide receivers coach, Leonard Hankerson, wanted to sort of underscore some of the great blocks that these guys do. And I was kind of struck by the level you have to reach in order to sign the hat. If you get a pancake block during a game, you get to sign it. And so he who has the most signatures gets the hat at the end of the season. And I think Juwan Jennings is well in the league, but there have been there were a couple of pancakes yesterday, but I don't think any of those will qualify. It has to be sort of a dramatic, by-the-book pancake where the guy goes sprawling and lands on his backside. So Jennings has the most. Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk are on the board. Even Ronnie Bell has one from the Week 3 game against the Giants, but it's something that they take a lot of pride in. They make a big deal of it in the team meeting where they show the block and then they call the guy up and everybody kind of watches him sign the yellow hard hat. So it's become a bit of a thing inside the 49ers meeting room.
Man, did you guys see the viral video of which Steelers receiver was it? Was it number 14? Was it Deontay Johnson or
George Pickens?
Is it Pickens? We're not blocking on was it Pickens?
Yeah, Pickens doesn't.
Did you see it? Somebody, it was Najee Harris or somebody was running and Pickens just stood. Matt, he just stood literally and almost backed away from the play. I mean, you watch the Niners guys blocking. I mean, my God. It's relentless.
What you'd have to do after that play? You'd have to sign the bonnet. It's a little frilly. It's a frilly bonnet.
With a Lasuri with a fringe on top. Oh man, that's hilarious. That's so good. Hey, last one from that riff to the Purdy stinger. But tell you what, man. I'm a grown man with a mortgage and 2 kids and 2 dogs and a wife, and I shouldn't have been as emotional as I was seeing Brock Purdy lying down on the ground. I was like, get up, God, you're our guy. And then when he came back in, I was like, tear in the eye, like, there he is, he's back. But, man, that just goes to show you how close everything is. But what about a stinger? What is it? It's a stretch of the nerves and causes temporary numbness or paralysis, I guess, and I don't know. Did you think it was a little early to put Darnold in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left? I was wondering if that was a little protection move.
No, I think they were, up by 16 at that point.
Up by 23, actually, at that point, I think.
Okay. I mean, they were starting to put the backup offensive lineman in. No, I didn't think it was premature. I mean, usually I'm getting howls from the readers about the starters playing too long. Most people are very worried about Christian McCaffrey's carries and touches and snap counts, but no, that didn't strike me as too premature for Darnold to come back in.
But this stinger will be something. I mean, stingers generally get better, is what I'm saying. You know, I mean, like this isn't a story going into the week.
I don't think so. I mean, they can linger for sure. And they can be reoccurring, but I don't think Purdy has had a lot. And I was sort of rewatching the play this morning, and as he's on the ground, he's sort of like moving his legs, and I think he's in pain, and he's pointing at his shoulder. So it all makes sense in hindsight. But as we were watching it, it was very hard to kind of figure out what was going on, which I understand your panic at the moment is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was like a face-to-face collision, and then like his shoulder was hurt. Anyway, the guy
it was a bit of a clothesline too, coming across his neck. So it was hard to kind of figure out what the issue was.
Your boy Gardeck getting a little too I don't know, Gardeckian. I don't know. So anyway. All right, Maddie. Well, that's it for us. And you are great. We love you. We won't talk to you until after Christmas and January. So Merry Christmas to you and yours. Happy holiday season to you and yours. We love you. Have a great week and Christmas. You're going to have Christmas night with Levi Stadium, Maddie.
With Brock Purdy.
Yeah, me and Lamar in Levi Stadium. It's going to be a humdinger.
Let's go. All right, Maddie. We'll be reading you, buddy. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right. Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Yeah, if you don't block, you have to sign the bonnet.
Dude, that was a great line from Matt.
So-
And by the way, I wanted to give him some credit because I saw him tweet out that CBS did not give him love on the broadcast.
Was he the one?
So, yeah, he had the photo of the hard hat, and they didn't give my guy Matty B any credit.
That's bad form now.
Bad sportsmanship.
Yeah, that's
we'll talk
bad
to
form.
Charles Davis about it.
I don't want to hang Charles Davis out to dry. It's more his production guy, but anyway.
It's somebody behind the scenes, Murph.
Charles Davis will join us at 9:35. All right, we'll continue the 49er glowing reviews, worries about the rush defense for sure, but other things that happened over the weekend, including the Warriors doing their thing too, all stuff that we can talk about before Charles Davis joins us at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
He's got time, now going to get chased out to his left, falling down. Kalia Davis. Murray will run 10, 5. He gets pushed out of bounds inside the 5-yard line by Jair Brown. Just lost contain. They give it a counter off the right side. He goes into the end zone for a touchdown. He is a beast, James Conner. Against the 49ers, he has played exceedingly well. Arizona's moved out to the 39. They give it a counter and a sweep. Cutback run, big hole midfield. Niner 40. Conner all the way inside the Niner 30-yard line. He's run down from behind by Diamondor Lenore to save a touchdown. Just a simple gun run sweep going right and a cutback for James Conner and a huge run. Kyler Murray got a handoff here, DeMarcado, and he gets through the hole, breaks the tackle, and he's gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. How did that little guy, Imari DeMarcado, at only 5'9", the rookie free agent from TCU, just got lost in the middle of the defensive line and linebacker level, and 51 yards later, he has a touchdown.
Well, there it is, man. The dirty little secret from yesterday's game, that was the Arizona Cardinals gashing the Niners on the ground. Dude, 234 yards. That's no joke. So that is something that with the Baltimore Ravens coming in, Marcus Boucher, I got a question for you, buddy. The Baltimore Ravens rushing defense, take a guess where it ranks 1 through 32 in the NFL.
Ooh.
Rushing offense, pardon me.
Rushing offense, I know is number 1.
Numero uno, buddy.
Top of the charts, Murph.
So you're talking about a rushing defense that just allowed 234 yards, their worst performance in 6 years. 6 years. Now facing the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL.
Not bad for a running back.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Better clamp down,
Here comes
boys.
Lamar. Because we talk so much about the 49ers kryptonite and playing these mobile quarterbacks. Well, newsflash, it's hard for any defense to slow down a mobile quarterback. But now we've seen the 49ers slow down Jalen Hurts. It even slowed down Kyler Murray to a degree yesterday. But you heard Tim Ryan earlier. He thinks Lamar Jackson is a better passer than both of them. And Murph, to be honest with you, I agree.
You do?
I have Lamar better than Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. Like from a pure passing perspective, I think Joe Burrow is the best quarterback the 49ers have faced. But Lamar is in that conversation right behind Joe Burrow.
Damn, man, it's going to be. Listen, this game is a big old gigantic thing, and it's weird to have sort of a huge late season game against an AFC team.
Right.
Like we always go back to some of the legendary Monday night games, like the Niners and the Giants in 1990 or stuff like that. Or just any division game against the Rams, where they had to clinch in 2019 to clinch the West, or to clinch the playoff spot. But man, it's like two sort of opposite coast Titans kind of eyeballing each other. Obviously, Super Bowl preview is what most people would say, and familiar Super Bowl preview, right? 10 years ago.
Been there, done that.
Yes, exactly. Somebody turn off the lights at Levi Stadium for about 3.
Is Beyonce going to come out at halftime this week?
Was she responsible for the power outage?
I'm like 99% sure she was the halftime show down at the Superdome, and then next thing you know, the lights went off in the second half.
There are those who believe the lights went off on purpose to make the game closer.
Oh,
very odd.
You're breaking out the tinfoil hats, Murph.
Now, why would the lights going out guarantee that the Niners would come back?
And how does it benefit the 49ers?
Yeah, I didn't get that at the time. They're like, oh, they turned out the lights to help the Niners. I'm like, well, how? It was just prolonging their misery. They're getting their butts kicked, man. Hey, 2 things. 1, David Lombardi, who covers the Niners for The Athletic, joins Papa and Lund at 10:50 today. And 2, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Oh, I'll throw in a 3, too. Charles Davis of CBS is going to join us at 9:35.
Hey, that's on our show.
That'll be very cool. So that'll be on our show. But back to what we were talking about. So the number 1 rushing offense in the NFL is coming to town, and the Niners just gave up 234. So Shanahan was asked right after the game about that rush defense collapse here.
I thought, just looking at it live, thought we missed way too many tackles today, which, and give them credit. They got a bunch of guys that are hard to tackle. I mean, obviously their quarterback is as tough as it gets, but they're skill players. They all can run. They're fast. They're back. They got a bunch of guys who create that stuff, but it was disappointing on the missed tackles. Always when you add in the running element of a quarterback, that gets some too. But we definitely didn't play the run good enough today, which I think was pretty obvious. But, we came here with one thing on our mind, and that was to get a win. And that's what we got done. And now we got to make sure to clean that stuff up.
I mean, that's definitely true.
Yeah, it's a bottom line business. And, of course, you're always trying to get the win. But Murph, would you be surprised this morning if I told you that the Arizona Cardinals outgained the 49ers yesterday?
I would be surprised.
They had 436 total yards, 49ers 406.
Wow. Okay, well, part of that is, oh boy. Yeah,
Right.
there's really no excuse for that other than, Niners had a pick six. That is curious, man.
Right? That's a lot of yards. And look, we understand Hargrave wasn't out there. Armstead wasn't out there.
Oh, there it is.
But to Kyle's point, there was multiple missed tackles by Fred Warner. Nick Bosa and Fred actually both whiffed on the same play when there was a big run. Like, this is stuff that's unacceptable against a Cardinals team that's 3-11.
Is that partially, is there any mental to this that they had just come off a couple of that Seattle-Philly-Seattle sandwich that they were so focused on, and the Ravens are next week, and we've seen how they've played when they've been completely motivated. Is there anything to the human nature of a quote-unquote letdown game? A little bit of letdown game?
I think so. It's something that we talked about a lot last week when we were talking about this trap game, when we had David Lombardi come on early in the week and said, hey, maybe they're going to think about resting guys up for the Ravens game. And Murph, that's why on the first drive of the game, when Kyler Murray was out here completing passes left and right to Terry McBride, next thing you know, here's James Conner getting to the end zone.
Yeah.
The Cardinals came out and put up a touchdown on the first drive.
I hated that.
And I was like, ooh, this is a little shocking.
Yeah, I hated that. Now there's that thing. Next cut, young Tony is the Nick Bosa. Is that what you want to go with Bosa here on giving up 236 on the ground?
I mean, we get everybody's best shot. And they have a very good team that's getting better every week. We knew it was going to be a dogfight throughout the whole game, and we were missing some guys. And I was happy with how some of the interior guys stepped up. We didn't expect a perfect game. We knew they were going to make plays. There's a few, I'm sure, on tape that we'd like to have back, but at this juncture, we are trying to win out, obviously, and that's the main goal.
Okay, yeah, there they go. That's a second person said, but we got the win, buddy. By the way, 75 of those yards were the last drive of the game when, it was 2 minutes left.
Correct. There was some garbage time thrown in there also, but at the end of the day, the box score's a box score, right?
Yeah, for sure. And, so more Fred Warner, who I saw with my own naked eyes. And, listen, I ain't no Paul Brown. I saw him missing some tackles yesterday, so here's Warner on that.
Just missed tackles. Missed tackles. I look at myself. I look at, I'm always going to point the finger at myself first and foremost, and I got to be the standard for everybody else. And then if we do miss a tackle, we got to make sure guys are getting to the football to get them down. Too many explosive runs. And then, that's honestly what sticks out the most.
Yeah, it sounds sad. He's apologizing for a 45-29 win in Arizona.
And I think he does kind of take it personally because we've talked to him about it. We've talked to John Lynch before. The swarm metrics that they have for their defense, they want hats on the ball. Like we talk about it all the time with the offensive guys getting downfield to block. But defensively, too, you have to be that beehive that's going to swarm each and every play so that these big plays don't happen.
Did you know that's the name of our 6B CYO team?
The Bee Swarm?
The Swarm.
The Swarm.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys got the Swarm metrics.
Yeah, different name every year. We've been the Bulldozers, we've been the Funky Chickens, and now we're the Swarm.
Oh, that's right. I was a big Bulldozer fan.
Yeah, the Dozers. Well, they won it all.
That's right. Thank you, Otto Porter Jr.
Dozers got the ship, whereas the Swarm settled for the third place hat.
They're on the podium.
That's what I told the kids. I'm like, the kids were baffled.
Hats and T-shirts for third
place?
place?
I'm like, hey, we podiumed. They're like, huh?
What's a
I'm
podium?
Like, all right, man. I know exactly. I was like, you got to learn what a podium is, guys. Anyway, here's the deal. Fred Warner, more Warner. Listen, they won the West.
Yeah.
But he's got higher standards here.
Yeah, right. Mixed emotions for sure. The number one thing, don't ever want to take away from a win, first and foremost, especially, winning in the division in week 15. I mean, back-to-back years, that's big time. And that's the standard now, I remember last year, I got in front of the team and I said, we won the division, man. These don't come around often. Let's make sure we cherish this. And I immediately, regretted saying that because I'm like, man, no, like this is the standard. It's not doesn't come around. Like this is the standard now. And so, on the topic of standard, defensively, we have a standard here. And today, obviously, we didn't live up to that standard. And so we got to make sure we come back and go to work this week because we got a team coming in who loves to run the football, and they do it really well, so we got to be better.
All right, good stuff with Fred Warner. Man, this Monday night game is going to be incredible, man. It really is.
Are we talking game of the year potentially?
Well, a lot matters. If Philly loses tonight, which they could, just because Jalen is questionable, and just also they're not playing that well, and and Seattle's at home, so it's a long road trip. But if Philly loses tonight, it takes some heat off this Ravens game. I hate to even say this, but if Philly does lose tonight, the Niners can't afford a loss.
Then they'll
down
have
the
some
stretch.
cushion.
They actually have a one game. They would be able to lose and still get the 1 seed. So I hate to say this, but give Pete Carroll some extra gum. Let him chomp away because he could really help the Niners tonight.
He could.
Now, I'm not looking for the Niners to lose to the Ravens. They're going to be at home. They're playing great. Purdy's playing great. McCaffrey's playing great. Trent Williams is playing great. Debo's playing great. But, this Ravens team, they're legit. Everybody's so. You went into the AFC this year. All anybody was talking about, will the Chiefs repeat? It's Joe Burrow and Josh Allen are knocking at the door.
Correct.
I don't think people talk Ravens, man.
Not really.
I don't think so.
At all.
No.
Now, if you went back to the 5 a.m. leadoff spot, the Waterboy called the Ravens as the AFC North Division champions this year.
Did you call them as AFC champions, though?
I did not know.
Yeah.
See, I probably should have got a ticket
Who'd
on
you
that.
pick? Do you remember?
So I don't think I actually picked the Buffalo Bills.
Well, guess what?
I predicted a Bills-Niners Super Bowl run.
Guess
and
what?
Here come the Buffalo Bills, dude.
That's not off the table, dude.
Like they are the team you do not want to play in the playoffs.
What everybody's talking about right now.
Yeah.
Look at them right now. They had their lull, but their last 2 weeks hasn't been a lull.
Yeah.
So, and the Bengals. Who knows what's going to happen to the Bengals? Although they scraped out that win on Saturday, didn't they?
Jake Browning just out here just like...
Dude, his numbers are incredible.
Did you see him screaming at the Vikings? You should have never blanking cut me. You should have never blanking cut me.
I missed that.
Dude, he was cut by the Vikings. Yeah, shout out to Folsom High School.
Shout out Folsom High. Light the beam.
Yeah, light the beam, baby.
Your guy Logan Webb
But you're right.
singing.
Getting back to what Fred Warner was saying, like, bottom line is they still got the one. They clinched the NFC West. At least they went to, like, the Dallas Cowboys, who clinched the playoff spot and then lost 31-10.
I know, seriously. So the Niners could get a little cushion, and I don't know if you want to count. I had a thought that the Eagles might get shocked by Tommy Cutlets in one of the final 3 weeks, but that thing kind of hit. The parking meter expired on Saturday.
I was going to say, he ran into Derek Carr and the Saints yesterday, Murph.
Pump that back a little bit.
Oh, man. Yeah, what about the Saints? I got no beat on the Saints this year.
They still got a chance to win the NFC South.
They do. Just a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 says, guys, listen to Tim Ryan say the D was down some guys, so the offense had to step up for the D, and they did. So that's an important part there, too. 415 says, don't forget, no Hargrave, no Armstead. Yes, we talked about that,
Correct.
and that is good.
We were aware.
209 says, a lot of those yards that Marcus quotes are junk yards after they pulled their starters.
Yeah, I'm the bad guy. I'm just pointing out the
You
box
are the bad
scores, all
guy.
right? They still ran for over 200 yards against
Multiples have checked in now. Larry in the 408. Ultima saying Keaton Mitchell, explosive rookie running back for the Ravens, out for the rest of the year.
That's going to be a huge hit to the Ravens' rushing attack.
415 with a deep pull. So don't forget the 1985 Bears-Dolphins late year Monday night game. Now that's for my crowd. That's the 85 Bears who were the unstoppable machine, and Dan Marino and the Dolphins were unstoppable. Yeah, you're doing the shuffle.
Super Bowl shuffle over here.
And you combining your Icky shuffle and your Super Bowl shuffle?
Yeah, a little bit,
All right. So anyway, the point is they played a late year Monday night game, and it was supposed to be Dan Marino and the mighty Dolphins are going to take down the 46, the Bears, and the Bears frickin' swamped them. I'll have to look up the score of that game, but it was a decisive win for Buddy Ryan's defense on there, too. And also, yes, 650, I don't know. I can't even read. Did Draymond step on Lenore's chest?
Come on.
We can't do that. We can't do that. All right, guys, here's the deal. Okay, so we have been doing all Niners. Thank you very much. We've been doing all Niners all morning long, but we are, of course, the Giants flagship, and they had some news over the weekend that we haven't talked about. We got to get into it. There was something that happened, maybe positive, because, man, last week was not positive, and then it got a little positive. Then Charles Davis of CBS, who called the game, will join us at 9:35. Should be fun on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hi, fans. My name is Jong Lee. I love you.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The 49ers clinched the NFC West yesterday with a win over the Arizona Cardinals. And then on the post-game show with Tim Ryan and Greg Papa, they got appearances from Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, Aaron Banks, and the one and only Brock Purdy. So to hear those podcasts and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, we've got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, we're here to listen. You have a story about ERC?
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is rewarding employers who employed people during 2020 and 21 by giving away. That's right, it's not a loan, it's a grant, it's a gift. By giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you had that qualified. There's two different ways to qualify. You only need one way. So many CPAs, and before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, are stopping with the first test, the easy test, the math test, a certain drop in gross revenue. If you didn't have that, they say, well, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. There's a second test. It's a facts and circumstances test, but it requires analysis. That's what we do as tax lawyers, legal analysis. But folks, watch out. The ERC program is getting ready to end soon. And what a crying shame it would be if you were entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more and you missed out on it. Just treat us like a medical doctor. Get a second opinion. Call us. Let us see if you qualify. A lot of people do. And if you do, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
All right, Steve, thanks a lot for that information. And for more, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hello, Giants. My name is Jung-Hoo Lee, grandson of the wind from Korea. First, I would like to thank the Johnson family, Larry, Farhan, and Pete. Also, special thank you my lawyer, Scott Boras, and Boras Corporation. I'm honored to share this day with my mother and father, and thank you for helping to achieve my dream to play in MLB. I always have loved the Bay Area from coming here as a young ball player. I am here to win and will always give my best for teammates and fans. Let's go, Giants!
All right, man. Probably the best opening statement in, I don't know. I remember the Bonds press conference, and I remember Zito, but that's tough to beat. Guy learning in his foreign tongue, not his. I mean, listen, man, they don't. In Korea, English is not common, I don't believe, and so that was really, really cool that this guy took the time to painstakingly learn that and read it. That was Jung-Hoo Lee Friday afternoon after we signed off our show Friday, after our first chance to check in on that.
That's it, Murph. And I love the fact that he kicks down the door saying, hello, this is my name, but you can also call me the grandson of the wind.
I want to cut. There's a few things I want to cut and keep on the board going forward. That grandson of the wind is solid. Mm-hmm. But later on, he did a little Snapchat thing, which we'll play for you guys in just a second. But first, I have to, by the way, clean up a mess. Clean up on aisle 3.
Hey, now.
I mean, dude, first of all, just listen. If you listen to our show, thank you so much. We love you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And you have to forgive some of my missteps. By the way, the 1985 Bears got smoked by the Dolphins in that Monday night game. What happened to your brain, bro? Seriously. I don't know what happened to my brain. I don't know. Lack of sleep over 20 years? Is that it?
It happens, Murph.
So that was the only game the 85 Bears lost all year.
Wow.
And thank you to the Army that reminded me of that. Dan Marino scored 31 points in the first half on that team.
Dan Marino Army on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
We knew this about them, but it was a refresher that came up yesterday during the broadcast that Brock Purdy was a Dan Marino guy.
He was. That's why he wears 13.
That's why he wears 13.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
his dad was a big Dan Marino guy. Also revealed on the broadcast yesterday that he takes a lot of inspiration from Drew Brees.
Yeah, true story.
And you could see it in his game.
Tell that to Copes. He's a big Drew Brees guy. Hey,
that he is.
Do you imagine the Purdys are listening this morning, father and son? Hey, let's listen to what Murph and Marcus say about our game yesterday, and they tune in to hear me say that the Bears beat the Dolphins. He probably threw the radio across the room.
Like, what the hell are we talking about?
That was one of our greatest wins ever, man. Are you kidding me? So anyway, sorry, Dolphins.
Yeah, no disrespect, Danny Marino.
Sorry. Anyway, back to Jung-Hoo Lee. Listen, I mean, and I know, I get it. People are like, bro, smiles, charisma, and sort of a positive energy is not going to win the National League West alone.
Listen.
However, Buster Posey has been saying, and he's right, that the team needs a pulse. They need something fun. Mm-hmm. Like he said, this has been something Buster's been talking about. He talked about Pablo Sandoval. He talked about Tim Lincecum. These are the people, Buster wasn't that dude. He was not an electric guy, but he was glad that there were other people on the Hunter Pence, right? Would be a classic example of guys like that. So Ryan Vogelsong, right? These are all guys who Jung-Hoo Lee, I would say last year, who were the most charismatic players in the Giants last year? Who was it? Was it Pat? I was
going to say
Bailey, Casey Schmidt,
Logan Webb, like the beam.
Well, Webb is Webb
is Webb.
Webb. Okay, Webb.
Like Wilmer Flores is always a fun player.
Maybe the Friends theme song.
Correct.
I guess that goes a little bit. So Wilmer.
Yeah.
The Rogers. No, the Rogers.
Jock Peterson was.
Seemed like he. He's
interesting in other ways.
He's got flavor for sure, but for some reason fans didn't. I don't know. They didn't. Maybe Jock. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, if you go to the ballpark, especially last season, those were probably the two jerseys you saw the most from active players: Logan Webb and Jock Peterson.
Really? Okay. Well, anyway, this guy, I think, right away. Are they selling his jersey down at the dugout store?
Oh, get number 51 ready to go.
J.H. Lee, it says on the back.
Nice.
Yeah. So anyway, Farhan Zaidi spoke about, getting him to San Francisco, and it starts with athleticism here. Yeah. Oops.
As we've talked about entering this offseason, our goals were to get more athletic as a team, from an offensive standpoint, to make more contact and play the kind of baseball where the industry seems to be trending towards. And honestly, as we looked at our options this offseason, there was no player, no target who was more of a perfect fit for what we were hoping to achieve than Jung-Hoo. So we could not be more excited from a baseball standpoint. From our baseball operations group, we're very grateful to our ownership, Greg Johnson, our chairman, and our entire board and ownership for their support in this pursuit.
That's the biggest thing is you're just not going to get 25-year-old free agents.
No.
They just don't exist, right? So, Bryce Harper was one. Who else? Most of these guys, because by the time they hit and then they do their 6 years, they're 28, 29, 30, 31. Right. Mm-hmm. Like I go back to, I remember like Lorenzo Cain was a guy, should they get him? Like, he's 30, he's 31. Wound up actually playing some good years after that,
he
too.
Did, yeah.
So, you're getting a 20. That's what Farhan's talking about. This team needs to get athletic, and this guy is young. He's 25.
He's young, and he brings something different to the table. Because with Farhan Zaidi and the platoon system that I know everybody hates us talking about, was based on bringing in a couple different guys that can hit 20 to 30 home runs. Now, we haven't seen those results, obviously, but that's not the player that Jung-Hoo Lee is. He's a guy that has a career 342 batting average in the KBO. And Murph, I know there's a conversation about the difference of talent level and pitching going from the KBO over to the MLB, but they used to say the same thing about the JPB, the Japanese Professional Baseball League, and we've seen a lot of great players come out of that league. And this might be a little bit of a hot take, but I'm saying Jung-Hoo Lee might be the best Korean hitting prospect that we've ever seen. This was a guy that was drafted at 18 years old, made the switch from shortstop to center field, never hit below 318 in his career, had a little bit of a power surge, hit 21 home runs before he got injured, but he's a guy with elite bat-to-ball skills. He's the first player ever to skip the Korean minor leagues and go straight to the big leagues, and then he went and put up 5 straight Gold Gloves. There's a real chance we're talking about this guy maybe being the next generation and waves of great Korean baseball players.
Well, that'd be cool. It'd be exciting and fun. You're right. And it changes and they evolve and they get better and all that stuff. I would say this too, given it's a massive cultural change to leave the hemisphere, leave home. And I would be patient with him. If he's hitting 190 in April, just don't freak out just yet. All right. But anyway, here's more Farhan on Jung-Hoo being a high priority.
Jung-Hoo was a very coveted player in free agency, and we made it known to his representatives that he was a very high priority for us, and we're just delighted that we were able to get this deal done. Like we talked about, for us, this offseason was about adding players who had a chance to be here, not just for a year or two, but for several years. And Jung-Hoo, as a 25-year-old next year, has a chance to be in San Francisco for a very long time and create a wonderful legacy here. And know that our players and coaches and our manager, Bob Melvin, who he had a chance to speak to earlier today, will provide him with every bit of support as he seeks to accomplish his goals here.
Okay, so he's talking about the priority. Here's the priority. They overpaid, right?
Yeah, but they kind of needed to. Because before this contract, the longest contract that Farhan handed out was the 3-year.
Tommy LaStella or
DeSclafani? One of the two.
Both of them got 3 years. I don't know the number was.
Either way, they weren't both contracts.
Well, now Lee can opt out after 4. Mm-hmm. Hopefully he's not. Hopefully he wants to be here for a long, long time. Last couple ones here. We have a translator. He did his opening comments in English, but then he went through a translator the rest of the way. You know what's really funny was there's a guy I follow on Twitter who was a Korean baseball writer, and he said, I'm going to write – the translator didn't give you guys all – the information. It's really funny because it's like these translators hold all the keys. By the way, we're talking about the highest levels too. When like Ronald Reagan was sitting opposite of what's his face? Come on, with the birthmark. Come on, man. Gorbachev.
You're asking the wrong guy. There's zero chance I was going to give you the answer.
There's a time when this world was
Gorbachev.
like, dude, they had, Russia had every nuclear weapon in the world. We had every nuclear weapon in the world. And it was like, dude, we were talking like we're staring down nuclear annihilation of the planet. And it came down to translators. You know what I mean? These two guys just sitting there with these earbuds are like, yeah, why don't we just start a war today? You know what I mean? Like, he says, blank you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was
like,
gonna
is that
say,
what I said?
What about the whole lost in translation stuff, Murph? Oh, man.
We've come in peace. They're like, no, this guy says blank you. I mean, we're just talking about translators owning all the cards, right?
Yes.
Anyway, so here he is through his translator on why he came to the Giants.
Ever since he was a child, he would come to San Francisco, as he said in the earlier statement, and he just feels honored that a team of historical importance like the Giants chose him to be a part of the team. And he feels that this is a true honor for him to play for the Giants.
Okay. By the way, young Tony called out the translator for being nervous. He thinks that, well, hey, it's a big stage. He was broadcasting back to Korea, too. Unlike the chill, cool of Otani's translator with the hair and everything.
That guy's unbelievable. He's like been here, done this before.
But the funny thing was, in the guy I found here, I liked it on Twitter. Let me find it for you guys again here. Oh, darn it, I didn't save it. Anyway, it was a guy who said in that answer where he talked about he's come to San Francisco, he wrote, parentheses, actually Fresno. Fresno. But as somebody pointed out, he probably had to land in SFO.
Hey,
right?
That's close enough. Am I right? It's all Northern California.
If he landed at SFO and got on a car to Fresno, you're one of us.
That's it. Everybody knows Fresno is the breadbasket of San Francisco.
Hey, and we got tons of Fresno listeners, so shout them out.
Shout out them Bulldogs.
It's because of Fresno being so great that Jung-Hoo Lee fell in love with California and wants to be a Giant.
Fresno has given us Aaron Judge, Derek Carr, and now Jung-Hoo Lee.
Or as we like to say, Frez yes.
Yeah.
On that too, yes. And Kate Scott, because she was at Clovis. By the way, I just read that big story she just posted on Instagram.
And Devontae Adams.
Oh, there you go. Philly Mag did a huge profile of Kate, and it was great. It was really, really good. Go to her Instagram. And she said she was really nervous because, guy coming in and doing hey, Marcus, I'm going to do a sit-down. I'm going to do a piece on you.
Nah, not interested.
Yeah.
What do you want to know, huh?
She said she punted the interview for a long, long time, but then she was super happy. The writer fell in love with Kate's charm.
I mean,
just wrote a glowing piece on her. But a lot of it was about growing up in Clovis and how much she loved Fresno State. She actually said in this piece, she goes, you don't understand, growing up down there, Fresno State is as big as the Phillies and Sixers combined. I was like, whoa.
How about the Bulldogs?
Oh, pump that back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Got some grace.
Another translation hit on going from Korea to Major League Baseball.
제일 힘든 거는 일단은 새로운 환경에 적응을 해야 되는 게 제일 큰 숙제인 것 같고 또 새로운 투수들 또 새로운 환경 새로운 야구장 그리고 한국에서는 항상 버스로 이동을 했지만은 또 비행기를 타고 이동하고 시차가 달라지고 이런 것들이 다 제가 적응해야 되는 과제라고 생각하고 또 그런 것들을 빨리 적응할 수 있도록 잘 준비해야 될 것 같고 또
pretty much everything, but he said specifically, obviously the pitching, the team, the stadiums themselves, and the environment that he's going to be playing in going forward. On top of that, travel. I mean, it's a very different system than Korea. He used to take buses in Korea, but now he's going to take planes, and the time changes will be difficult for him to adjust to. But he's ready to make that transition happen. He's going to work really, really hard to make that transition a success.
Yeah, it's going to be... I'm just saying this right now. Listen, I don't know. My guy might start off like a house on fire, but be patient. Pack your patience. I mean, new parks.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be an
food.
Adjustment period.
Yeah, I mean,
new pitchers who throw 95 to 100 miles per hour.
Tyler Glasnow of the Dodgers.
Yeah.
You didn't see him in Korea.
No.
You
have guys throwing 99 cheese.
Merrill Kelly of the D-backs. You didn't see him in Korea.
No. Zach Gallen, Cy Young candidate. Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, it's going to be interesting. Just wanted to give you guys, we just want to do a little bit on that. We've been doing all Niners all day, and we'll do Niners next with Charles Davis. But wanted to, did we play the little Snapchat thing to end it? This is a little thing he found on Snapchat. So he's just got an innocent charm to him. And by the way, he went to the Warrior game Saturday night, got a huge ovation. I don't know, maybe because they felt sorry for him not sitting courtside.
Oh, dude.
Or it's because they liked his Louis bag across his chest, or his GoPro, or just his wave. He's all excited.
No, he
you know
just
what I mean?
looked like a fan there. He was just enjoying the game.
Look like he was happy. So this is the same kind of sweet personality here. He did this on Snapchat. More English from Jung-Hoo Lee.
Hi fans, my name is Jung-Hoo Lee. I love you. See you soon. Thank you. Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I mean, the guy's already in, right?
I'm in, Murph.
It's the I love you. It's like maybe we've never had a player say, I love you.
Yeah.
Like,
I love you.
I'm saying,
Maybe we should
what
start
do you
the show
say
every
when-
morning, 6 a.m. Hey, audience, we love you.
I mean, what do you say when somebody says to you, I love you? You're like,
I love you.
I love you too.
That's it. I love you back, Jung-Hoo.
All right. Fun stuff, man. Charles Davis, CBS, did a great job calling the game. Let's break down the Niners next on the Sports Leader.
I love you. Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's end the show with a great talk about the 49ers win over the Cardinals and what lies ahead with one of my favorite analysts out there anytime we have him on. It's been a while since we had him on. But Charles Davis, you are more than welcome on KNBR on the Murph and Marcus show, and I was glad to see you in the booth yesterday because I always enjoy you calling games. So welcome. How you doing this morning, Charles?
Charles.
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate that. Happy holiday season to everyone. Those who just got done celebrating Hanukkah, I hope those days were terrific and each gift was sensational. And guess what? The big guy's coming. See him here soon.
You're talking about Lamar Jackson to Levi's Stadium, right? That's what you're talking about.
well, that would be one form of the big guy. I like the one that leaves me either a sack of coal or an occasional gift.
I think you're getting the gifts. I think you know Cole this year. All right, Charles. So going in, tell me about you. You know, you and I and Eagle do the game yesterday. It's unusual for CBS to have an all NFC game, but you had it. And just wonder about your prep going in. Like, what did you I think it was is this your first Niner game this year, right?
It is. Yeah, exactly right. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so I'd love to hear kind of your impressions, like your pre-production with Kyle Shanahan, your pre-production with Brock, your pre-production with whoever you met with, and what you were curious about learning and what you did learn.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let me see if I can answer it adequately. Number one, you're exactly right. We don't get the NFC game very often. And when it happens, it's usually one of those games that, you know, more than likely our number one team would have, Jim and Tony would have. I think they've had San Francisco at least once this year. So that helps them because we have the Super Bowl this year. So they will have seen San Francisco, who is obviously a leading candidate to get there. So that's a big help for them. But that's the first thing. Second thing is, San Francisco being San Francisco, your prep is different for them than Arizona. And I don't think Arizona would mind me saying this because I think they understand the situation they're in right now. You know San Francisco, even if you haven't done San Francisco, if you're a fan of the NFL. They play big games, right? They play in prime time. They play 4:25 Eastern time games, right? So as one of the leading teams, they're talked about, written about, they have stars galore. You kind of know San Francisco, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. Arizona, that was a whole different animal. Okay, getting ready for Arizona this year. In past years, you know, when Bruce Arians was there, and that was different. But right now, brand new team, how many guys do you actually know, keeping track, and then when you add in all the injuries they had, boom. Now let's move to San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan is easily one of the top coaches for announced teams to deal with in production meetings. I don't think he's any different with whether it's us, Team 7, Sunday Night Football, whatever. Kyle is Kyle. He's honest. He's direct. He's blunt. He tells you what he thinks. And you move, and you get information from him, things that you can use during the ball game, things to look out for. And truthfully, you walk away smarter about football, okay? Brock Purdy, first time we had a chance to sit down with him. I knew him through the draft process, but knew him and knowing him, you know, that's two different things, right? He inspires me in a way, not just because he's playing great, but he's doing something that, let's face it, people told him he couldn't do. Being Mr. Irrelevant, you know, you're just supposed to be a journeyman at best, blah, 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 blah. I never played in the NFL, so the idea of me calling games, I think for some people is like, what? How the heck you shouldn't be doing that. So I kind of draw some inspiration from Brock's journey, saying, okay, you know, I can keep fighting and scratching and struggling too. And I don't know I'll get to his height, but he leaves me a goal out there. And he was great to talk with. His first game back in Arizona, as you guys know, and how he had to handle that and navigate that. And here's where I thought he gave us a great insight to who he is in terms of poise. And it's one of those ones that I feel like is a little inside baseball, but try and follow me and tell me if you think it's half-baked or not. We asked him, hey, you're an hour from here. We know your town's going crazy, right? The people that knew you, how many tickets? 50, 60? And he said, no, 7. And we about fell out of our chairs. Like, what? He said, no, we just made a decision that, you know, if I start getting involved in all these tickets, I'm saying yes to some, no to some, this, that, feelings, things, and I don't have the time for that right now. There's a different mission right here. So we just said family only. We appreciate the support. We hope anyone else wants to come can find tickets. I thought it was brilliant. I really did. Because he doesn't want to be hurtful to people. But his bigger mission is being ready to play on Sunday, not dealing with tickets. I thought it was terrific.
Great
Just
stuff,
terrific.
George. Great full-on breakdowns. Okay, so now given all that you learned from him pregame, then how did that apply to how you saw that player on the field Sunday, what you saw him do on the field?
What applied to me was his journey in terms of all of that, but he always thought, you know, he was never the one thinking that what people thought was right. He gave us the great story of being in training camp. I asked him the question, when did you think you first made a real impression for the 49ers? When did it first hit you? And he looked at us and he said, we were getting ready for our first preseason game. We were leaving the huddle, and I saw Fred Warner and Trent Williams talking, and they didn't see me, and I didn't actually hear it, but I could kind of read lips. And I saw Fred Warner say, I really look forward to seeing Purdy play. Could you imagine him being a rookie? That guy, like Kyle told us that in OTAs, he was getting like 4 reps a day. And one day they were walking off the field, and Trent Williams said to Kyle, hey, who's the little guy over there? I like him. And now, translated to what we saw on the field, he plays with extreme confidence in himself, confidence in his abilities. The ball placement is beyond the charts. Athleticism he doesn't get the credit for. Because remember, athleticism people think is very simply how fast can you run the 40 and can you elude people like Kyler Murray. That's not just total athleticism. How many times did you see him make someone miss yesterday in the pocket and get off a pass? How many times did he feel the blitz from one side, get to the other, and complete something definitely? The play with McCaffrey where he circled out of the backfield because he felt the pressure from one side, that's athleticism, not to mention the football intelligence that he has. So everything is there. The only question I have for myself, and this is me self-examining, I had him rated as a 6th or 7th round quarterback coming out, right? We know we've been proven wrong. I know we've been proven wrong. I think one of the things as evaluators, the reason it takes so long is we hate being wrong. So we kept waiting for him to fall off a cliff. And I say we, but you know what I'm talking about. Bottom line is watching him on Sunday and seeing it in person and knowing that it's real and solidified is very simply, am I going overboard the other direction to try and overcorrect? And I don't think that I am. He is the legit item.
And Charles, that's why I love to ask about the national perspective on someone like Brock Purdy, because to your point, it seems like no matter how well he plays, people are going to bring up the fact that he was Mr. Irrelevant, that he was the last draft pick. So my question for you is, after seeing Brock Purdy beat Kyler Murray, who was actually the 4th number 1 overall pick that Brock Purdy has beaten in his career, how much different would the perception be about Brock Purdy if he was a first-rounder versus him being the last pick of the draft?
Oh, it would change everything. You're right on target with that. Trent Williams actually talked about last week. I think you guys saw that. That, hey, you guys aren't giving him credit just because he went where he went. Like, if it was a different pick, you'd be looking – if he was the first round, we'd be going, yeah, of course. That's what we expected out of him. We expected him to be great. Not counting all the times we've said guys are first-rounders and they have not turned out to be good players. Josh Rosen, we all said was a first-rounder. Arizona traded up to number 10 to get him. They were done with him in a year, and now I'm not sure where he is, trying to hold on somewhere, but he's never going to be that guy. Okay, so we miss as many times as we hit and probably miss more than we hit. And I say we again because as a quote-unquote so-called evaluator, that's what you see. But you're exactly right. The perception is totally changed. If you're a first-rounder and you ascend the way Brock Purdy does, it solidifies for people. I told you he was great. But when Brock Purdy does it, and I said this on the air yesterday, and I stand by it, when Brock Purdy does it, it takes longer for us to get there because we have been proven wrong. And we don't like being wrong when we evaluate players, so we keep waiting for something to go wrong. And the 3-game losing streak, you remember how the Wolves came out during the 3-game losing streak? I told you. I told you. Look at the interceptions. Look at this. Look at that. And last thing, guys, and I'll stop here and let you ask another question. We always want to ding these guys for their surrounding cast and if they're great. What quarterback have we had that's a great quarterback didn't have a good surrounding cast? Let me know who that is, please. Who did not have great people to throw to or hand it to or block for them. Just let me know
just for
that
fun,
quarterback did it for somebody bad. Let me know.
I'm a Purdy guy. I love him. But just for fun, for argument's sake, would you say Brady never had truly great?
No, I would not say that because he threw to Randy Moss. Corey Dillon was a 1,000-yard running back. Gronk was there to throw to. Offensive linemen who got drafted that people said, oh, I can't believe they drafted that. Logan Mankins was an all-pro. We can go right on down the line. No, the answer is no.
Okay.
Later in his career, did he make things work with, the lacrosse players of the world and people that? Absolutely. But to say that he didn't have people to throw to, I think, is one of the greatest misnomers. Troy Brown was a terrific slot receiver. Wes Welker was a great slot. Danny Amendola. We could go on all day. I think that's a misnomer, and I think it just heightens Tom Brady's legend. But I don't think that that's a true statement.
Great stuff. Charles Davis, CBS Sports, was calling the game yesterday. It's great to have him on just to break it down because it's the first time he's seen the Niners, so we get this fresh takes. So the next big shiny object is Christian McCaffrey and his MVP rate. And so, you've seen him in the league. You've covered him before. So the Charles Davis take on the McCaffrey you've seen from Carolina to now, and at this level, maybe playing the best football of his career. Tim Ryan, one of your fellow broadcasters, said on our show at 7:30, he said he might be the best football player in the NFL. He said the guy could probably go kick if he had to, maybe even play strong safety if he had to. But your take.
Yeah, T-Rock is on target again. And let me just give you one more Brock Purdy. I looked at my notes getting ready for this game because I'd had the Niners before, but Brock wasn't the starter. And you know what was in my notes next to Brock's name? There's something about this guy, Tim Ryan. Tim had told me that. Yeah. He said, Charles, there's something about this guy. Yeah. That was before he became a starter. Anyway, moving on to CMC. Moving on to CMC. This is one of those that when he came out of college, the only true quote-unquote ding on him was people thought he wasn't big enough to run inside. I fought that one. This is one where, every now and then you go, yeah, I nailed that one. Okay? I said he can run inside, he can run outside. And by the way, if he came out as a receiver, he'd be the best receiver in this draft too. He runs the best routes, has the best hands, the whole deal. And I think I've been proven correct on that. So I feel good about that one. What Tim said, I think, is absolutely true. There's not much he can't do. I would search to try and find it. Is he playing the best ball of his career? He is, but let's not forget that year in Carolina on, I think, a 5-win team, he won 1,000. So it's not like he didn't produce even when things weren't great. He's not just the beneficiary of great people around him. He makes other people better as well. Plus, he plays with the effort that everyone demands in San Francisco and gets. And I think he's just having a blast in his element, the way the offense revolves. Could he be the MVP? Absolutely. But we've turned it into a quarterback award. He didn't even get a sniff when he was 1,000, guys. Yeah. But could he this year? Perhaps. What I'm suspecting though is that for every vote for McCaffrey, it's a vote against Purdy. For every vote for Purdy, it's a vote against McCaffrey. And someone else might sneak in and take the award.
Yeah, and that guy who could sneak in is the guy that could
coming to town.
He's coming to town. It's Lamar Jackson. And Charles, that's why I wanted to ask that as our last question is you've seen Lamar Jackson win an MVP at 22 years old, but now this year underneath Todd Monken, it seems like he might be playing his best football of his career. Would you agree with that?
I do. I absolutely agree. We got to see him earlier this year, and he only made one big mistake. It was a whopper now. There was a play late in the game against Pittsburgh where they entrusted him to throw the football when they could have run it and tried to kick a field goal and be done with it, but they entrusted him with the ball. And the only thing he could not do on that play is throw an interception. Everything else, if it's not there, throw it in the 8th row. If it's not there, run with it, ground, anything, he throws an interception. In fact, it was Joey Porter Jr.'s first interception ever because Joey Porter Jr. at Penn State never had an interception, believe it or not. Wow. Their corner. Wow. Never had an interception. His first interception in the pros, crucial time, and Pittsburgh hits a lucky bomb, and boom, they somehow upset Baltimore. That's the only time. But is he a better thrower? Is he better in decision-making? Is he better in deciding to run? He's better in every aspect. We're watching him grow his game, and I think this is a perfect time where he was ready for the teacher of Todd Monken, and Todd Monken couldn't wait to impart things, and he has grasped it, taken it, and I think he really wants people to understand I'm not just a run-around athletic quarterback. I can be complete and give my team what they need on any given Sunday, which the best quarterbacks do. That's what you have to keep remembering. I think you guys know this. What does my team need from me this Sunday to win? Like Josh Allen Sunday? They didn't need him to be Josh Allen the bomber because they actually ran it for, Cook ran for 179. Josh Allen had less than 100 yards throwing yesterday and could not have had more fun playing the game of football. That's the quarterback you want. I think that's where Lamar Jackson is going.
Man, Charles, great stuff. It's a great conversation. Thank you for hopping on. I love checking in with you, and hopefully we do it again sooner rather than later. So thanks for hopping on.
Thanks for having me. I would love that too because, anytime you get a chance to see San Francisco, who is the best team in the NFL, in my humble opinion.
All right.
I don't think that, to me, there's no question about it right now. We'll find Sunday will be fun because it'll be a 1-versus-1 game, AFC, NFC, and maybe a Super Bowl preview. Absolutely, you can say that. But I think San Francisco is the most complete team in the NFL right now, and it was a blast for us to be able to do it, me, Ian, and Evan.
And you guys did a great job, too. Thanks, Charles. Appreciate you.
Take care, guys. Happy holidays.
Charles Davis, total pro, by the way. Absolute gentleman. Every time we've had him on. So I was glad to see him on the... So as soon as I saw him on the broadcast, I said to young Tony, Charles Davis doing the game. See if you can get it. What did young Tony do? Delivered Charles Davis.
Young Tony hit me up at 2 a.m. this morning, Murph, asking for Charles Davis's number.
Dude.
Now, usually when you're asking for a phone number at 2 a.m., it's for a different reason.
Oh, my God.
Very good.
Charles Davis, our 2 a.m. angel.
Very good. Very good. All right. Well, by the way, I'm just on the way out, I was just kind of cleaning up the notes from my column here. Did you guys see the whole story about the Panthers' attendance yesterday? This has nothing to do with Charles Davis.
Was there anybody there?
Did you know about this?
Well, I saw in the crowd just the small glimpses when Red Zone Channel.
First of all, did you know that, no joke, tickets were, no joke, 45 cents.
What?
45 cents.
45 cents?
Dude, what is this? It's a Wonderful Life. You're getting a soda with George Bailey down there at the fountain.
Were they out there
45 cents?
Were they wearing leather helmets this weekend?
And the shot of the crowd, they said, no, they haven't released the numbers, but they said one worker said 5,200.
Oh, man.
Bro, the pictures are incredible. And I'm just going to say, for my Niner fans out there, now it wasn't this bad, but shout out 77, 78, 79. When I was coming online, dude, Candlestick was empty.
Murph,
Dude,
I was going to say shout out to the first couple years of Levi Stadium.
Did they have some? Did they have some?
You can go. You can go back to those photos. It was pretty empty.
Well, shout out the Carolina Panthers doing their best Oakland A's impression.
There it is.
What was that? That was unnecessary.
Shot at the A's.
That was unnecessary.
You just went off the road for that one.
With that, it means cheap shots means it's time to hand it over to Papa and Lund on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, young Tony asked me, he goes, "You got any closing song thing?" And I was like, we can go any number of ways. Then I said, I just want to shout out Willie Nelson's birthday party on CBS last night. His
90th special, right? We brought that up last week with Greg Cosell. Yeah.
I think Keith Richards was even there, looking like a young man compared to 90-year-old Willie Nelson. So anyway, I just wanted to shout him out. So thank you, young Tony. It doesn't fit because the Niners are actually coming home.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense because you're not going to be on the road until after tomorrow's show, man.
This is all true.
You've got one more day.
I just said, what the hell? I wanted to shout out Willie's birthday.
Yeah,
that's all.
Whatever. It works.
Shout out Willie Nelson. He's playing poker and maybe burning something with Woody Harrelson and Don Nelson.
Yeah, something. Quite a few, Murph.
Yeah. Hey, it's gotten him this far.
Hey, smoke him if you got him, John.
Smoke him if you got him. All right. Johnny and Greg ready to go. Man, oh, man, you getting ready? G-Pop, you got a fun one next Monday night, buddy.
Or like they should, but he is on pace for 2,000 yards from scrimmage and 25 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And to me, he's the heartbeat of the team. But Brock is Brock. It's happened in other sports, obviously, the Pacific Sock Exchange, Kevin Mitchell and Will the Thrill 1-2. It happened in 2000 with Jeff Kent and Barry. It's happened in the NFL a couple of times with Marshall Faulk and Kurt Warner. Is it possible we're looking at them finishing 1-2 in NFL Most Valuable Player? And how about you give the award to Brock and you give Christian McCaffrey the Offensive Player of the Year?
That works, Pop.
All right. Yeah,
I don't think anybody's got a problem with that.
Talking points are laid out. Should be a lot of fun.
And one quick question. Papa, did you get a free hat and T-shirt yesterday?
I got down there too late.
They ran out.
Our post-game show last night. I'll get one.
Yeah, I heard Timmy.
Oh, T-Rock was in the locker room.
Timmy was down there.
He didn't get you anything?
You know why? He gave his hat to Holler. He gave it to Holler.
Holler's wearing it today, too.
He's wearing it,
so it's going to good use.
I actually was going to wait around after we landed to get the truck with the trunk to pull it out, and they said 20 or 30 minutes, and I said, damn, I ain't waiting.
Well, like the Niners.
Brock-a-doodle-doo and CMC, and let's go 1-2 in the MVP.
And you, like the Niners, have bigger T-shirts in mind. So there you go, man. All right.
I'm going to get that T-shirt. It's a lock. Lock in life. Lock and loaded.
We could see a lock tonight. If Geno Smith can't go, there'll be a lock in Seattle. All right. So,
is Jalen Hurts going to go?
Who knows? All these questions to be answered between 10 and 2. Young Tony, great job. Casey, thank you. Marcus, one more day tomorrow, buddy. All right. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yeah, I was invited my boy, if y'all don't mind. It's Robin Big. Just looking for meatball.
I love you. Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
And they're going to boot Purdy left, throw wide open. Deebo Samuel uncovered. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Deebo Samuel did not even need to be at a different level that time because they absolutely busted.
Murray back. Murray time throws intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Mooney man, nothing wrong with that groin.
Purdy looks right. Now comes back middle. Wide open McCaffrey. Touchdown! CMC! CMC!
With a beautiful Cali route on Josh Thomas.
They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open. McCaffrey makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown! CMC! And the Niners now have won it. Kyle Shanahan will go to midfield to talk to Jonathan Gannon. For Kyle, his third NFC West championship in the last 5 years, third overall, 19 last year and this year.
I mean, our number one goal is to get in the playoffs, and we got that last week. You know, winning this division, getting it last year, getting it this year. I mean, it's huge. It's, you know, we just want to get in the playoffs. When you win your division, it's a much better road in the playoffs, and I know the guys were pumped about it. But now our biggest thing is making sure we got 2 home games and trying to get a bye. So that's what we're focused on now.
Yes, thanks for joining us. The NFC West champs. We got 4 hours to talk about it. The good, they win the NFC West. Some injuries, some rush defense. We'll get into that as well. The Eagles could lose tonight. They have issues in Seattle, so you don't have to be a Seahawks fan. But once again this week, hope for the Eagles to lose. Lots of MVP talk afterwards. At least 3 weeks for Draymond. The 3 streak, speaking of 3, is over for Steph Curry. Props to Jung-Hoo Lee. That was awesome, and much, much more on a Monday. Man, we got a ton today, but how cool was that, man, when you were in Arizona? Tim Ryan's down there in the locker room, and all the guys excited that they won the NFC West. So we can get into the big picture, but that's step one, as Kyle said.
Without a doubt, and to win their 22nd NFC West championship back-to-back years, 3 and 5 years, but we never want to overlook it and take it lightly. But as Fred Warner said after, John, that's the standard, is to win the division. And they've won this division. They have bigger ambitions here to be the number 1 seed, play 2 home playoff games all the way to Vegas, and then get the T-shirt and the cap they want is the Lombardi, and there'd be a lot more there. So this is clearly the best team in football. It's not close, but they are red hot and rolling. And the defense, we'll get into it. Obviously, the injuries to the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. A lot of guys on the ground yesterday. Just watching the tape back, flying home with Tim, just a lot of guys were knocked down yesterday. Javon Kinlaw did not have a great game. He did get in for a sack. Kalia Davis was on the ground a lot and hurt his ankle. And T.Y. McGill. Kevin Givens played the best. He was getting off the ball the best. First snap of the game, he jumps off sides, and then he jumped off sides later. So I know Baltimore lost their rookie running back, but they are a great running team. And the Niners got to clean it up. It's a week from today, so they'll have an extra day to get ready for the Baltimore game. But I think the status on Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave are going to be huge. There's just a huge trickle down from that. The run fits behind it, because the D tackles were different, were not as good. Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw did not have great games. I know Fred had 9 tackles and half a sack, but he missed a lot of tackles in the game, and they were just jumping in the wrong gap, and a lot of it was where they fit in the run fits behind the line. So we don't want to nitpick, because they rolled up 45 points and they played great offensively, but they've got to clean up the run game. There's no doubt. And then we had an anxious moment there. Arizona battled and made the game close. Prater made 2 long field goals. Wow. The 58-yarder. And it's a 1-point game. And then, Brock, first of all, Christian got tagged, John, by Antonio Hamilton. And I know Debo ran the lazy route for the touchdown on the first score of the game. But you don't want a lazy effort on a sift block across the formation. And he took a weird angle, and he just did not block Antonio Hamilton. And Hamilton came up, and he tagged Christian on the left knee is where he hit him, and then he flipped him over, and he landed. And it was the right knee that they were working on. But then later in the game, I saw Christian rubbing the other knee. So I'm not sure if it's the left knee, the right knee. Hamilton hit him on the left knee, but the right knee is the one that hit the ground. And he may have 2 bad knees. He was out for a while. You're like, what's wrong with him? But then he came back into the game and made a couple of many hellacious jump cuts, and you're thinking he's fine. But the night, when he got home and this morning, how does he feel? Then Brock gave us a real scare when he got tagged by Dennis Gardeck, making something out of that busted play. I think it was trying to go to Juszczyk in the flat, and they took it away, and he still got it to him, but he's fine. So the concern is McCaffrey, and obviously Demo Lenore hurt his ribs. Baltimore's got good wide receivers, Zay Flowers and OBJ, and they got the tight end going, Isaiah Likely, who they detach a lot. You need Demo Lenore to be able to play in this game, John. But the performance yesterday of both Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy has me really. Honestly, if you were to ask me to vote for the most valuable player on this football team, I would vote Christian McCaffrey. Now, the word valuable is where you get into it a little bit. He's the best player on the team. He's playing the best right now. Bosa's capable of it. But right now, Christian McCaffrey is the best football player. And T-Rock said it this morning with Murph and Marcus. He's the best player in the league in everything he does. But they have just devalued the running back position. Where is he going to rank? He's got to be in the top 5. I was talking to David Lombardi, and David's going to join us in 10:50. David from The Athletic is doing one of his Lombardi specials on MVP. Exhaustive research. He's already on it. Marshall Faulk and Kurt Warner had 2 separate years in 99 and 01 where they finished back-to-back first and second place for the NFL MVP award. Now, the balloting is different this year. You vote for 5 guys, 10 for the first place vote, then 4, 3, 2, 1 all the way down. And I don't know. I think one's going to win the MVP. The other maybe Offensive Player of the Year. And I hate to say just give that to Christian because he's been a runner-up throughout his entire life. Last year for Comeback Player of the Year, the Heisman Award, obviously. And he's just had great seasons and he's never been the guy. And to me, he is the best player currently in the NFL, John. But they just don't value running backs. But are we looking at this special Niner offense of this season matching the greatest show on turf and having the first and second place finisher for league MVP?
We could for sure. We'll get into it. Give us your thoughts as well. Text line is wide open. We'd love to get your thoughts, questions, comments. Obviously, Pop had the call in Arizona for the NFC West champs, 45-29, by the way, the final. Hit us up, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. To weigh in on the MVP debate. I threw all the numbers together as well and looked at projections for McCaffrey and for the rest of the offensive guys just to have a discussion. But I think one thing happened yesterday that could easily sway the vote that has nothing to do with numbers. So we're going to do that conversation coming up next. Again, questions, comments, thoughts. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll get into a ton of things. Obviously, it's a Monday, so we got a lot of 49ers. By the way, David Lombardi at 10:50. And then, of course, unless like a godlike figure drops out of the sky like Kurt Warner did a couple of weeks ago, your Victory Monday recap at 11:50. As of course, Pop, we always do and are very much on time with that. So we'll do that at 11:50 and then get your thoughts on it. Plus Draymond Green, we may have a timetable. According to Shams, we'll get into that conversation as well. The streak is over for Steph Curry, and we got to play this Jung-Hoo Lee, man. That was awesome what he did at the press conference. So we will do that as well. All that coming up. It's a Monday. It's Papa and Lund. Thanks for joining us. A Victory Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
And bro, join Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers clinching the NFC West with that win over the Cardinals. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
They line up Debo and Juszczyk to the side of Purdy in the gun. They're going to fake the toss to Debo, right, busted play. Purdy going to flip it out to Juszczyk. Nice play by Brock to get near to first down yardage. They are juicing here.
Brock is down. He took a big hit.
A flag is down. Is Purdy okay? And the flag is around the line.
He took a good shot. Brock is flat on his back.
Dennis Gardeck hit Brock Purdy, and Purdy is down.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. Lots of injuries that we will discuss. And like I said, a lot of MVP talk afterwards. Kittle and Trent and CMC, and Purdy made the case for CMC, and it was kind of interesting as the 49ers win the NFC West, and lots of MVP talk. But to me, just the importance of the position, and I looked at all the numbers today too, and what Brock is doing is really historic and on pace. As you said, Christian McCaffrey is on pace for over 2,000 yards from scrimmage. He's on pace for 1,569 rushing and 16 touchdowns. By the way, his previous career highs 1,387 and 15, so he's going to top those. He's on pace for 57 catches, 509 and 69 for 620 and 9 through the air. So that's 2,078 total yards and 25 touchdowns. Huge numbers. But as I'm watching the game, no numbers needed. When Brock was out for those 3 plays, Pop, I was holding my breath, and that's why he's the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, for the first time broadcasting a game, I had one eye in the blue tent the entire time and the other eye in the field. It was very weird. And, Sam came in and held the ball a little bit too long on the first one, and then I thought he hit George a little high. George could have made a catch. There wasn't illegal contact off the ball across the field on Antonio Hamilton. So I think Sam Darnold is capable of running this team. It would take him a little while to get acclimated, like it did Brock last year when he came in against Miami, threw the ball to the sideline. There was a defensive penalty that kept that drive alive where he ultimately hit Juszczyk. So Sam had to settle in. As the backup quarterback, you just get no reps. I mean, 0 reps. You get the scout team reps, but you don't get the ones, and it's hard to get ready to play. I'm with you. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a concussion, and Gardeck's hit was high. That's just the way he plays. He's a former special teams star, 4-time captain on teams, and he's their best edge rusher right now, and he's just a try-hard sucker. And it was a weird play. McCaffrey had just gone out of the game, and they faked a toss going left to Debo. It was a roll going right. I think the play was to hit Juice in the right flat, and they took that away because he got tied up with a defender. And Brock still made something out of the play, but he left himself vulnerable, and Gardeck tagged him. And then, but he came right back into the game, and he was fine. There was no concern. With McCaffrey, just watching him work on that knee, John, you just got to see where he's going to be going forward. And Kyle talked about it, and Christian talked about it. Eric Branch had a great line of questioning about it. You really have to pull McCaffrey off the field to get him off the field. He just will not come off the field. He is the most incredible professional I've ever been around. And Steph Curry in a different way. Steph plays a game, and I'm not going to say basketball's non-violent, not physical. It is. That's why Draymond gets in all these tips, because it is physical, and there's a lot of bumping, and it's like interior line play in the NFL. These huge athletes are so on top of each other, and they have to dance around each other. But he does not get hit. He gets bumped a lot, Curry, but not like McCaffrey. And just the second-generation NFL star. And McCaffrey is just insane. But he's so smart. He knows exactly what he's doing. But I've just never seen a guy as diligent in his preparation, not only in his body to get to play, but in practice. He is just Allen Iverson, come watch a Niner practice and watch McCaffrey. It is just unbelievable the way he's on his details. I mean, every step is choreographed. And but he's maniacal, and he's on a quest here to be the best player he can be on the best team. He's all about team, but he's obsessed with his own individual level of accomplishment. It's a standard he sets, and you could see it even in Carolina when they were losing. I've got the most insane respect for that guy. I thought Bosa worked hard, and Kittle, and they all do. They all work hard, but McCaffrey is just... It is unreal to watch his work ethic on a daily basis. And I'm talking Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday walkthrough. The guy never takes a moment off. He's incredible. I didn't think he was going to play in the championship game last year, and he wound up being the best player on the field. He didn't go to the walkthrough. He was working. He had a bad calf injury. But anyway, I'm concerned about his knee going forward here a little bit because just watching them work on it, and he blew it off. And he's the kind of guy, he could show up Wednesday and just be fine. That's just the way he is. But he's tough, and he plays through injury, and he had some insane cuts after he injured the knee, John. But I couldn't tell if it was left knee or right knee, and I think maybe both knees. Antonio Hamilton hit him on the left knee, and then he landed awkwardly on the right knee, and immediately when he went to the bench and they worked on his right knee, and then I saw him later in the game massaging his left knee. So I don't know. He's got a battle of wounded knees. But I understand. And one thing, David Lombardi's going to do a big piece on the possibility of them finishing 1-2 in MVP like Marshall Faulk and Kurt Warner did. But David is as good as anybody I've been around, knowing the game, understanding the game, and then the numbers to back up the game. So the bottom line is I really can't. I mean, you telling me to pick between Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey, seriously? They are both indispensable players. They are tireless workers. Everything I just said about Christian, say about Brock, he's amazing. And the whole, we were on the Brock story before anybody else. I love Brock. For him to be the NFL MVP is just beyond my wildest dreams into his first full year as a starter, but that's where he's going. But to say that the running back position is not as important as the quarterback, and I know the quarterback touches the ball every play and he makes a decision every play, but specifically in this offense, this is a run-first offense. And they got great balance now between the run and the pass, and that's what makes them so amazing to watch. You have to honor both. But to me, the center of it is Christian McCaffrey and the threat of what Christian McCaffrey is going to do play-by-play. And then you sprinkle in Deebo Samuel and his constant movement and what he's going to do. How does he just get completely uncovered going across the formation on a intentional, lazy, route on that, they cross the field motion, and they just picked on that young corner, Starling Thomas. He just dropped him. They picked on him all day, and they also picked on Josh Woods, the linebacker. But that's all because of McCaffrey. And there's times McCaffrey pops open because of Deebo, and Deebo's instrumental as well. But I need David to explain at 10:50, John, why is the running back position not of great value? Maybe not the same as quarterback, but in this offense,
it's
to me,
supply demand. But McCaffrey.
But I'm just looking at this team. I don't care about the league and drafting and all that, and we're not going to pay running backs. On this team, if you're the defensive coordinator if you're Mike McDaniel getting ready to play the Niners on Christmas night in Baltimore and John Harbaugh, you got to worry about McCaffrey first and foremost. Then all the other guys come in, and then Brock's going to make it all work off of it, and Brock is insane on seeing the field, getting the ball out on time and on target. But to say that there's no value to Christian McCaffrey and he plays running back, that is just so insanely untrue. Christian McCaffrey, I don't know who's more indispensable. I don't even care about the backups and those guys that would play. And you're the one who wanted McCaffrey. You're the one that lobbied for it, and I thought Elijah Mitchell's pretty good. But then a month ago I'm watching practice, and I'm thinking, damn, where would this team be without Christian McCaffrey?
Well, and here's the thing, to your point, there's a few numbers here, and there's a great text on the text line, which we'll start off next segment with that I want to get into, because as much as I'll champion for Brock just because of the way the game is, this weekend, the top two teams in terms of percentage in running the ball, so the Baltimore Ravens only throw it 49.17% of the time. That's last in the league. So in other words, they run it a ton. 31st, the 49ers are basically 50-50. They're 50.24%. So those are the teams that run it the most. Baltimore runs it the most. The 49ers run it the second most in all of football, which if you look at it in inverse order, the teams at the top who throw it so much, and this is why passing yardage is an obsolete stat. It's like batting average in baseball, because if you have a bunch of yards or if you're throwing it a lot, the teams who throw it the most, Washington, the Jets, Seattle, the Chargers, none of those teams in the top 10, Las Vegas, Carolina, they throw it all the time because they're behind. If you can run the ball, that means you're controlling the clock and you're controlling the game, which goes to McCaffrey. And the reason I wanted McCaffrey, and we all can see it now, he's not like any other back in the league. I mean, you've got guys that are kind of like him a little bit, and guys like Eckler who can catch it and run it. But McCaffrey, as we talked about him coming out of Stanford, he can run out of the slot as much as or catch it out of the slot as well as anybody in the league. and then his ability to just run. And I didn't think he was big enough, but then he got into the league, and he got bigger, and he got stronger. So he's got quickness, he's got power, he can catch it. There's nothing he cannot do on the football field, which makes him different than 95, 98, 99% of the running backs in the league.
Tell me who's like him. Tell me who's anywhere not like him. Austin Eckler, he doesn't run routes like McCaffrey.
Right, I know that, but what I'm saying is that they try to use him in that fashion, but he's so unique, and so you look at one way of it and you say, yeah, he's the MVP, where they'd be without him. But then you look at Brock, and the numbers scream Brock only because he's going to set a bunch of 49ers records. He's going to set NFL records. His numbers, now he's getting a lot of help, and that's what's required. I mean, if you flip Mahomes and Brock right now, and Mahomes has to have these receivers, and Brock has the receivers in Kansas City, it's nothing against him. It's just Mahomes is struggling with the guys that he's given. So you do have to take into account the people that are around Brock. So it is an interesting conversation.
You know what? I honestly am uncomfortable with this conversation because I mean, it's ridiculous.
Because you have to pick one, right?
Well, you could. There have been co-MVPs. Peyton Manning and Steve McNair in 2003 each received 16 votes, and Brett Favre and Barry Sanders each got 18 votes in '97. But that was a long time ago, when the voting system is different. Now you vote for top 5. So the guy you vote first gets 10 first place votes, 10 votes overall, 10 numerical, and then I think it goes 4, 3, 2, 1 for the remaining spots, 2 through 5. It's possible that they would tie. Brock, because of the quarterback position and what you're saying, I don't care about all the number. I'm just watching this team and analyzing this team every snap they played on offense, backwards and forwards. And I know they're 50-50 on total pass run, but what do the Niners do on 1st and 10? When it's a balanced situation, look at how much the Niners run the ball on 1st and 10. And Baltimore's there as well. When 2019, they were the top 2 rushing teams in football. And I thought when Jimmy was the quarterback, the thing with rushing is, can you score enough points to justify that? And they were 1-2 in points scored. Jimmy's team in 19 averaged almost 30 points a game, and Baltimore was right there. But it's not so much, certain downs are going to dictate you have to throw the ball and you get to 50-50. But I think the Niners run it, John, about 2/3 of the time on 1st and 10. And that's not to denigrate Brock. And Brock's in charge of the run game, and he cans the runs, he Oscars the runs. He's in charge of all of that. So that's where the quarterback value comes into play. There was a play yesterday where they hopped Christian McCaffrey from the right of Purdy in the gun to the left of Purdy late, and he gets into a matchup with that middle linebacker, Josh Woods, who was a backup player in Chicago and with the Lions, and he just can't cover him. They picked on him all day. That is virtually uncoverable. You could put Patrick Surtain on Christian McCaffrey on that Texas route, the option route, and it's going to be hard to cover him. He's just that special of a player. So I hate getting into this conversation. I'm hoping they finish 1-2, but really I'm hoping they tie and they share the award.
David Lombardi is going to join us at 10:50, 11:50 for your Victory Monday recap. We'll continue the conversation. Plus, we'll get out to the text line because there's one interesting one. Well, there's numerous ones, but we'll get to one in particular. We'll do that coming up next. Then David Lombardi. It's Pop in London on Monday on the Sports Leader. Of course. Toyotathon is on at Modesto Toyota. So it's the biggest event of the year because you're like, well, what's Toyotathon? I just told you it's the biggest event of the year. And that means great deals for you and end-of-the-year savings on that new Toyota you've had your eye on. Savings on all new 2023 and 24 Toyotas as well. And you need to come check out the new models and deals. Or you go to ModestoToyota.com. Do what I did. You check out the incoming vehicles. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles and with great Toyotathon deals, though. That's the difference, and they go quickly. So do not wait. Time's right now. Now, it's time to save on gas for sure. With many hybrid cars, mine is a hybrid RAV4. It is awesome, but there are many to choose from. SUVs and trucks as well, and the all-electric. I told you, all-electric VZ4X at great prices and special lease deals. So it's Toyotathon, and it's on at Modesto Toyota. And they've been there, family-owned, since 1965. You feel it when you go onto the lot. You're not going to get pushed or anything like that. You're going to leave the lot, have your new vehicle. They're going to be there for you. They're going to service it. They've had thousands of happy customers like me because of great service and great prices. So now's that time. It's the big end-of-year deal. And did I mention no dealer markup? It's Toyotathon. It's on, and it's never been a better time. So come get your new Toyota right now, ModestoToyota.com. Or, of course, I get my Toyotas. My son got his Toyota. You know how this works. Only at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
No, that was a first for me. I didn't see the ball. I mean, I felt like an idiot backpedaling like that for so long. I didn't see the ball till like halfway in the air, and I was just happy we connected, and Brock made a great play of scrambling and sticking with it.
That is Christian McCaffrey. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, talking the MVP race. We'll talk to David Lombardi about it at about 10:50 in about 15 minutes. You don't want to miss it. Do remember it is a Victory Monday, so Victory Monday audio recap. And you guys were having fun in the desert yesterday. That's at 11:50. One of the things, and I'm going to go out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, Pop, for this. Because, again, I think Brock Purdy, because of the value of the position, and when he went out yesterday, I held my breath. I think he should be MVP. But one thing that's amazing is the win-loss record. Now, with CMC, I don't count the Kansas City game because he had just gotten here. So if you take the Kansas City game out, they're 23-4 with Christian McCaffrey. And if you look at Brock Purdy, and if I add Miami and I take out Philly because he didn't play that, they're 19-3. So I don't know how you differentiate the two, but I just know that when Christian McCaffrey got here, they started to roll. When Brock Purdy got here, they really started to roll. But from the 408, it says, I love McCaffrey. He puts us over the top, but we could win without him. We can't win without Brock Purdy. So let me just decipher the word win. Okay, let me decipher the word win for a second. The 49ers can win without either. I think they can go. I think it's going to be tougher to win without Brock Purdy. But when you say win, the goal around here, as you know as well as anybody else in that building, is Super Bowls or bust. So that's how I see the term win. Okay, can they win a Super Bowl without Christian McCaffrey? I don't know. I really don't know.
Can we not even think about that?
No, but when he texts that's what I thought is, can they win a Super Bowl without him? That's what I care about.
Well, first of all, Elijah Mitchell has missed the last 2 games with a knee injury. Very quietly, he's not playing. And so J.P. Mason has moved up, and, you're just a little bit light there. Jeremy McNichols is now getting a jersey over Ty David Price. So I think we just have to fully understand how good of a player Christian McCaffrey is first and foremost. I mean, what would you just say? And they've had the $1 million backfield. They've had Hugh McElhaney and Joe the Jet Perry, and they had Frank Gore and Roger Craig, and OJ was completely beaten down when he got here, so we'll keep him out of the conversation. But his Christian McCaffrey, just first of all, like we said, when the moment they got Trent Williams and before he even took a snap, and Trent, they were just replacing Joe Staley, and Bob St. Clair was a great lineman. But right away, before Williams even took a snap, I said he's the best offensive lineman in the history of the franchise. He is, and he is. Is Christian McCaffrey the best running back the 49ers have ever had? And they've had a lot of great ones. There's no John Henry Johnson, and I'm missing a few here and there. Ken Willard was a good back. They've had good backs. But this guy is not a running back. He is the best football player in the NFL right now. I think if you just ask players to vote, who's the best football player, take the position away, offense, defense, I think it would be McCaffrey. He's the best football player. And everything he does, blocking, execute assignments, and what he does, moving out in the formation. They line him up at X, Z, F. He doesn't line up really in line at Y. He lines up anywhere. I'm surprised they haven't direct snapped the ball to McCaffrey. He can, as Tim was saying, he can throw it. We haven't seen him kick it in practice, but I think he can. He's just that good of a player. So that's the point that I'm making here. And when you look at the way the offense is structured, and it's all putting the defense in the conflict between the incredible balance of the run and the pass. And it's really amazing to think that October the 19th of 2022, so go back last year, McCaffrey wasn't on the team, and Brock was a backup. And now look at what they've become. You traded for McCaffrey the next day. 10 days later, he goes off, and he does something that only a few of the greats have ever done. He caught one, he threw one, and he ran one for a touchdown, and he's not stopped. He has scored 30 touchdowns in 25 games as a 49er. And then you get Brock in there. And you know how much I love Brock. This is not a conversation to demean Brock. And I love the fact they're both great people. When they asked Brock who the MVP is, he said, it's Christian. Look at him run. Look at him break tackles. Look at him do this and that. And then you ask McCaffrey, no. He came in later on social media and said it's Brock. And the throw that Brock made, the back shoulder throw to Deebo Samuel at the end of the game to put the game away, was such a high-level throw that, yes, it has to do with being smart, but that's just an execution of a throw. So Brock is perfect in every regard. I'm not saying that. I honestly think if you had, and I don't know if they do this when they hand out the Eshmon Awards and the other awards, John, if they poll the players, and it's not so much the most valuable, I really wonder what the guys in the locker room would say. Or if you ask the coaches and Kyle. I think it's impossible to pick between one or the other. Yes, the quarterback's involved in every single play, but you don't think Christian McCaffrey knows where everybody lines up on every single play? And the way he blocks, the way he does everything, the tireless work ethic he got from his mom and his dad, the Super Bowl champion. The point is, Christian McCaffrey, I knew he was a good player. Watched him at Stanford. You and I was obsessed with McCaffrey in college. Obsessed. He's the best pure football player in the NFL today. And you have to go back in time to think of anybody who has just been this impactful in everything he does. So if that's not valuable, I don't know what is. And if you're saying, can you win without him? Well, let's not find that out. This would be a far lessened team if 23 did not play. There's no doubt. the keys would be different now. What you'd see is Debo going in the backfield and running the Deadpool stuff, the 11 Tyson. They would do it differently. Could they find a way to do it? Yeah, they're good because they got a good line and Brock puts it together. But you don't want the combination of all of them together just makes them really, really difficult to beat. This Baltimore defense, John, is all that. I can't wait to see. And they got those two linebackers and Queen and Roquan, how they're going to match up. It's going to be a fun matchup because their defense is great. But the combination of those two guys, the O-line and Trent, and then all the other weapons, Ayuk, and Brock would have had a better stat line yesterday. Ayuk did not have a great game. Had one, hit off the backside. He didn't bring it in, and then he just stumbled on a deep route. Brock would have had maybe, more, a big yardage, certainly, and maybe a fifth touchdown pass. So it's really hard to pick, to me, because they're so instrumental. The point I'm making, and one thing I want David to try to explain, is just why is the running back position devalued overall in the NFL, and then specifically in this offense? Can you make this claim when the 49ers run the football on 1st and 10 as much as any team in football? And then, as you've said, McCaffrey's not just a running back. He's an overall offensive weapon who lines up all over the formation, and then he's uncoverable. There's no linebacker in football. I can't wait to see Roquan and Queen. Who's going to match up with McCaffrey out of the backfield on the choice routes? I mean, how are they going to deal with that? So, I mean, to say that he plays a lesser position, so he's not of importance, not on this team, he's not.
You know what's amazing is in the numbers on McCaffrey in terms of where he ranks are 1 or 2, and it's the same thing with Brock. But the thing about Brock is that right now, and again, there's a 17th game, but now he's at 4,609 on pace. He's going to break Jeff Garcia's record. He's on pace now with 4 yesterday. He's number 1 in touchdown passes. He's on pace for 35. Steve Young's is 36. Dropped a little bit in completion percentage down to 69.8. The Niners record is Steve Young at 70.3. His QB rating now is up to 119, which would be 5th all-time, breaking Steve Young's team record of 112.8. And his 9.9 would be a 49ers record. Joe Montana was at 9.1. I realize also that it is tough to compare eras, that if Montana or Young were playing right now, I'm sure Steve is listening, he's screaming at us that, give me these rules and give me these guys too and all this kind of stuff. But the fact of the matter remains that this is one of the toughest, most pressurized positions. It's probably the most pressurized position in all of sports, but especially for the 49ers with the lineage that they have at the position. And you're talking about records that Brock Purdy is going to break in yards per attempts, potentially touchdown passes, completion percentage, QB rating. I mean, those are the numbers, and I realize that he gets a lot of help, and Kyle Shanahan is great, and it's a different game right now. Having said all those things, for Brock Purdy to do these things and break the record of Hall of Famers and some of the best to ever play the position is mind-blowing.
Without a doubt. But I just Christian McCaffrey may wind up with the most yards from scrimmage of any 49er player and break Frank Gore's record. And if he gets Jerry Rice's record, and Jerry did it in 12 games, so there has to be an asterisk on that one. But if he scores 23, ties 24, 25, and breaks that record, I just think the point is and I hate comparing them. I really do. I think I don't know how the guys in the locker room would vote. George Kittle was stumping hard for how great McCaffrey is. It is just so obvious. And Brock was great yesterday. But you watch McCaffrey play that game yesterday. He is by far the best player on the field, and it's not close. He's just that good of a player. And I have to look at it more. Different eras. It's hard to compare the $1 million backfield and even more recent years. Dalvin Williams was a good back when they got him here, and Vic Washington, he had a great rookie year. Paul Hofer was strong, and Ken Willard, and then obviously the bigger names, McElhaney and Joe the Jet, John Henry Johnson, and Ken Willard, and Frank Gore, and Roger Craig. It goes on and on. I mean, but I think I would say he's the best running back in the history of the 49ers franchise. He is. He's that good of a player.
Let's talk to David Lombardi about it. Again, I agree with you in the fact that he's just not a back, and that's what's amazing. But that's, same thing with Gore. I mean, Frank Gore could catch it, Frank Gore could block, but not even to the level of Christian McCaffrey, and I think Frank Gore is going to the Hall of Fame. So let's get into the conversation with David Lombardi. Keep the thoughts coming on the text line as well, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. A lot of great stuff about the game, and we'll get more into the game itself, when in the NFC West, what the NFC picture is like, and why you have to not necessarily root for the Seahawks tonight, but certainly root for the Eagles to lose again to give the 49ers a bit more buffer. We'll get into all those things. Let's talk to David Lombardi about the piece he's writing right now. We'll do it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sorry to put you in a bad spot.
No, you good.
But there's talk of like, well, Brock could be MVP and Christian could be MVP.
I know you're not asking me that question. Well, you might as well go to the next one. You're not about to put me in that one.
Hey, he's got my vote.
Trent Williams way too smart for that, but we're coming down to a few weeks left in the season, and the MVP talk is raging. Brock Purdy, by the way, on some of the sports books as low as -150, so not even money for Brock Purdy at this point. It has been a quarterback award. Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy have been absolutely great. Keep it going on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Who would you vote for, and why? Is it just a quarterback award, and then Deepo goes to Christian McCaffrey? Let's get into the great conversation. David Lombardi has tremendous numbers from the game, unless you're talking about missed tackles and then not tremendous numbers, but certainly on the offensive side. At Lombardi himself, make sure that you're following him. Make sure you read his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Hey, how's it going? We talked about this like 2 months ago. I was telling you guys Brock Purdy was on that MVP trajectory, and here we are. Now he's the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, and even not even money. I mean, he's big time favorite. But as you pointed out, though, you know, it's interesting because Lamar Jackson's coming in, so on Christmas he could make a statement. Brock could make a statement. Dak Prescott struggled yesterday, so that went down. Tyreek Hill is hurt. Jalen Hurts hasn't been as good. So this thing is kind of opening up here for really both these guys. Maybe even, as we've been talking about, maybe even 1-2.
Yeah, but I feel disrespectful to Purdy to even have other guys in that conversation right now, unless it's Christian McCaffrey and you want to use the greatest show on turf argument, because from 99 to 2001, in 99, Kurt Warner won it. Marshall Faulk was second in the voting. In 2000, Kurt Warner missed a few games, and Marshall Faulk actually won the MVP. And in 2001, Warner won it, and Marshall Faulk was number 2 again. And if you want to make, you know, that argument and talk about just how great the 49ers offense is, just like the greatest show on turf Rams were, that's fine. But when we're talking about 49ers against other teams, I think it's disrespectful to what the 49ers have done. Brock Purdy is 76% more efficient than the second most efficient quarterback in football this year, if you look at EPA per play. I mean, it is Brock Purdy, 5 miles, and then number 2. Like in between. And I don't think people are quite grasping how much better and how much more efficient he has. And he and the whole offense have been than number 2 this year. We are seeing historic stuff. Brock Purdy just passed in adjusted net yards per attempt, which factors in interceptions, sacks, touchdowns. It's been actually the statistic that's been most correlated with the NFL MVP award. The greatest single season ever is Peyton Manning, 2004. And the second greatest single season ever had been Aaron Rodgers, 2011. Well, Purdy just passed 2011 Aaron Rodgers, and he's only 0.2 adjusted net yards per attempt away from 2004 Peyton Manning. So, I mean, this might end up being the most efficient season ever documented by a quarterback, and the fact that he's not being talked about as essentially an MVP lock is crazy to me.
All right, so it sounds like you're giving the award to Brock, and I get it when you match him up with the quarterbacks. But I honestly, David, I'm having a hard time, if you ask me to vote who's the MVP of the team, not giving the award to Christian McCaffrey. I think he's the best player, not only on this team, and they have a galaxy of stars, but he's the best player in the entire National Football League. Nobody runs the ball more than him. The yardage total is way out, 1,292. Hell, he's got 20 touchdowns and over 300 touches. The entire offense goes through him, and the Niners run the ball on 1st and 10 53% of the time. Can you explain to me, because you know the game so well, but you know the numbers as well, why is the running back position devalued? Maybe not overall in the league. I want to talk specifically about Kyle Shanahan. This is a run first-based offense, and it's the balance between the run and the pass, and McCaffrey and Brock, and we're simplifying it, but that crisis point where, you know, they gives him the ball or pulls it and runs the keep in the boot game, the value of Christian McCaffrey on this offense, David, is way more than any other running back in the NFL. So just give me your thoughts on the value of McCaffrey to this offense and his candidacy to be the MVP.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think Christian McCaffrey is the best player in the NFL, hands down. But this is the most valuable player award, and I think there's a lot more nuance to that. And just the way that the rules are set up, the last 10 MVP winners have been quarterbacks because it has skewed toward the quarterback. I think McCaffrey is tossing it back a little bit, though, with his versatile skill set. You saw on his first touchdown yesterday, he came out of the backfield. He's uncoverable by a linebacker, and he's just able to run that little angle route over the middle, and it's a touchdown from Purdy to McCaffrey. So McCaffrey is sensational. He's extremely important to the 49ers. I think at the end of the day, though, if you look at just pure value, you also have to factor in the fact that Brock Purdy's only making $800,000 this year, which is allowing the 49ers to, field this kind of roster around him. But the question of value was answered for us in the NFC Championship game last year. The 49ers had Christian McCaffrey fully healthy, ready to go in that NFC Championship game. Brock Purdy obviously wasn't, at least a healthy version of him wasn't available, and the wheels completely came off for the 49ers. And that's nothing against Christian McCaffrey. It's just the way that the sport is set up and the way that the sport works. And quarterbacks are protected now, and I mean, not protected well enough, obviously, to avoid the injury last year, but quarterbacks are the centerpiece of all that happens on that football field. And I know that the offense runs through Christian McCaffrey, but it begins with Brock Purdy. I think that Christian McCaffrey makes life a whole heck of a lot easier, but Brock Purdy makes life possible. I think that's what we saw in the NFC Championship game last year. But you can't take anything away from either of these two players. You just have to realize that's the nature of the game right now. And the 49ers, the reason they don't care, the reason that they're just all pointing at each other saying, no, you're the MVP, you're the MVP, is because they're so loaded with talent. And I think that's what we should be talking about, is the humility of this team. Brock Purdy says Christian should be the MVP, and Christian says Brock should be the MVP. But you understand, I think, once you see that, why they're so damn good. Because we've seen teams filled with stars before not perform at historic levels. And I think the 49ers have the right people to be able to handle the fact that they have so many good players and make sure they could still maximize efficiency instead of ego.
There's no doubt. Humility doesn't get clicks and listens, though. We have to be outrageous and bombastic. That's how we have to be. You went back to the NFC Championship game. I can go back to yesterday. When he went into the blue tent and missed 3 plays, I think collectively everyone held their breath. And I love Christian McCaffrey, but like you said, it's just weighted so heavily in the way of the quarterback. And then the other positions have an award as well. It's the Opoy, and I think he's going to win it in a landslide, especially because Tyreek Hill is hurt. And I think Brock's going to win it, although last week at this time, David, when we were talking, I found it that it might be hard to overcome the star on the side of the helmet of Dak Prescott versus pick number 262. But if they continue to slide, and now they play at Miami this weekend, and they're 3-4 on the road versus 7-0 at home, Dallas can't win on the road. So the very thing that boosts Dak Prescott up into the MVP race when they win is the thing that tears him down when they lose. And I think that's what happened against Buffalo. They struggled. They lost 31-10. And I'm looking at candidates as far as MVP, and they're dwindling. And I like Lamar Jackson a lot, and he's playing great, but he doesn't have the big numbers. So if Lamar Jackson goes off and they beat the 49ers soundly, I guess he could be back in the race. But I think it's going to be tough for anybody to get in the race now at this point of the season with 3 weeks left.
Yeah, actually, they're high stakes, I think, in this Monday night game, which, by the way, might be the biggest Week 16 game in the NFL since 1997, when the 49ers hosted the Broncos on Monday Night Football. I don't know if you guys remember that one, but it was Mike Shanahan coaching the Broncos, and the 49ers won 34-17, but that was the game that Jerry Rice came back from the torn ACL at the start of the season, but then I think he cracked his patella, scoring a touchdown. Denver ended up winning the Super Bowl that year. They beat the Packers. They beat the 49ers. Anyway, I looked last night for like bigger Week 16 games over the years, and that was the one that I stumbled across. It was Denver and San Francisco at Candlestick back in 97. Anyway, this one's got high stakes because, if the Ravens win and they have a better record than the 49ers leaving this game, and they do it on prime time, and Lamar Jackson, who's going to have over 3,500 passing yards and almost 1,000 rushing yards this season, he'll be the media darling, and he'll be the media darling at just the right time. And this is a human vote. There are 50 voters for the AP MVP award. So I think Lamar Jackson is second in the betting odds right now behind Brock Purdy, and this could change really quickly. So rarely do you have a regular season legacy game. This is lining up to be a regular season legacy game, and it's probably going to be the first of many legacy games the 49ers play this year. And when you're as good and as talented as they are, you earn the right to play in these types of games, and there's going to be a string of them coming up, right? Because the postseason is right around the corner as well.
Yeah, right now the favorites to win the MVP, Brock is number 1, Lamar is number 2, Dak 3, Jalen Hurts, and we'll see on his availability tonight with the illness in Seattle on Monday Night Football, and then Christian McCaffrey 5. So just going back to your research, and I know you're going to write a big piece in The Athletic this week on 1-2 in the MVP and the greatest show on turf, and what happened with Kurt Warner and Marshall Faulk, where they won it 3 straight years, Warner in 99, Marshall in 2000, Warner in 2001, and then 99 and 01, they did finish 1-2. So you've made the point that you think Brock Purdy is the MVP of the 49er football team. What would it take for McCaffrey, though, to surpass all those other candidates, the quarterbacks and Tyreek and his injury situation with the ankle, and for the Niners to have the top 2 finishes in MVP this year? The voting is different now. It's 50 AP voters. They're all national guys. I don't know if you get a vote or not, David. You qualify as a national guy. You do cover the Niners, but you cover the whole league. And then the way they vote is 10 points for a first-place vote, and then you vote for second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way through. I think it's 4, 3, 2, 1, or whatever it is to break it down. So, I mean, what is the likelihood and everything you're saying about the running back position versus the quarterback position and the way voters look at the overall value of quarterback supersedes that McCaffrey could at least get a second-place finish?
Well, I go back to the model that I think the 49ers are following, that I think that the voting might follow, and that's the greatest show on turf Rams. And Falk finished second twice to Kurt Warner, and he did it in seasons where he had about 2,000 all-purpose yards. And McCaffrey's on pace for about 2,000 right now, and one more game I should add, because they played 16 back then and they play 17 now. So if McCaffrey finished this season off with a couple more massive games, and he surpasses that 2,000 yard from scrimmage pace, he'll be right there with what Marshall Faulk did in the seasons where he was the runner-up, or even when he was the MVP in 2000. So I think that's a strong statistical finish here from Christian McCaffrey. There would be precedent for him to either be the runner-up or even MVP based on what Marshall Faulk did. But the issue is that Brock Purdy has been so good this year. The reason that Faulk won in 2000 over his teammate Kurt Warner is because Warner missed a few games, and that wasn't his best statistical season. I keep on going back to the part that Purdy's efficiency has been head and shoulders above the rest of the league this year, and we haven't seen a quarterback put up the numbers that Purdy has put up this year and not win the MVP. I also must note, and this would just take some luck, but in case the media, really thinks that McCaffrey is the engine that drives this 49ers offense, there have been ties before. Steve McNair and Peyton Manning tied in 2003. And then in 1997, perhaps even more interestingly, Brett Favre and Barry Sanders were co-MVP. So how about that? What if this voting gets split and ends up as a tie with Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey for MVP?
The other side of it is, so that's the MVP conversation. One thing you talked about was missed tackles. A lot of injuries yesterday, specifically inside. You knew they were going to pound James Conner right at him, but the 234 rushing yards was the most since the Cowboys had 265. I remember sitting at that game going, oh, my God, and Zeke Elliott went off and they lost 40-10. What is your concern level in terms of these injuries, in terms of these missed tackles moving forward? Because a lot of people are hitting up on the text line. They love the MVP conversation, but they want a Super Bowl ring as the 49ers do. So what's your concern level on the other side of the football?
Well, I think missing Hargrave and Armstead certainly had a significant amount of impact. It had something to do with it. Because that changes everything for the defense, right? If you're not winning as much in the middle, then there's a lot more pressure on the linebackers, and it's a domino effect. That being said, the 49ers have had tackling issues now for 3 straight weeks. They missed 12 against Philly. They missed 14 in the second game against Seattle, and then they missed 16 yesterday. That's a lot of tackles to miss. Generally, you want to keep it under 10. And they've had stretches this year where they've been elite tackling, like weeks 1 to 5. Every single game was under 10. They only missed 2 against Dallas. And then it was bad during the losing streak. They were missing a little bit more than 10 a game during the 3-game losing streak. The worst was Cincinnati. They missed 13. They really just needed a breather. So they got the bye week. And they came back out, and they were tackling really well coming out of the bye for the first 3 games. But the last 3, they've been back to a lot of missed tackles. So it's been Jekyll and Hyde for this team tackling. I would hesitate to make overarching judgments until Monday, because, I mean, I talked to Fred Warner after the game in the locker room, and this is definitely, I mean, something they're not happy about this performance. And I wouldn't bet on Fred Warner having 2 shoddy performances against the run. Just knowing his track record, knowing how seriously this defense is going to take a Monday night showcase opportunity. It could be just some, human psychology, right? You look at the fact that the offense is so explosive, they can gloss over so many errors. Maybe the defense has, lost a step of focus, but they're obviously very capable enough, like talent-wise, and if that talent is going to shine, that focus is going to shine through, I think it would on Monday night against the Ravens in such a huge game.
And Fred, he was just tackling too high, and he missed 3 tackles, and T.Y. McGill had 3, Randy Gregory had a couple, T. Gipp, a little out of control. I think when you watch the All-22 back, David, because I watched it back on the plane flying home last night, I think it was the play of the D tackles getting on the ground a lot. Javon Kinlaw did not have a good game at all. Kalia Davis did not have a good game at all. Really, none of them played well, and the run fits behind it. So it stood out that Warner and Greenlaw had poor games. And Dre, when he doesn't practice, he's just not ready to play. He just needs to be on the practice field. It's hard just to show up on a Friday and a walkthrough and play. He's not played well. Travarius Ward was able to pull it off yesterday. A couple of other injuries are concerning to me. Diamador Lenore with the rib injury got stepped on in the game. I thought he played the best of everybody on defense. That guy just tackles like an insane slot net corner. I think, honestly, he's a better nickel back than K'Wan Williams was here. Certainly in coverage he is, and he tackles as well, if not better. And Baltimore's got the tight end likely going, and they got the 3 other wide receivers with Zay Flowers. They put him in the slot a lot, and OBJ. And then I know McCaffrey finished the game, but that's just what he does. He's insane. And going back to the championship game reference you made last year, McCaffrey was not healthy going into that game at all. He had the terrible calf injury from the Cowboy game, and he was a big question mark going into that game, but he wound up playing. So I know Christian has a way of just toughing it out, but that knee injury when he got tagged by Antonio Hamilton and then landed on it, it was bothering him, and it was bothering both the right knee and the left knee, which Hamilton hit. So just any idea from being in the locker room after about Demo and Christian going into Christmas night?
Christian said he'll be fine. He says he's just overly cautious about the knee, but he bounced back, and I know we talked about it at halftime, you and I did, and we were wondering what happened, but he told me he was going to be fine when I asked him about it at his locker, and then he said the same thing up on the press conference stage. That's all I know at this point, and I also know that he came right back into the game after halftime and was running really hard. So you just have to take that for what it's worth. Lenore, Kyle Shanahan said he got it's something with his ribs. Somebody fell on him on the field. Shanahan didn't sound all too concerned during the press conference after the game, but that's always so frenetic after the game. I think that we'll know a little bit more today, a little bit later in the afternoon when he gives his Monday update. So, that's a big one because, Lenore has been really good, and obviously the guy on the other side, Travarius Ward, is knocking on the door of all-pro status. He's second in the league in picks, has a pick 6 to his name now, and also has been leading the league in pass breakups for several weeks.
Great stuff. David, always appreciate it. We look forward to your next piece, and we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, David.
David Lombardi. As we were talking there, and I hope I can read my own writing because I just grabbed an envelope or something and wrote on this, and the envelope is kind of ripped. So
Was it a cocktail napkin, John?
No, it was not. The last 5 to win, the last 5 running backs, it goes back to 97 because he mentioned Barry Sanders, and it clicked something in my head. So the last 5 running backs to win the MVP, and the last one was Adrian Peterson in 2012. So Peterson, 2012, 2,097 yards rushing. LT in 2006, 18-15, but he had 28 touchdowns rushing and 31 total, which was a record by a running back. Terrell Davis in 98, 2,000 yards rushing, 21 touchdowns. Barry Sanders, 2,053. So 3 of the 5 went over 2,000 yards. The comp, as he pointed out, to Christian McCaffrey is Falk in 2000, who had 1,359 rushing. McCaffrey's on pace for over 1,500. But Marshall Falk caught 81 passes for 830, and he scored 26 touchdowns, 18 on the ground, 8 receiving. And Christian McCaffrey is close to that number. So 26 total touchdowns, 2,189 yards from scrimmage. And as he mentioned, Kurt Warner missed some games, so that opened up the door for him to get. So right now, he's on pace, McCaffrey, for 2,078 and 25 touchdowns. And again, Falk was 2,189 and 26. So he's really close to that Falk year. It's just that you didn't have, somebody having that great year. But other than that, 3 of the 5 over 2,000. LT had a 31 touchdown year that won it, and Falk had the year that he had in 2000. So those are the last 5 to win it. But as a running back, even back then, when the running back position wasn't as devalued, you had to have a hell of a year to beat out a quarterback, is the point. A hell of a year.
He's having a hell of a year. I mean, how many touchdowns is Christian McCaffrey?
He's on pace for 25. He's on pace for 25.
He's just insanely
Falk had 26
good.
in 2000. So, yeah, he's having a Marshall Falk in 2000 kind of a year is exactly what he's doing.
Well, and let's just hope, like the greatest show on turf, they get on a run where they win it back-to-back years, give it to Brock this year, Christian next year, then Brock the next year, then Christian, and I know running backs and Christian's a little older now, but Brock's just starting his career at age 23. By the way, we're going to have Brock Purdy's high school coach join us from Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona. Preston Jones will join us coming up at 1:15.
That had to be fun yesterday. You could tell on the field, and you were there, so you could hear the vibe and hear all the Niners fans amidst both teams red, but everybody knows about Phoenix. Nobody's really from there, and the teams from out of town tend to dominate the stadium. But that you could hear it after the game when Brock Purdy was on the field being asked nationally about going home, and he was just really giddy about the whole thing. So it's going to be really cool to talk to his coach. We'll get more into the game itself. You got questions, you got comments. Pop obviously called the game expertly with Tim Ryan. 11:50. We'll give you the Victory Monday recap. So about a half hour away. Hit us up. Text line is wide open at 415-808-5627. Questions, comments 415-808. KNBR on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can hit us up there. And remember, we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you can get the conversation going there and see our sweet, shining faces. We'll do more next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy, among other 49ers, they joined Tim Ryan from the victorious NFC West champion locker room last night following the 49ers win over the Cardinals. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. It's always great on a Monday to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has all the answers to your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about something called ERC. Tell us about that.
Employee retention credit. This is the federal government rewarding employers that employed people during 2020 and 21 by giving away. That's right. Not a loan. It's a grant. It's a gift. Giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer has. There's two different ways to qualify. You only have to satisfy one of them. One's the easy way. It's a math test, a certain drop in gross revenue. But if you didn't have that drop in gross revenue, a lot of CPAs, and before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA, are stopping there and say, that's it, no ERC for you, goodbye. Wrong. There's a second test. But the second test requires analysis. Why aren't the CPAs doing it? Because a lot of CPAs that I've talked to don't like doing anything other than math. It requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. So if you've been turned down for ERC and told you didn't qualify, contact us like you would with a medical doctor for that second opinion. We have a free consultation. But do it right away because the ERC program is getting ready to end, and it would be a crying shame if you were entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or more and you let it slip by. Just call us. Let's find out.
I would cry. Call 888-TAX-STEAL. Call Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP right now to get the latest and whether you're eligible for ERC to get all that money that Steve is talking about at 1-888-TAX-STEAL. It's 888-TAX-STEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Need to get to the 33. Has time. Now runs into a sack, and he's taken down by Leonard Floyd. Prescott throws high, and it's intercepted. It's Benford who's got it, taken down. Bills take over.
They already had the 7-0 lead, then boom, they score again. And at that point, trying to plan a drop back game in conditions like this is not going to be favorable. I can tell you that. And so they did a great job on defense, disguising for one, putting the top on it, making us play underneath. And as I said, it's going to be tough in conditions like this when they've got the lead, trying to have to just go drop back all game long. So they beat us with the formula.
Excuse. That was Dak Prescott, who, according to some sports books a week ago, was the NFL leader for the MVP, but the very thing that lifts him to the top, the star, and all the exposure rockets him to the bottom, which has happened this week. Buffalo beats Dallas 31-10. The Eagles are at Seattle without Darius Slay and potentially without Jalen Hurts as well. It took a separate flight to Seattle. So now the Cowboys 10-4. They're at the Dolphins. The Lions win. They're at the Vikings. The Eagles at the Seahawks for Monday Night Football. Then the Giants. Tommy Cutlett's not so good yesterday against the Saints. And here are the 49ers at 11-3. So if somehow Seattle can win, you'd have teams that you beat in the Cowboys and the Eagles at 10-4, and the Lions sitting there as well. So be an Eagles fan, but the Cowboys just can't win on the road. I mean, that's the problem. They outscore teams 40-15 at home, and they're 7-0. They're 3-4 on the road, and the only wins they have on the road are the Giants, Chargers, and Panthers, who have a combined 12-30 record, and 2 of Dallas's final 3 are on the road. So the 49ers could find themselves in a great spot if the Seahawks can upset the Eagles tonight.
Yeah, they got to go to Miami next week, and that'll be better weather, whatever Dak's talking about, the elements. That's just football, especially when you go to Western New York and deal with the Bills. And there's a big crown on that stadium. It's an old-school stadium that was built and opened in 73. It's tough to play there. I could see that coming, and they got rolled. They had 92 yards of offense late in the third quarter of the game and could barely score at the end. When CD scored, Buffalo just took them apart. Joe Brady has changed Buffalo's attack completely. We like Ken Dorsey, obviously, from Miramonte High School out in the East Bay. But they ran the ball 49 times yesterday. 49. Josh Allen only threw it 15. He completed only 7 passes for 94 yards. It was like going back to the days of Joe Ferguson and O.J. And you got to thank the Buffalo Bills here and taking apart Dallas yesterday. And even though they didn't beat Philadelphia in that overtime game the week before the Niners went to Lincoln Financial Field, they made them play 67 minutes of football and 92 snaps on defense, and the Niners rolled Philadelphia, and now it's set up. So we'll see what Dallas does. Miami's going to be a tough game, and then they got to deal with Washington at the end, so they're going to have some games. Detroit, 2 at home. And Detroit looked just great on Saturday night. Jared Goff, they got speed all over the place. That running back Gibbs is so fast. Amon-Ra St. Brown, and now they have Jamison Williams healthy and back, and the tight end Laporta is having one of the greatest rookie seasons a tight end has ever had. Going back to John Mackey and Mike Ditka in the 60s when tight ends were different. But so the NFC now, Dallas they're 10-4. And he's complaining about weather. They may have to go to Philadelphia and play a playoff game. I don't think the weather's going to be there, Dak, or come to San Francisco. It could rain, obviously, on Championship Sunday in late January, on January the 28th. So they're going to have to figure it out and learn to play outdoors, get outside of the Star and go to practice outside. It gets cold in North Texas, so they got to figure it out here. But they did not look good. And now this Philadelphia situation tonight, John, with Jalen Hurts getting sick. What exactly does he have? He's going to travel separate from the team. As you noted, he's already there. And they also switched offensive coordinators. Matt Patricia has taken over as their. Well, that's something. He's a great defensive play caller. Obviously, he ran Belichick's defense for a number of years. He didn't do well as a head coach, but he's a great defensive coordinator. He's been on that staff all year. Very quietly, and then they just elevated to call the game. So that's something you do middle of the year. Sean Desai has been reassigned. They need to fix the defense. Not having big play Slay is certainly going to hurt. They don't have the same middle of the defense defenders. They've just lost too many starters from last year's team. And then we'll see if Gino is able to go tonight, John, for Monday Night Football. So intrigued on both sidelines. Lisa Salters is going to be busy. Is Gino going to play? Is Jalen going to play? Are they going to have to go to Drew Lock or Marcus Mariota? But Philadelphia, with the Dallas loss there, has opened it back up for them to, and if they run the table, but now they have a little bit of a margin of error to win the NFC East and be the number 2 seed. And from the Niner perspective, boy, if Philadelphia could lose tonight, and essentially you have a 2-game lead on them and Dallas. I'm not going to say the Baltimore game's not important because it is, but it's less important because it's an AFC game. If Philadelphia were to lose tonight, you could still lose the Baltimore game on Christmas night and then just win out in Washington and L.A., and the Niners could still be the number 1 seed. So,
and the reason that matters,
changed.
by the way, the reason that matters is, as you just talked about, you have a 2-game lead essentially because you beat Philadelphia and you beat Dallas. And the reason why the Ravens game is less important is even if the Lions win out, and they've got home and home against the Vikings and at Dallas, we just talked about how good Dallas is at home. But the 49ers, if they lose to the Ravens, still up on the Cowboys and the Eagles, but then as far as the tiebreaker with the Lions, if both teams won out and finished with the same record, if the 49ers were to lose to the Ravens, if they beat in the last 2 weeks Washington and the Rams, they would have a better conference record as the Lions, even if they had the same record, so they have the tiebreaker over the Lions as well. So they could lose to the Ravens if the Eagles lose tonight, win their final 2 games, and still be the top seed in the NFC. So
right.
that's how it,
and
that's
then
how it is. Yep.
Detroit, and they look great on Saturday night and taking apart Denver. Jared Goff was on fire, and they got speed all over that team. They're up and down, but when they're right, and they just love to run hard play action, show the ball, pull it, and Goff just pierces you over and over and over again in those deep in cuts, the dig routes. I mean, they just run it over and over and over again. The Niners with Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner know where to sit in those landmarks and take that away off the hard sell play action. But Detroit's got to go to Minnesota. And Minnesota, with Nick Mullins at quarterback, lost a heartbreaker to Cincinnati. I loved the Thursday night game, and then the 3 on Saturday, John. It was wall-to-wall football all weekend.
Oh, it was so amazing. I loved it.
And they were all good games.
They were great games. And like you said, the Lions was a bit of a blow, but the other games were absolutely great. And Cincinnati and Jake Browning, who got cut by the Vikings, that was all cool. You know, as far as the playoff picture is concerned, too, the Eagles are leaking oil. They're getting a change in defensive coordinator. Patricia's a good defensive coordinator. Was with the Patriots, wasn't so much a good head coach. But right now, again, with 3 games still to go, you know, the Rams are red hot. They'd be the 7 seed. They'd have to go to the 2 seed Philadelphia. That's not a given for the Eagles, the way that defense plays. The Vikings, the 6, would be at the 3. The Lions, we're going to see them 2 of the next 3 weeks. Because they know each other so well, wouldn't shock me if things stayed the same if the Vikings went in there and won. And then the way the Cowboys play on the road, like I said, they're 7-0 at home and they blow teams out. They're 3-4 on the road, and they've beaten 3 non-playoff teams who have a combined record of 12-30. So it's no given that the Cowboys go into Tampa Bay, where they're situated right now, 5-4, and win that game. So all of a sudden, and again, look, I'm not saying the 49ers are going to waltz to the Super Bowl, but the Eagles are changing defensive coordinators. The Lions are 2-2 in their last 4 and are going to play the Vikings twice. So if they matched up in the playoffs, they'd know each other well. And the Cowboys didn't win on the road. So I'm not going to automatically say the Cowboys are going to beat the Buccaneers in a 5-4 if that's how it ends up, because the Cowboys aren't good on the road. So this is looking pretty good for the 49ers with 3 weeks left.
But they did roll into Tampa last year on a wild card weekend.
They did.
And it was
and
that
he played,
Monday night
Dak
game.
played great.
Dak, that's probably the best game he's ever played in the NFL. I mean, he was on point that night outside of the kicker, Maher, missing extra points. They were perfect in that game. But it's a lot changed, obviously, and Baker played really well yesterday. So the key is Seattle to beat Philadelphia tonight, which would give the Niners a little cushion here. So what exactly is the nature of the illness with Jalen Hurts? He flew to Seattle, but not on the same charter as his teammates. What does he have?
Your guy John Clark from NBC in Philadelphia has a picture of Jalen Hurts, and he says it's fitting that Jalen Hurts is wearing his Jordan gear traveling to Seattle. This could be like the Michael Jordan flu game, so I think he's intimating he has the flu. He says, I'm told a bunch of Eagles haven't seen Jalen here in Seattle. They're hoping he can play tonight through his bad illness. He's calling it a bad illness.
Despite the stomach flu.
So there
isn't
you
that
go.
Isn't that the bad pizza game that we learned later?
Yeah,
isn't that the bad pizza game?
Yeah.
I've already been texting with John Clark. We're going to get John, and he owes me because I think I got him into 13 coins or caneless on Saturday in Seattle. So John will join us. It's a big game. And then what's going on with Darius Slay? He doesn't like to be called Darius. He's out. So how do they cover that cornerback spot? They're already light a nickelback. They don't have a nickel that can play. So they're vulnerable. And then they're going to switch defensive coordinators here. And so how's that going to work? So with Matt Patricia taking over for Sean Desai, so a lot going on here.
Yeah, a lot going on in the NFC, and here are the 49ers, and what's amazing is, we haven't even talked about this today, they're 6-0 in their last 6. The bye week, they were in disarray. I know we're going to get into injuries and the way the defense is playing after we hear your great calls with Tim at 11:50. Actually, we'll do that coming up next, and then we'll hear the calls, but I'll tell you, the rest of the NFC right now, you're sitting there going, damn, the Eagles have issues, the Lions, although they played great, have issues, the Cowboys have road issues. If the 49ers can stay healthy, this thing is starting to maybe open up for them. And you and I in Las Vegas, yeah, that'd be good. Would that be the most debauchery of ever? I mean, we went to New Orleans.
Well, we're bringing the Niners,
too.
That's the key thing. The lodging will be a lot better bringing the Niners along.
Yeah. The two places we took the Niners with us were New Orleans and Miami. Those are pretty good places. Vegas would fit right in there. And we've had our issues going to some of these cities. So yeah, that's a nice close one though. The New York one was like, I just remember getting poured onto that plane and sleeping the whole time. Like Vegas is just a hop skip, Get home from that pretty easy. Yeah, we've had some good.
Plan on staying over after the game for one thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
We got a long way to go before that, but they are clearly the best team in football. And once they get rolling, they got to get those tackles back, though. Whether it's this game or
inside.
At some point here, it's just a big difference going from Armstead and Hargrave to Kinlaw. And I thought Kevin Givens got off the ball yesterday, John, but I just kept seeing defensive tackles on the ground. It was like a chalk outline of the guys in the middle of the field were just laying on the ground all day.
All right, we'll get more into that side of things. Everything is great with the 49ers. Other teams in a bit of disarray, but the injuries yesterday, some scared us and were okay. Some are certainly for concern, as he talked about inside. 234 rushing yards by the Cardinals. A lot on big plays, though, so we'll get into that. How quickly can they fix it, and how concerned should we be on the injuries? We'll do that coming up next. Remember, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. Questions, comments, thoughts, hit us there. Hit us up on YouTube and Twitch as well. And we got the Victory Monday audio recap with Greg and Tim coming up at 11:50 right here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Murray back. Murray time. Throws. Intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Mooney Man. Nothing wrong with that groin. Wow.
I love that line. That is a perfect groin. Well conditioned. Perfect working order.
That's his best line ever. Nothing wrong with that groin, bro.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
What's he doing? Watching me go to the bathroom? Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. Nothing wrong with that groin.
How's Kyler Murray's groin? I'm worried about that.
You're a professional. You're really a professional.
They had to rub that one out, didn't they, to get him back?
Yeah, they did. Thank you very much. I would have just burst out laughing. I'm sophomoric. You're a professional. You were dialed in.
I know he got hit in that tender reading. I think Cleveland Ferrell got him. But he also, I could see him when he went off the field. It was in the groinal region, the muscle that actually stretches off to the. Every time I say that word, I think, remember when Jeff George hurt his groin as the Raider quarterback in the late 90s, and he had a special way of saying groin in a southern drawl. Jeff's from Indianapolis, Broad Ripple High School, but he went to Atlanta, and all of a sudden he's like Jeff Kent. He's a Texan. But anyway, great play by Charvarius Ward. Charvarius has a problem catching the football. He drops so many balls.
How many could he have? 15? I mean, my God, seriously.
Even the one at the end of the game, he batted down. I mean, the only time he gets thrown one is when DJ Dallas is playing for Seattle.
Right.
And he throws him the ball. No, he had two coming in the game. Obviously, he had the big one against Kirk Cousins early in the game, and then couldn't get one later on the Monday night game. But that was just great eyes. And Dante Whitner will join us later on. He played it like a safety, like Dante, playing cover 3, but they didn't have any wide receiver on that side of the field. So he just drove on the in-cut to Trey McBride, and Kyler kind of stared it down. And, man, he was fast. Rondell Moore was the only Cardinal that could catch him. But once he got those legs going, John, he was flying. And then the one he got later in the game, Kyler missed badly. Mm-hmm. But he showed off ball skills. That was a kind of an over-the-shoulder wide receiver type catch. He does get on the jugs. The guys, right after they get off practice, they go on the jugs machines. In fact, that's the first time I met Charvarius, talking to him in his first training camp last year. And he was on the jugs machine working on it. And he does not have great hands, but he works hard. But he was saying to have an actual quarterback like Sam Darnold throw him the football and try to catch the ball from a quarterback is better. So that play was just a touchdown, was great recognition to jump that route off of cover 3. As he opened up, he played his bail, but then he played the ball like a safety, a very Asante Samuel senior and junior-like interception, then the run back the other way. But the second one showed off big-time ball skills. So we're talking about Brock and Christian and MVP. The Niners are doing a lot better in the Pro Bowl voting, which does end December the 29th here. How many Pro Bowlers are they going to have this year? They had 10 in 94 and 95. They are loaded right now. And I know Charvarius felt it's kind of because he got lost in Kansas City. He was a good player there, and he's new here. He did not make the Pro Bowl last year. So at least is Charvarius Ward going to make a Pro Bowl? And I know Dante's going to trump him for All-Pro, either first team or second team. He's one of the best corners in football. Plus, he tackles.
Plus, I think he's kind of symbolic of the season, right? I mean, he got up to a great start. He kind of struggled in some games, and now he's playing probably as well as anybody in the league. And like you said, if he had wide receiver hands, he'd probably be playing wide receiver, but he'd have a ton of interceptions. It might even be approaching double digits just as well as he's played. So I think he's been symbolic of everything. The downside, obviously, to the game, a lot of upside. You win the NFC West. Things are going great. We went over the NFL playoff picture. We're talking MVPs between two teammates, which is a great issue to have. But defensively, 234 yards rushing, obviously. Big plays were mainly what got to that big number. But however you got to it, they got to it. They went into the game 78.3, which was number 1 in the league at 3.9 a pop. So clearly they went James Conner through the middle, and then they broke some big plays as well. But Armstead, Hargrave, Burke's already out. Ward was banged up, but as Tim said, nothing wrong with that groin. Dre Greenlaw seemed to be okay. Maybe he's a little bit banged up. And then we had some stuff going on during the game. And my biggest concern defensively is Debo and that rib injury. So as long as they can stay healthy, I don't think anybody stops the 49ers but themselves, and mainly injuries. How concerned do we have to be after watching yesterday, especially with those two defensive tackles inside?
Well, do we think the Niners are going to lay 45 points on Baltimore's defense? I mean, maybe they can. Who knows? Maybe they get a pick six and they score on teams. I don't know. But Baltimore's defense is really, really good. And they are tough across the front, and those linebackers are fast. We'll get into it more, obviously, as the week progresses on Christmas week, and the game will be a week from tonight on Christmas night. But on the other side of it, they're going to come in and try to run the ball. And Lamar's having a good year, John. He's thrown only 17 touchdown passes this year, which is interesting. And they did lose their rookie running back. He's going to be out the entire year.
Guy. Tons of speed.
Keaton Mitchell. And they've lost Mark Andrews, which we thought really hurt him. But Isaiah Likely, and I remember watching him in a preseason game this year. He had one of the greatest preseason games ever. And you're thinking, what does that mean? And he made a heck of a catch on the goal line last night, and they were able to punch it in. So you got to match up with him. And Trey McBride hurt the 49ers yesterday before Mooney undercut him. They completely dropped him on that corner route, the 38-yarder. And as we were watching it back, Tim and I, over and over and over again, it looked like Fred was in trail position and was late getting there. But I think Dre Greenlaw's got to buzz out to that flat and take it away. Dre did not have a great game last night, and Fred did not either. But a lot of it was also they didn't cover well in space. They got lost a little bit. But as far as the run fits, they just fit differently. When it's not 98-91, you're fitting behind Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead. Javon Kinlaw did not have a good game. And when we get into the football hour with Tim, he'll break it down in great detail. It's so great watching the tape back with him because he just sees. And the D-line, I mean, he runs it back and forth 26 times just on the D-line. And it's the second step of Javon Kinlaw, and he talked about a little bit this morning with Murph and Marcus. He's not getting his second foot down. You can see he's slow to get off the ball. The front usually kind of cocks to his left, and you can tell which way he lines up, which direction he's going to rush over. They double-teamed him a lot, and they moved him out of there a lot. And he moves the left foot down first. He does not get the right foot down. And he has no power. He's half a body, and they're just moving him. It's like a baseball hitter with a leg lift. If you don't get that leg down in time, you're useless. You're not going to have any power at all. You're not going to drive the ball. Right now, he's not driving back the O-lineman. He's getting driven the other way. So Javon, who played really well against Seattle, he's had some good games since the bye. Maybe it's just playing too many snaps, but he got pushed around yesterday. I thought Kevin Givens played the best, but the Pro Football Focus, Jeff Deeney sent me, shows that he was actually the worst. I thought he was getting off the ball quick, and he actually got off too quick on the first play, jumped to the neutral zone, and then he jumped off sides one time later, but Kyler never snapped the ball. And then the guys behind him, Kalia Davis, just gets on the ground too much. He gets knocked down over and over and over again. And they mixed in T.Y. McGill. You know, I think T.Y., he gets off the ball quick. He almost had the reason Connor fumbled that snap was he got in the backfield there. But I thought he would play better. But it's hard when you're not getting a uniform consistently just to jump in there on game day. It's hard. If Hargrave and Armstead are both out again, you may think about Alex Barrett getting a jersey next week and mixing it around or trying to move guys inside. I didn't think Chase Young had a very good game yesterday on the outside. Could you move him inside over a tackle? But it was alarming, and it wasn't just the big runs that they broke later in the game. The touchdown, DeMarcado's 49-yarder and Connor 44, John. But before that, they almost had 100 yards in the first half, and they didn't have a big run in the first half. So they were doing it both. They were consistently. Their offensive line just won. They moved the 49er D-line back, and then on the Connor cutback run, they hit you for the 44-yarder. The DeMarcado, they kind of lost him in there, and Fred missed the tackle, and all of a sudden he's gone. And you get to the number, and you're like, damn, they ran for 234 yards? And I know Baltimore lost their rookie running back, but I watched them lay almost 300 on Seattle. So you've got to fortify the front. I think it's the key thing this week is going to be the health of Demo, certainly, because as a nickelback, Demo's almost like a linebacker playing inside. He fits the run really well. But the key thing is how quickly can Javon Hargrave get over the hamstring? And Eric Armstead's got the knee, and the plantar fascia always lingers there. So you got to get those two big tackles back inside.
Yeah, I think it means everything. The 234 yards rushing by Arizona was the most since the Cowboys laid 265 at Levi Stadium in 2017. And I was looking at the snap counts last night, and I think people assume, and the same thing happens in the NBA. If a guy plays 25 minutes, people think, well, he'll play at 35 and he'll play the same way. It's not how it works. And it's the same way with Kinlaw, is that Kinlaw just wasn't very good as a starter, whatever the case may be, injuries or being in shape or whatever the case. But, he was normally playing about 28 to 30 snaps a game, and he had to jump that up to 45 snaps. There were 74 total defensive snaps, and he played 45, which is 61% of them, and that's just not what he does. And so when you can allow him to just play those, 25 to 30 snaps a game, he's going to be fine. When you have to jump that up, and Givens had to play 42 snaps, that's just not what those guys do. McGill played 29 snaps inside, and they were even moving, and you mentioned this during the game, guys like Randy Gregory inside, they were just looking for something. Kalia Davis on the ground a lot, got hurt. He only had 13 snaps, so they just didn't have the depth that they normally have. And the Ravens, even before that tape of 234 yards and attacking them through the middle, that's what the Ravens were going to do anyway. They average 157.1 rushing yards per game, the most yards. They run the ball the most as far as attempts. So regardless of whether the 49ers are banged up or not, the Ravens were going to have that game plan anyway.
Without a doubt. And when you watch the All-22 back with Kinlaw, just watch, first of all, the way he angles his body on the rush. You could tell exactly what gap he's going into. And then just watch his second foot. He gets off slowly. When he gets off slow, the second foot does not get to the ground when he's getting contacted by the offensive lineman. He loses all his power. He's not getting his second foot back on the ground. It's obvious, and they're moving him. And they went back to doubling him yesterday. They ran a lot of duo schemes yesterday where they put a guard in the center on him, and they just moved him right out of there. So that's kind of a game like he had in the championship game in Philadelphia. So that's why you gave Javon Hargrave the money that you gave him, and it's why Eric Armstead is the player he is. And by the way, he makes a big salary, and it's just such a big difference. Tell me where on the football team, and those are your two tackles, and they're not only your starting D tackles, they're in the turbo package. They're part of the gold rush. They're in on the short yardage and goal line. There's not a scenario. You don't want 98 and 91 on the field together right next to each other. So tell me, any position group on the team, wide receiver, running back, quarterback, and any corner, you lose your top two D tackles. There's a major drop-off there. They're deep, but the guys behind them just can't play that many snaps. So it's just, yesterday was an imperfect storm, but we knew it. Going into the game, when I spoke to Ewan Copes and Dennis Brown, I was concerned about James Conner and those inside runs, minus the Gravedigger and minus Eric, and they just gashed the Niners. And then the off-the-ball linebackers behind just didn't have the same run fits because it fit differently behind the backup tackles.
Coming up next, everybody's waiting for it, a Victory Monday edition of the audio recap with Tim Ryan, Greg Papa. That's coming up next. Both the stuff from the locker room, which Tim did a great job, and the plays on the field, so stay for that. Dante Whitner, we had to move him 12:30 to 1:30. He's got some travel issues. So Dante at 1:30, 1:15, Preston Jones, high school coach at Perry High School in Arizona in the Valley of the Sun. He's going to join us at 1:15 and talk some Brock Purdy at 1:15. So a lot of great stuff to come, but the audio recap, you're waiting for it. It's coming next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I waited. Begin laser ignition sequence.
That is right. I'm seeing better than ever thanks to my good friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Now, Papa and I both had a procedure called CLR. It's custom lens replacement, and they perform all sorts of procedures, but the CLR, custom lens replacement, I'd actually had a LASIK procedure before, and it didn't do a lot for me. So I sat down with the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and the doctors, which I'm telling you, you can trust them. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling did my procedure, but I talked to a few of them, and they explained why maybe the LASIK that I had before didn't work, but this was the way to go. Had a couple of simple procedures that literally you're like, I'm done. And then you're ready to go. A couple of adjustments, and I've never seen better. Now, that's CLR. But there are lots of different things that they do at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. So maybe you're looking for some sort of a LASIK. They do all three kinds. SMILE, EVO, ICL, which is an insertable contact lens, ICL. So maybe those are going to work better for you. But what their goal is to make you see better no matter what procedure that you're going to go with. So the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And, did I mention that it's a free consultation, so it's not like you're going to go back and all these different things. They're going to go through some tests. It's very, very simple. Like I said, they're the leaders in modern vision correction, so whichever one works best for you, that's what they want to do. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You can ask them about CLR or any of the other procedures they do, but get that free consultation today to start seeing better tomorrow at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. It is time for your Victory Monday audio recap. 8 minutes late. Don't blame me.
It's late.
My fault.
I've been waiting.
I yapped way too much.
What time is it now?
I talked way too much about the Tim Ryan.
Today's
11:58.
Didn't you promise me 11:50?
I waited.
I know you
I've
did.
been waiting.
Very sorry.
Sound like Marty Lurie.
It was
Marty was at the game, by the way, yesterday.
He was?
We're sitting next to Dave Greshner.
Oh, wow.
Giants trainer. They
that's
were
very
side
cool.
by side yesterday.
Yeah, some Giants news we'll get to later in the week. But let's get to this whole thing, and then we'll talk more about the Eagles and Seahawks, which is a huge game, and there's a little bit more news coming out of Seattle. But you've been waiting. So here it is, 49ers 45, Cardinals 29, and they are the NFC West champs. Here is your recap.
And it's going to be J.P. Mason who will be the running back for Christian McCaffrey. Elijah Mitchell is down again with a knee injury. And they're going to boot Purdy left, throw wide open. Deebo Samuel uncovered. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Deebo Samuel did not even need to be at a different level that time because they absolutely busted, taking advantage of that young secondary. Deebo motion just comes in a normal motion. He's almost at a jogging speed and just kind of cruises out to the flat. Nobody around him. When you bust, Brock Purdy will break you.
Man, the crazy thing is we practiced that, and in my head I'm like, yo, no way, like this is going to be this wide open. But I came around and seen nobody, and Kyle put that in, and normally when he puts stuff in, it works.
Murray back. Murray time. Throws. Intercepted. Charvarius Ward running back the other way. He's gone. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Mooney man, nothing wrong with that groin. Wow, did he see this route? And Kyler Murray's got time to throw it and survey the field, and he just absolutely undercuts Trey McBride.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. That's the first one of my career, man. I was smiling ear to ear all game after that, man. So, I just thank God, you know what I'm saying? Cover 3, saw him sit over the ball. It was kind of late over the middle, and I just took advantage of the opportunity.
Purdy looks right. Now comes back middle. Wide open McCaffrey. Touchdown! CMC!
With a beautiful Cali route on Josh Thomas, the inside linebacker. Josh Woods. What a play by Christian McCaffrey.
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. You know, he does everything for us, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
They snap it. Purdy under 7-step drop. Gets chased out of there. Will throw on the run. Wide open McCaffrey. Makes the catch. Goes down. Gets up. Touchdown! CMC! What a play there. Brock Purdy rolling out to the left. McCaffrey was so wide open. He caught the ball. Backpedaling McCaffrey over his helmet, Tim. Fell down, but no one could get there to touch him down. He popped up and he scored.
Well, and an absolute bust in coverage by the Arizona Cardinals.
It means so much just how good of a football player he is. I think that's the most obvious answer I could give. Everyone sees it. And it's when he touches the ball, when he doesn't have the ball. Jeez, bro. He's as committed to his job as any person I've ever been around, and he's also one of the best players I've ever been around.
They ride the mesh point. They give it to McCaffrey off the left side. Touchdown! CMC!
Number 20 detonating, just riding the Outer Banks. Aaron Banks, the left guard, just getting right on his backside and letting Banks do the dirty work for him. Behind stacked receivers, George Kittle back across the formation, but Banks absolutely was the key block. McCaffrey jumps on his back, and they both take Dante Stills, the defensive lineman, and put him into the end zone.
I mean, it means the offense is playing really well. I mean, we got the best running back in the NFL, so for him to to get MVP consideration, I mean, I think that's his just due. And same way with Brock. Brock's been playing his butt off, so for him to be in a conversation as a teammate, I couldn't be more proud of both of these guys. And, you know, my job is to try to continue to help them have success. And, you know, I mean, who cares? As long as we can bring that trophy back to Santa Clara, you know, that's all I'm worried about.
2nd and 10, Purdy throws for the end zone. It is caught by Deebo Samuel. Touchdown! San Francisco!
DL, Debo, different level, back shoulder adjustment, the ability to do that. That's where this offense is different. Purdy, trust his guy.
There's talk of like, well, Brock could be MVP and Christian could be MVP.
I know you're not asking me that question. Well, you might as well go to the next one. You're not about to put me in that one.
Hey, he's got my vote.
And the Niners now have won it. Kyle Shanahan will go to midfield to talk to Jonathan Gannon. For Kyle, his 3rd NFC West championship in the last 5 years, 3rd overall, 19 last year and this year. They also won it in 97, 2002 with Steve Mariucci, and then the Harbaugh years, 2011 and 2012. And today they have wrapped up their 22nd NFC West championship.
It means we're the best in the division. Yeah, it's just first box. We got plenty more. I mean, we done had about 2-3 of these shirts, so I'm kind of tired of this shirt. I want a Super Bowl shirt, so.
Yeah, right. Mixed emotions for sure. The number one thing, don't ever want to take away from a win, first and foremost, especially, you know, winning in the division in, week 15? I mean, back-to-back years, that's big time. And that's the standard now, you know.
There you go. That is your Victory Monday recap, 45-29 in the desert in Glendale, Arizona, and, of course, expertly called by you, Greg, and Tim Ryan. By the way, do we have the isolate? Because when he was down in the locker room, not only does he have the groin line, which was tremendous, but then he was being so loud in the player interviews that Kyle, during his time with the press, actually had to, tell Tim to, quiet down, right? We have
What's going on, bro? Did you hear Nick? But when Tim
do we have that too?
was interviewing Brock Purdy?
Oh, I heard it live.
Nick Bosa walked
I heard the
by,
FCC violation,
and I think he knew he was on the air because they were both talking into a microphone.
Right.
And I think it's just Bosa don't care, and he came by, dropped an F-bomb. I do have it here. I do have it.
Oh, that's tremendous. That is so yeah, that was a good time. They were having a good time in there, but yeah, Kyle was like, bro, what are you doing? And then Nick walks by.
This is Nick. You want to hear Nick? Hold on.
We still found ways to move the ball and put up points. Had a lot of family here today as you came home, but you came in with your new family. Talk about the closeness and the character of this San Francisco 49er football team. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get any better. You know, you got guys like Fred and Bosa and all the boys. And what's up, man? And here's Bosa right here. I thought you were fucking...
Can we dump that, please? I thought you were going to edit it.
Hell no, I wanted Danny to.
I
wanted to double down.
I hope Danny caught that.
I love Brock. Well, he heard it live, so he heard it twice.
I had my
headphones
on.
I wanted to see if Danny was quick on a Monday. Day show after a game. How about Brock right away with whoa, big boy. Wait.
How tremendous is that? They were having a good time. And that's what I mean. We can talk about what it means and the run defense and the injuries and everything. Today, I think, is a day to celebrate because I understand what the guys are saying, and I like that Fred Warner said that. Look, they bust their butt year-round now. There's no time off. You might get a week in Mexico or something in the off-season, but generally speaking, you get right back to it. You work out all the time. There's one goal in this building, and it's not to win the NFC West, but it is the first goal that you have to have. And so they get in the playoffs before anybody else. They win a division before anybody else, and that should be applauded because of the just massive amount of work that I'm not just the players, but the players and the coaches sleep there, and you got the short Thursday night games and all this kind of stuff, and the guys behind the scenes that and you see every single day. I mean, these guys won the NFC West, man, and that's no short accomplishment. It's just not that easy. It's just the 49ers sometimes make it look that way.
And look with the state of the franchise before Kyle arrived, from 2014 through 2018, right. Even Kyle's first 2 years, they had 5 straight years where they did not make the playoffs at all. So to win their division a 22nd time And this dates back, obviously, to the merger, and the first year was 70. And they won 3 in a row right away with John Brody in 70, 71, 72. The glory years, though, from 1981 through 1997, 18 years, the Niners won the NFC West 13 times. 81, 83, 84, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 92, 93, 94, 95. Dennis Brown won it every damn year. And then 97, and then they had a transition, obviously, with Steve Young getting hurt. Jeff Garcia in that group with Mooch won in 2002, and then a long drought to come back and get it again with the Harbaugh years in 11 and 12. And then with Kyle, this is now back-to-back years for the first time since 11 and 12, and they've won 3 NFC Wests in the last 5 years. And the last 2 have to me, symbolized, Brock Purdy coming in and Christian McCaffrey and the offense becoming state-of-the-art. And the offense in 19 was good. They averaged 30 points a game with Jimmy Garoppolo and were number 2 in rushing behind Lamar in Baltimore overall, John. But really, this recent run where they have won 3 NFC Wests in 5 years, and it's why we allow him to drop an F-bomb live on our airwaves, not once, but I replayed it for a second time because of Bosa. Because of the drafting of Nick Bosa. Honestly, and if you see the story that Steve Keim tells in Arizona, he was the GM of the Arizona Cardinals, and they were in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. They went to Mastro's, the steakhouse there, and bought Nick dinner. And at the end of it, Nick puts his arm around Steve Keim, and he says, if you draft that little quarterback over me, I will haunt you the rest. And Kyler Murray. And Kyler was the offensive rookie of the year and a 2-time Pro Bowler, and he had some good years, but Nick went to the Super Bowl the first year here and won defensive rookie of the year, then defensive player of the year award, and Steve Keim is out of a job. So when you look at it now, and I think Kyler's playing the position as well as he's ever played it as far as discipline in the pocket, but what if the Arizona Cardinals had just done the right thing? Maybe just keep Steve Wilkes as your head coach, not fire him, bring in Kingsbury, go air raid, and go all Kyler Murray crazy off the Heisman year. What if Arizona had simply drafted Nick Bosa number 1 and not Kyler Murray?
Yeah, and it goes to something we started the show with, which is the MVP discussion, the value of the position. And it's not always right, and teams can make this mistake over and over and over again. And I'm not sure that I would say Arizona made a mistake. I mean, Kyler Murray's had some good years. But he's just not to the level I think that people were going to, maybe ascend him to. And Nick has just been so good that in retrospect you'd take Nick over Kyler Murray. There's no doubt. But it's the value of the position, and it constantly gets pushed up. And so guys who probably shouldn't be drafted in that area do get drafted because of the value of the position, and that's why they make mistakes. Because I don't think the position is evaluated correctly, because when these guys first come out, like if you start looking at as I'm a big dork and so I do this, the 2024 NFL draft stuff that's coming out, the quarterbacks aren't near the top, outside of the top 2. Caleb Williams and Drake May are the top 2, and they're going to be right there. But Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably more talented than both of those guys, but he's not going to get taken first because they're going to push the value of the position up, and they always do, and that's why teams make mistakes. And so, like you said, Arizona, they should have taken Nick Bosa. I mean, what would the 49ers have done? We've talked about what if they didn't have McCaffrey? What if they didn't have Purdy? I mean, what were they going to do? Take Josh Allen, the kid in Jacksonville, not the quarterback?
The kid from
or
the
Quinnen
Jets,
Williams?
The kid Quinnen Williams. Taken. Yeah,
and those are great players, but they're not Nick Bosa. So sometimes you got to be
Quinnen
lucky.
Williams is a really good player. He's
great.
a D tackle. He's just inside guy, and they wanted Nick on the edge. But Arizona's got the same dilemma now. Right now they're picking 3. Will Drake May go number 2? Probably overall 1-2 with Caleb 1, and Drake May will go 2 if New England's picking number 2. And then what do? Marvin Harrison's an elite talent. I think they need a cornerback as well. There are a lot of good corners as well. But it just, it does go back to, are they going to keep Kyler Murray and that huge contract they have, and how could they even trade him? Who would take that contract? Ugh. And then it also, the Niners during this run of Nick Bosa, they also made a monumental mistake. More so than Arizona's taken Kyler and drafting Trey Lance.
Yep. Trading
up
all
from
those
12
picks
to 3 and getting him. And, it's just, thank God for Brock Purdy. I mean, that's the thing. And when Preston Jones joins us at 115, his high school coach, we're gonna suck up to him a little bit and thank him, because the whole development, and Dan Minucci was there watching him yesterday, got him from the 9th grade, but Coach Jones has had him even earlier on, and he's just obviously Brock is smart, and he's getting high-level coaching now at the NFL level with Brian Greasy and Kyle and the Kubiaks, but he's gotten great coaching all the way through. He's been receptive to coaching. But all of this, I mean, the 19 NFC West does coincide with Nick and the transformation of the franchise and Jimmy playing great and all that. But where you've gotten these last two, and now I think you're on a different level offensively, and you can just feel it. I mean, they scored 45 points yesterday, easy. I mean, once they get on a roll, they score 6 straight possessions in Philadelphia. I mean, it really is what they did with McCaffrey and bringing Brock Purdy on, John. And go back to October the 19th of 2022, a short time ago. McCaffrey was not on this roster, and Brock Purdy was not your starting quarterback.
Yeah, and look, I guess we're just desensitized to the story because it's just to this level. And I know we started the show by talking MVP, and I'm sure we'll finish talking a little bit more about that as well. But we're around it every day, and when you talk to national people about just this ascension of this guy, when they miss a pass, I get surprised. When they don't score on a drive, I get surprised. When he misses a throw, I get surprised. I mean, when we take for granted, and you guys were talking about this yesterday, hitting the layups. It's not as easy as a layup when there's a 300-pound guy bearing down on you. It's not like you're in the open court in the NBA with the layup. I mean, I know that term is used in football, but it's never a layup in football. It's reading in 2.5 or less seconds, you have to read the mind of like 3 or 4 different wide receivers while 300-pound men are trying to crush you. And, oh, by the way, you have to put it with pinpoint control or we're all going to get all over you. Why did you throw that ball behind him? He throws the easy ones right in stride. He hits the layups almost every single time, and it's a surprise when he misses a throw. That's how good he's been, and he was the last pick of the draft less than 2 years ago. I mean, this story is that of a movie. It's ridiculous.
I love Brock Purdy. We were on to him before anybody else. I saw the big brain Brock and the ability. But I'm just going to keep defending Christian McCaffrey today because it's obvious that they're just not going to vote a running back the MVP, which I don't agree with. But just watch McCaffrey. Like the run he made yesterday, John, when Charlie Warner and George Kittle were out blocking on the edge, and he waited until the two of them opened up their blocks, and he ran right in between them. Christian McCaffrey, his vision, his cutting ability, he is kind of a modern-day Barry Sanders, the way he makes insane cuts, and he was playing on a bad knee for most of the game yesterday. And I know Brock sees it all from the quarterback position. It's different. But the way Christian sees the field and the toughness he shows to stay in the game, and there's not a weakness to his game, everything you just said about Brock, I could echo about McCaffrey. Just go back and watch that 23-yard run going outside left when he ran right between Warner and Kittle's blocks. He split the two of them. It was amazing.
Absolutely. We'll get to it. More of your thoughts on the text line. Lots of good stuff coming in. A couple of very good questions that we'll get to. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. Hit it up. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. Give us your thoughts. Give us your MVP thoughts. We got into that conversation as well. As you said, Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy could spin that they could be 1 and 2 in this thing, even though the running back has become an All-Poi award and the MVP has become a quarterback award. But we'll get into that conversation again. And just how good have they been since the bye? We'll give you that. We still have Dante Whitner to come as well, and Brock's high school coach at 1:15. It's Papa and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Dickinson, super reporter. Yeah, I'm no Derek Papa. He hosted Dubs OT, as he does after all Warriors game. They squeaked out that win over the Blazers last night. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I think obviously winning the division is very important. It's a big step for us, but to your point, I think everybody knows where we want to be, and we know that each week you have to bring your best ball. We're going to get everybody's best shot, so the standards got to continue to rise, and practice meetings, and then obviously for the 3 hours on Sunday.
That's the Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. Papa Lund, thanks for joining us. We've asked this all season long. There's the MVP of the league, then there's the MVP of the 49ers, and that is not as clear cut. We were talking about value of the position earlier. Chime in. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. Give your case for either or. 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. Real quick, the dominance since they lost to the then Joe Burrow and Cincinnati Bengals at home. 6-0 are the 49ers since that bye. They've outscored opponents 207-76. That's an average of 22 per game, or an average score of 35-13. And it's at Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, at Seattle, Philly, Seattle, and Arizona. So you're looking at 3 playoff teams there in Jacksonville, Tampa, and Philly. And Seattle is trying to be a playoff team tonight against Philadelphia. By the way, your guy John Clark did report that it is flu-like symptoms, and he almost didn't even get on the plane. It was so bad to come to Seattle. So I don't know how he feels today, but they were saying he wasn't even healthy enough to fly potentially.
Not happy with John Clark. I gave nothing but dinner reservations in Seattle, and he won't respond back to my text today. So
the hell, bro?
He's no longer a papa, bro. He's out. First of all, the 3-game losing streak, and we harped on it at the time. 2 of those 3 teams were coming off their bye weeks, which is a major edge in the NFL. And it looks like there's a possibility. We'll see about Minnesota. But the Cleveland Browns story is amazing now with Joe Flacco at quarterback, and that defense is real. Cincinnati and what they're doing with Jake Browning. They lost their quarterback, and Jamar Chase did not finish that game, and they still beat Minnesota. It's quite possible both teams from the state of Ohio make the playoffs, and Minnesota, we'll see if they can get in a more competitive NFC, although the AFC is pretty wide open as well. So there really is no, looking back on it, there's no harm, no disgrace in losing those games, especially when 2 of them had the bye week. But coming out of the bye, the Niners have just been loaded. They just have been refreshed. Just rolling people. Jacksonville, Tampa Bay, then the 3-game gauntlet we talked about when the schedule came out in May, John, at Seattle, at Philadelphia, home to Seattle. They just rolled. And then this game in Arizona, you got Baltimore on Christmas night. I think they're going to need the extra night to get ready. This will be a different week schedule where really they won't get on the field hard until Thursday. So give guys time, their bodies to heal up a little bit. Certainly Dre Greenlaw, came back and played with the ribs. I think it's him missing practice time. There's just a big difference in how he plays when he practices the days leading up to when he doesn't. He wasn't effective. And then not having Hargrave and Armstead, we've spoken of that. And then we'll see about Demo and the whole thing. But that's why getting the bye week on Wild Card Weekend would be so important. This is a young team, but it's also a veteran team. And they're banged up, and they're all banged up. They're playing with a lot of injuries. And how great would it be for Christian McCaffrey, even if you're able to run the table here and Philadelphia loses tonight, maybe you can give him a double bye. You don't even have to play him the last game of the year against the Rams. And then you get the wild card weekend off. Knowing McCaffrey, he'll probably want to play a little bit just to stay fresh. But could you imagine McCaffrey with 3 weeks of rest for a playoff game? So I think that's why it's so critical, because out of the bye, they have refound their legs. On top of it, Trey Greenlaw did not play in Cleveland. He was hurt. And you didn't have Debo got hurt on the first snap of the game in Cleveland. Trent played the whole game hurt. And then the next 2 games he missed. Did you see the stat that CBS had yesterday during the broadcast? I'm sure you did. When healthy, with Brock Purdy, Trent Williams, and Debo Samuel all healthy, and then obviously, McCaffrey plays through things. But when they played, the Niners have not lost. They didn't lose last year with Brock until the NFC Championship game, and Brock got knocked out 6 snaps into the game, offensive snaps. And then the Cleveland imperfect storm. Debo went out before halftime, but he got hurt in the very first play with a hairline fracture in the shoulder. And Trent had his worst game of the year, having to deal with Myles Garrett on that high ankle sprain, and then he missed 2 games. So when they're completely healthy, they are, I'm not going to say impossible to beat. They're very difficult to beat, obviously. So the key thing is to get them when the playoffs roll around, and it's you don't have to deal with that wild card weekend. You'd come right on the divisional weekend, which would be January 20 or 21, that Saturday or Sunday. Could you imagine if they play their last game on January 5th or 6th, whatever it is, against the Rams? That could be a Saturday game or a Sunday game, 6 or 7, whatever it is, and then have a couple of weeks off, if not 3 weeks off, if you don't have to play hard against the Rams, and give them all that extra time to heal up and be refreshed. They'll be even more difficult to beat. But they feel like the Warriors felt like for years. When they have their team completely intact, they are very difficult to beat, especially in a big game. And in football, they're all big games, and especially in playoff games. And now we're talking about, the big game this year.
What you just said there just kind of clicked something in my mind. They're every bit, and even more so because it's more difficult to kind of corral all this kind of talent at one time, and Brock Purdy allows you to do that because he makes such little money. But, I mean, when you looked at that star-laden team of the Warriors, Steph in his prime and Clay and Kevin Durant, that kind of stuff, that's kind of what this is. And Brock Purdy's going to win, I think, the MVP award because that's the nature of the position, and Christian McCaffrey's going to win the Offensive Player of the Year. But, I mean, think about what you just said there. Trent Williams is a surefire Hall of Famer. George Kittle's on a Hall of Fame path. I don't know about Debo and Ayuk, but they're very, very good players. Christian McCaffrey's going to the Hall of Fame. Obviously, way, way, way too early to even talk about that with Brock Purdy, but he's certainly, I think, going to win the MVP this year. I mean, that's just the offensive side of the ball. I mean, to be able to get all this kind of talent, and a lot of these guys are signed long-term. Now, that might be an issue down the line, but, I mean, even when you flip it to the other side of the ball with Warner and Greenlaw and the guys up front like Hargrave and Bosa signed long-term and all this, I mean, these guys, the 49ers in the front office and guys that we don't talk often enough about, have set this team up. And at some point, you always have to pay the credit card bill. It always comes due. But what they've done to be able to amass this kind of talent and then have the puzzle pieces fit the way they do, the guys are going to get accolades, but you were there. I mean, last night to have guys say, no, he's the MVP, he's the MVP, he's the MVP. Most teams, there's no way they can talk like that. There's not a team in the NFL that can seriously have a conversation like they can have. And then you mentioned Pro Bowl voting, legitimate guys who are all-star caliber players. Doesn't this even top what the Warriors did? I know it's kind of apples to oranges here because there's 22 on a field, but I'm just saying from an overall talent standpoint, I mean, man.
Well, I mean,
good.
Getting Durant is a little like the Niners adding Christian McCaffrey.
Right, I agree with
that. And then, the Brock just puts it over the top. So we'll find out how many Pro Bowlers they have. I think it's going to be double-digit Pro Bowlers. Right now you're looking at McCaffrey. The entire offensive backfield would be Pro Bowlers, and McCaffrey, Juszczyk, and Purdy. Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk, and Trent are, how many is that, 6? And then on defense, it's Fred Warner, it's Charvarius Ward. Dre Greenlaw's had some inconsistent play. We'll see if he makes it. I mean, they're not going to put a Diamador Lenore on the team, but he should make it. And is Mitch Wishnowsky going to make it as a punter? And oh, by the way, Jake Moody is having the greatest extra point making season in the history of the NFL. He's made all 53 extra points from the new line at age 33. But we're not going to put Jake, Brandon Aubrey's that good in Dallas. He hasn't missed. He hasn't missed a kick. But then when you look at it also, and what did they have this year, John? 8? And the top 100 the players vote for.
Right.
I think they had 8 in like the top 76 because Greenlaw was up there high. Javon Hargrave did not make it last year at all. I don't think Ayuk made the top 100 last year. Obviously, Brock did not. If you were to just rank the NFL players this year, and where was Christian McCaffrey last year? Like 35?
Yeah.
So where would you put him now, honestly? Top 5? Where's Brock Purdy going to be? Are the players going to vote him? How many top 100 players do the 49ers have right now? 15? 12? How many are we talking about?
I was just, as you were talking, I was writing down certain other things, but you're right. I mean, Trent Williams, George Kittle, McCaffrey, Bosa, Warner, Purdy, Hargrave, Ayuk, Debo, Greenlaw, Ward. How many? I don't even know how many that is. I'm just trying to do guys off the top of my head. I mean,
well, I had
double
6
digits.
Pro Bowlers on offense, so if you're a Pro Bowler, you're a top 100 player.
Right.
On defense, it's obviously Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Charvarius Ward would be 4 there. And then does Wisnowski make it as a punter? I mean, you're looking at they had 10 in 94 and 95. I think just for the Pro Bowl, you could have a franchise record Pro Bowlers. And again, the Pro Bowl's the week before the Super Bowl on February the 4th. You don't want to deal with that flag football game. But still, there's money
it's just the
and
recognition
bonuses.
of it,
and they get money. And they want – Charvarius Ward wants that. He has never been a Pro Bowler. He wants to be called a Pro Bowl player. It's just these guys are competitive, and that is a nice honor to have. I mean, you have, certain guys like Trent's he's been named 10 times to the Pro Bowl team. Now you start getting into Hall of Fame territory. But as far as Pro Bowlers, I mean, maybe 12 they could make this year. And then of the top 100 players, has any team had more of a galaxy of stars? What's the top 100 going to look like this year? And how many Niners are going to be in the top 10? McCaffrey, Purdy, and then when you get into Warner and Bosa and Kittle, you're going to have, 4, 5, 6 in the top 20.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it is so difficult nowadays, even though you have a flexible cap and you can generally keep who you want to keep, and Brock Purdy's contract plays a lot into that. It's going to be a real challenge in 2 years, but they have amassed the NFL's most talented roster. That doesn't mean they're going to win the Super Bowl. It's just that on both sides of the ball, they have a galaxy of stars, and it was fun to hear them go back and forth on the whole MVP talk. If you missed any of that, give us your thoughts as well. 415-885-627. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open if you got questions on the game, too. I'll give you a few more thoughts. One thing has been buried today that we need to acknowledge quickly, and then we'll get back to some 49ers talk and recap the game at the top of the hour with the foreplay. But there is big Warriors news today. Not only did a streak stop for Steph Curry, but we may have an outline of when Draymond could return. We'll do that quickly, and then we'll get back to the Niners, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, doing play-by-play during the NFL season. Requires me to stay on top of my game, so I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I can possibly get. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep that I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. And now, if you don't have a Sleep Number bed, you can save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition smart bed for a limited time. It's only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining us. About 20 minutes, we'll give you the foreplay, a recap of the 49ers 45-29 win in Arizona and Glendale at the Flying Saucer, and they are the NFC West champs, and more from the Seahawks and the Eagles. You should care because if the Eagles lose tonight, 49ers would essentially have a 2-game lead in the NFC race, and they could lose to the Ravens. You wouldn't want them to, but then they win the final 2 NFC games, and they would be the number 1 seed. They have a better conference record than the Lions, no matter what the Lions do. One more quick note on Brock Purdy. I think I told you about this last week, where guys can make bets, or people can make bets in Vegas on futures, and then there's this website called PropSwap, and you can actually sell those, hedge on your bet, and win. So there was a guy who bet on Brock Purdy at 10,000 to 1, win the MVP back in August, and he put down $2,000 to win $200,000. So what he did is he put it up on PropSwap, and at first he wanted, a few weeks ago, he wanted 10,000, then 25,000. Finally, he's got the thing up at $100,000 to win 200,000 because Brock is the overwhelming favorite now, and he has a $90,000 offer. So he spent $2,000.
Just hang on to it, man. You're going to win. Take your $200,000. Why would you do that?
Well, he could hedge and get $90,000 guaranteed right now, or he could hang on to the thing for 3 more weeks and see if he could win this thing. Well, not
let
3
it
more
ride.
weeks,
Let it roll.
You'd let it ride for the $200,000?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let him ride.
So there you go. So anyway, pretty good bet. I did get Brock at 25 to 1 a number of weeks ago, and so I'm feeling pretty good. But I was not as adventurous as this person to put down $2,000. I could probably buy myself, a nice dinner and a plane ticket somewhere.
Drinks on you one night, John?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks to Brock. So I really appreciate that. Before we get to more Niners talk at the top of the hour, a couple of things happened over the weekend. Good news. The Warriors win, I tell you.
Twice.
Nets and the Blazers. Klay Thompson plays much better.
Andrew Wiggins plays much better.
Andrew Wiggins plays off the bench much better. Steph Curry went 0 for 8 last night in Portland, so his consecutive streak of 268 consecutive games with a three-pointer is over. And we'll hear this audio at the top of the hour. Shams Charania saying that Draymond Green's going to be suspended at least 3 more weeks for counseling and the such, meaning the suspension would be a minimum of 13 games, with the earliest return being on January 10th against New Orleans. That's the earliest. He did say also it could be potentially as high as 4 weeks, which would then be a 17-game suspension, and that would be a return then at Utah on the 17th of January. So anywhere maybe from 13 to 17 games for Draymond Green is what it's sounding like.
Well, I don't like this, and I'm sure he's getting it from the league or possibly the Warriors, but the suspension was announced as indefinite. Yep. And the point is to rehabilitate Draymond and make him a better teammate. And I've read a lot of things, and people have different theories. We don't really know how Draymond behaves away from games. You have no idea what he's like in his private life and around the team. And so for them to come out and say that he needs help, they think he needs help. And obviously in the game, he's getting kicked out, and he's getting suspended over and over and over again. So you just can't have it. I don't even know if he started the counseling. So to say now 3 weeks or a month, or that goes against everything Joe Dumars laid out the other day, is to try to make him a better teammate, a better citizen of the NBA, and a citizen overall. So I don't know where that comes from, but it does. I think they have to have some sort of a timeline on this. They just don't want to say it publicly. But Mike Dunleavy, the very first day last week in L.A. at UCLA on the shoot-around before they lost to the Clippers, he said the next 15 to 20 days are going to be important. You could take it as though he's been told something about the length, or just looking at the calendar, that's going to take it into late January, and then the deadline to make a trade is February the 8th. So that's kind of where we're at. So after these 2 wins, and beating Brooklyn was a good win. Portland's not a great team, but they found a way to get it done on the night that Steph didn't shoot the ball well. And Andrew Wiggins is playing better off the bench, obviously, and Clay's really been on a good stretch. If those two guys get back to where they are, and you get Draymond back, I think they are a playoff team. Have they buried themselves too much early in the year? I don't think so. I think they could still climb out of it. But let's just take a look at let's say he comes back, John. What's the 3 weeks would be when he would come back?
3 weeks would be January 10th would be the earliest. So that would be 13 games with 3 already haven't been served. So 10 more games.
All right.
And the earliest return would be January 10th at home versus New Orleans.
All right, so then he would come back for that long road trip at Chicago, at Milwaukee, at Memphis, at Utah. So let's say he comes back for the 10th game against New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
So they won back-to-back games. They lost the Clipper game, but they beat Brooklyn and Portland. The next game, I don't know if you've heard, is a tough one. They're playing the Boston Celtics on TNT.
Yes.
All right, so I'll just go through the roster. You give me wins, right? Boston. How about Jordan Poole coming back on December the 22nd later this week? Wow.
They ain't losing that game.
They're gonna beat the Wiz.
Yeah, they're gonna beat
everybody
the Wiz.
beats the Wiz.
Exactly.
All right,
Everybody does beat the Wiz.
One win. Portland,
so
2 wins. Portland, 2 wins. Denver loss on Christmas Day.
Yep.
Miami without Draymond December the 28th. Loss. Dallas December 30th without Draymond. Loss. They can beat Orlando, right? On Jan 2.
Although they've been better. Orlando's been
All right,
better.
let's give them 3 wins. Denver at home on TNT. Ouch. Moving on. The James Wisemans come in January the 5th.
They
Got to
don't beat
win there.
anybody.
4. Can they beat Toronto January the 7th at home without Draymond?
Yes, come on. Early
5.
Start on a Sunday. Let's do that.
They could have Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby playing for the Warriors, but here's one. ABC Showcase game.
Yeah.
That's why he's coming back? For Zion, to guard Zion. So you've got him winning 5 more games. How many more is he going to miss?
He's going to miss 13 total.
Track.
10 more games.
He already missed.
Total,
he
10
already
more
missed
games.
3. So they go 5 and 5.
LA, Brooklyn, and Portland. He's missed.
All right. So they go 5 and 5 without him from this point forward. It's not.
I think
horrible.
that's optimistic. I think that's optimistic that they go 5 and 5. Because as good as it was great that they won these 2 games, and then I looked at the standings this morning, and they still found themselves in 11th place. Now you can either be grinchy about it, as I just laid out, or you could be, you could be positive about it, which is Clay's playing better, Wiggins played better. They can survive this if those guys just play the way they've played in the past, where Wiggins plays the way Clay plays the way. We know what Curry generally wasn't good last night in Portland, but that happens. But that's not generally the way he plays. So, if those 2 guys get going alone with just, I know Looney needs to be better, others need to be better, but I mean they can be a playoff team if those guys do what they're supposed to do, and then Draymond comes back with his head screwed on. But just for those 10 games, if those 2 guys play the way they did this weekend, I'm very optimistic about things. How about you?
They're playing better. I mean, Brooklyn at home and then Portland on the road.
Not the
I
best,
think Clay and Draymond are, Clay and Andrew Wiggins. And I just think they're going to play better. Clay is finding out a role. He shot the ball well. He's been on a good roll the last 5 games. Wiggins played really well. Trace Jackson Davis played beautifully last night. And I think he needs to play a little more over Kevon Looney. I'm not, if you wanted to make a lineup change, start the rookie. Pajemski is already in your lineup, and he's proven he belongs in the rotation. I'd put the other rookie in there as well, and he got in, but he was the last sub into the game. So with the win last night now, they're 2 under. So when Draymond comes back, can they still be 2 games under 500? And if you're there, now you're going to be, 36 games into the year. You're about midway through the year. I think that they're in a position where it's not great, obviously, but I think they can come from the outside, maybe do a little drafting and pass some people. The key thing when Draymond comes back is to stay in the lineup and not falling out of the rotation again and getting suspended. And if he does that, it's going to be more punitive, so you just can't do it. So he's got to come back. But I don't know. Where are they getting this timeline when they're saying indefinite? He needs to exhibit, he has to change this and he has to go through counseling. And how are they putting a timeline on this that it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks? That was the whole point, wasn't it? No, there wasn't a timeline.
We'll play that cut for you. Play 3 49ers cuts at the top of the hour. Then we'll play that one from Shams he'll explain that. By the way, 12 and 14 at this point. If he's already missed 3, so if just best case happens and it is 3 weeks and he's right, but he did say it could be as many as 4. 10 more games onto this thing is 36 games. Now you're getting close to the midway point of the season, and with or without Draymond Green, you have to start assessing yourselves because, as we've talked about before, so best case scenario, it's 3 weeks, January 10th. Worst case scenario, it sounds like it's a month. That's January 17th against Utah, and that's a few more games on top of that. And the trade deadline is February 8th. So when he comes back, if you only have 3 weeks to assess your team with Draymond Green and hopefully everybody else is healthy so you can play, that's going to decide whether they're going to add a piece because they think they can do something or start removing pieces because they're not very good. And that's not really a big timeline to be able to assess your team, is it?
Well, I mean, you're gonna have the pieces around Draymond assessed. You'll know more about how they all fit. Where's Klay Thompson's game? Where's Andrew Wiggins' game? How does Chris Paul fit off the bench? I think we have an idea where that's going to go, where Kuminga's at. I think you'll know more about the pieces around you, but you'll have a couple of weeks, and then, I think you still have put Chris Paul up for bid. And beyond that, maybe you don't make a big trade, but we'll have to see where the league is overall. But if he comes back in mid-January, John, it does give you a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks to assess where you are. So I just want him to come back a changed guy. And when he comes back, not snap at people and not act out again. And he needs to play. When he comes back, he needs to have a goal of playing every game the rest of the year because he's just missed too many damn games.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's tough to assess everybody or this team without Draymond Green. So there's the latest on the Warriors. Top of the hour, we'll give you a lot of 49ers. Shams will explain. Shams Charania will explain from The Athletic what he's hearing and why the timeline is what it is on Draymond Green. And then we have a great 1 o'clock hour for you. Brock Purdy's high school coach is going to join us from Arizona at 1:15 from Gilbert, Arizona and Perry High School. And then at 1:30, our good friend Dante Whitner is going to assess everything about the 49ers and even look ahead to the Monday night game between the Seahawks and Eagles, which is a big one. So
I think we're going to have John Clark join us in the next segment, John, for just a couple of minutes.
Oh, nice.
He has to be on the air at 1 o'clock, so we got to get him out at 12:58. Just is Jalen Hurts playing?
Let's hurry.
Is going to be the big question.
That's all we need to know. Yeah, that's all we need to know.
All
right, let's do it all next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brock Purdy, among other 49ers, they joined Tim Ryan from the victorious NFC West champion locker room last night following the 49ers win over the Cardinals. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Need cash for the holidays or want to be credit card debt-free for the new year? Call Loan Pronto today. Their Express Equity line of credit can get you $20, $50, $100,000 in as little as 5 days. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Listen, you have a ton of equity in your home, and Loan Pronto can help you turn that equity into cash. You can access up to 95% of your home's value. Use the money to pay off all your credit cards, pay off personal loans, or start that home improvement project. You can get the money you need now and still keep your primary mortgage intact. So your 3% rate is protected. And with Loan Pronto's Express Equity Line program, 90% of the time there's no need for an appraisal. So you can get your money super fast. Get the holiday cash you need or pay off all those credit cards before the new year. Call Loan Pronto now. 415-808-5721. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. Call 415-808-5721. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. Call 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Monday as we're celebrating a Victory Monday. So here's what we got. John Clark is now going to join us from Philly at 1:45. We got
Seattle. He's in Seattle.
Yeah, from Seattle, and of course from NBC Philly. He's going to join us from Seattle. That's a huge game tonight. So that's at 1:45. We're going to reverse order. Our good friend Dante Whitner is going to join us at 1:30, and from Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona, Brock Purdy's high school coach is going to join us. That's going to be fun at 1:15. We have the foreplay at the top of the hour. So that's what we got. That's what we got coming up. We couldn't fit John in because we were running a few minutes late, so we just wanted to make sure that we could get him in, though. You know, Philly's a little bit different because I'm looking at one of John's tweets here. He says, we are live from Seattle on NBC 10 at 4, 5, 6, and 7 for Monday Night Football. It's like every hour, top of the hour. That's like the biggest story. It's just different, man.
So 4 is 1 o'clock here.
Yeah.
We were going to put him on at 12:57. That's not going to be enough time. So we're going to have him. He has
Plus,
a
we
hole
can't
in
even
his
clear our
schedule.
throat in a minute. I mean,
He has his hole in his schedule, 1:45. Dante's still circling in the air, so he hasn't landed yet. So maybe we'll pop John on at 1:30. But John Clark did take my dinner recommendation of 13 coins in Seattle.
Oh, that's a good spot.
I think he took Jalen Hurts there as well, and that's why he's so sick he may not play tonight. No.
Yeah, so
Is he going to play? What's going on with him?
I just heard a report from Rap Sheet during the break. It sounds more likely that Geno Smith doesn't play, which is not good. I'm not a big Drew Lock guy. And that Hurts, I wouldn't call him likely, but he's more likely than Geno Smith. That's the way that Rap Sheet is presenting it.
Drew Lock threw the ball well against the 49ers. He's got a strong arm. He's not as accurate. The thing with going to Matt Patricia over Sean Desai is that Matt Patricia is Belichickian. So they're going to give you a lot of pre-snap and post-snap and change it. So for a young quarterback, if it is Drew Lock and he's got to deal with Matt Patricia and the way they change things, that could be a whole different defense to deal with. But does Philadelphia have the defenders? Because they're not going to have a big play Slay tonight.
Yeah, that's the big story. So that's your 1 o'clock hour. It's a great one. Let's get you started with everything. We're going to do it now on a Monday as we get you ready for the 4 pieces of sound you need to know. It's Pop and London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station for playtime.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, let's start with number one. This is how we started the show today. Obviously, it's about winning the NFC West, which they have done, getting into the playoffs and winning a Super Bowl for the first time in a long time. But lots of guys were talking about MVP after the game, as Brock Purdy is now less than even money, the prohibitive favorite to win the MVP, but there's CMC as well. So here's Brock Purdy throwing the scene off himself and more towards Christian McCaffrey, who he says would get his vote.
Dude, I think Christian should be MVP. I really do believe that. He does everything for us, runs the ball well, can catch the ball. He does everything. And so, in my eyes, that's an MVP.
Oh, Brock, you have a lot to learn. Toot your own horn when you get a chance. Oh, Brock.
Don't you love his humility, John Lund?
No.
I love Brock Purdy. That's why he's the leader of this football
team. I wanted to say, hell yeah, I'm the MVP. Where's my trophy?
I don't want him saying that. I want him to say what's honest and what's on his mind. And Brock is no longer lead the NFL in completion percentage.
69.8.
He's second now. He's second.
Tua.
He's 69.8 to Tua.
Yeah, Tua's at 71 now, and the record for the 49ers is 70.3, which is Steve Young. So he took a step up in touchdowns and in a lot of other areas. He's leading the league in that, but he is now number 2 at 69.8. So let's go, Brock. Get that back up there. What was he, 70.2, I think, going into the game? So
he was 15 of 22 yesterday.
Yeah.
Scatter shot.
Yeah, scatter shot.
One thing we got to ask Preston Jones about, his high school coach. Was he like this right away? I mean, did he run the game the way he runs the game? I mean, just runs the clock down, 3, 2, 1, snaps it when they have the lead. The great thing about him, and it's not great for QB rating, is he throws the ball away. If nothing is there, he will throw the ball away and move on to the next down. And that's just, he plays, he doesn't play like an ordinary rookie, that's for sure. And talking to Dan Minucci, he called him an old soul going back to his high school. Well, he had him when he was in the 9th grade. But we got to ask Coach Jones, was he always like this?
Yeah.
Was he always just like a quarterback
breather.
savant? I mean, but beyond that, just the way and you call him a game manager and all that nonsense, but he does. He executes high-level throws over and over again, like the back shoulder touchdown to Debo yesterday was a thing of beauty, but then he does run the game. He's in complete control of everything from the clock and when they snap it and to throw the ball away. Has he always been like that, or did Coach Jones teach him to be like that?
Well, that's Preston Jones at 1:15, Brock's high school coach. Don't miss it. Here's George Kittle. So there's Brock on CMC, and here's George Kittle on position players winning the MVP.
We wanted to actually stand on a soapbox for this for a while. Quarterbacks are definitely like the most important piece of a team. You got everyone's talking about Purdy, everyone's talking about Dak, and that MVP race. But then you look at guys and Brock's doing a great job, and he deserves all the love that he's getting. But you got a guy like Christian McCaffrey and all the things that he's doing for us in the run game and the pass game, and just absolutely elite every single Sunday, scoring touchdowns. He had 3 today. I mean, he has 7 touchdowns versus the Cardinals this year. It's pretty impressive. The things that him and Tyreek are doing constantly, I mean, I don't know how you don't have them both in the MVP conversation, and I'm all for, quarterbacks win the award. It's an important position, but the things that they consistently do week in and week out, you got to have Christian up there because he is unguardable and he's the most unique position in football.
I'd like to know what their contracts say. Like, what does McCaffrey get for winning it? Purdy
Brock
has
doesn't,
picked.
No.
Brock doesn't probably have anything because he was 262 and he hasn't had to renegotiate a deal, so he probably doesn't even have it.
No, I don't think he has any clause. Christian, I'm sure, has a clause. I don't think if he has an MVP clause or a Pro Bowl clause, we could find out. And what George is saying, Christian McCaffrey is the best football player in the National Football League in every regard. Anything you want executed, hand it to him, throw it to him, have him block. It's just unbelievable. He's by far the leader in rushing yards, 1,292. He's got 324-yard lead over James Cook, the Buffalo rookie, who had a huge game yesterday. Rushing yards after contact, yards per carry, he's third at 5.3. runs of 10-plus, runs of 15-plus, first downs. He's forced more missed tackles than anybody at the running back position. Do you realize when we talk about him as a receiver, Christian McCaffrey has not dropped the ball all year. He has 57 receptions without a drop. This is no ordinary running back. And I understand what Brock is doing, but what Christian is doing and what George is saying here, look around. When the guys get in the huddle and they got nothing but great players, they got top 100 players and Pro Bowlers and all pros all around the team and in the offensive huddle, but I think they are bowing down to the greatness of Christian McCaffrey right now.
And look, I'm not trying to disparage the guy. The follow-up question I would ask George Kittle would be, did you crap your pants when Brock went into the blue tent?
Wow.
And that's just the value of the position.
Wow.
I know I didn't quite do that, but I certainly
what did you think what do you think when Brock was over on the side, when Christian was over on the sideline massaging his knee? What did you think about that?
Oh, I believe me, I was not liking that either, but Brock went into the blue tent and I went, oh, not again. But of course it was short-lived. And it's just, and more so, and this shouldn't factor into the award, but I just don't trust Sam Darnold like I would trust maybe a backup back. But as you said, and as we've talked about many times since he arrived, even more so, Christian McCaffrey's not a running back. In fact, it's an insult to call him a running back because he's like, I don't know, what's Debo, wide back? I mean, we got to find something for McCaffrey. He's not wide back.
I call him Z-back as Debo. Christian McCaffrey is the best football player on planet Earth right now. That's what he
just needs to play a more important position.
Okay.
It's hurting him.
Tell Kyle Shanahan that in his run game meeting
I'm just
on Friday.
saying versus Brock.
Running back's not important. We're not going to run the ball today. We're going to throw it every time against Baltimore.
He and his dad would tell you that up until this point because they had a bunch of free agents and late-round picks do great things for them.
Christian
McCaffrey's different.
Is absolutely indispensable. He's the best player in the NFL. Brock may win the MVP award. The best player in the league is Christian McCaffrey.
All right, let me. I'm going to skip Shavarius Ward, and we'll come back to this in the 1 o'clock hour, but we got to get to Preston Jones on time, which is something we rarely do. But we have the cut from Shams Charania this morning, talking about Draymond Green's 3 weeks, potentially 4 weeks, and this is how he explains potentially how long Draymond will be out.
Yeah, there's an update. I'm told Draymond Green has begun counseling, and people around the Warriors, people around Draymond Green, they see that there's a level of understanding and really grasping that there's a process that he's going to go through and undergo to make sure that he's going to return under a full capacity. He's been feeling bad about what transpired, and I'm told the expectation is that Green will remain sidelined via suspension for at least the next 3 to 4 weeks, and that means that his suspension would stretch at least approximately 12 games. And at that point, making sure that when he's back, he is actually back. There's not going to be a blip. There's not going to be a reoccurrence of any more from Draymond Green. And I think this process, from what I'm told, it'll also consist of regular check-ins with the Warriors, with the league, as him, the team, his agent Rich Paul, the league work together on his return process. But it's going to be at least the next few weeks for Draymond Green.
Again, to reiterate that would mean he's had 12 games. By my count, he's already missed 3. That would be 10 more. That'd be 13 games, the earliest return being the 10th of January. That's the 3-week number. If it's a 4-week number, which he mentioned as well, that would be 17 games, with the return being a week later at Utah. So it sounds like anywhere from 13 to 17 games, and there's the explanation from Shams.
Well, the key thing, he's already begun counseling, and he's receptive to receiving help. So that's the first step to getting back on the floor. We'll see how long it takes. How often does he go to counseling? And when are they going to have him back around the team? He kind of took a leave of absence from being around the team. With them going to Portland and they're back home, they got a string of home games coming up, including tomorrow night against Boston and then Washington. So you get to be on the bench when Jordan Poole comes back on Friday night, which would be interesting. And then the Portland game, would he travel with a team to Denver for the Christmas game, and then after that they got a string of home games. So I think the key thing now is he gets his counseling to stay in basketball shape, and he can be around the team at practice. He just can't be there on game night. So when are they going to bring him back to the campus and get him in the players' campus and start working out with his teammates again?
So there's the latest, and that is your foreplay. We went 3, but we'll get Javarius Ward in there talking about his first touchdown since Pop Warner yesterday, which is pretty funny, actually catching the football, and we'll get to the defensive side of the ball a little bit later on in the show. But Preston Jones is going to join us coming up next. Perry High School, Gilbert, Arizona. He is and was the coach there and coached Brock Purdy. So we'll ask him those questions that you asked, which is he always been like this? We'll get into that conversation next. Plus, Dante Whitner expected at 1:30, could be a little bit later on. Then John Clark will join us from from Seattle, as the Eagles and the Seahawks play a huge game that could have ramifications on the 49ers and the rest of the NFC. All that to come. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Dickinson, super reporter. Yeah, I'm no Derek Papa.
John Dickinson, super reporter.
He hosted Dubs OT, as he does after all Warriors game. They squeaked out that win over the Blazers last night. Check out that podcast and more, trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Oh, hey there, John Lund, your old friend. For my friends at the Dolan Law Firm, get this. Many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, we see them, but do we really see them? We have to really see them. Remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children, they're playing all around us. So please be careful, especially in this wet weather. Let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyers of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Now, they've secured more than $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But here's the great part. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
From day one, that's exactly how he's been all the way through, and the guy's made of the right stuff. Through and through, since the day he came in here, he's just been about ball. He hasn't been about any of the outside noise or any of that nonsense. You know, all he wants to do is be his best self for this team. And that's exactly what you want out of your franchise quarterback, right? And it doesn't matter how great he's playing or, you know, any type of lull that there's been. He's been the exact same, head down, humble as can be, and the exact type of guy that we need to lead our team.
That, of course, is Fred Warner talking about Brock Purdy, who is the odds-on favorite, less than even money to be the MVP of the NFL after being picked 262, as we well know, out of Iowa State last year. Began his varsity football career during the 2015 season as a sophomore. It was a newly opened high school, Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona. And Preston Jones was the head coach for Brock Purdy. Went to 2 state championships, and he was the player of the year, the Gatorade Football Player of the Year in Arizona as well. That is Brock Purdy. And his high school coach, Preston Jones, joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, Preston. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing great. Just before we get everything started, just how, I don't know if the word is strange or just crazy, or maybe you expected this, that Brock Purdy, just a couple of years into the league, we're talking about a guy who's leading the great San Francisco 49ers and is an MVP candidate. What do you think of all this?
I think it's crazy. Just coming from where I'm at and where I'm from and everything, I think it's surreal, I guess is the word. I hate to say it's crazy because this is how it should be, but it's a very surreal feeling, and we're just so excited for the young man.
Yeah, he's a special guy. There's no doubt, Coach, and you should take a lot of pride in developing him. First of all, before we get into all of it and what you saw from him as a young guy and all the way through his great career there, were you at the game yesterday? Were you able to watch him in person play at State Farm Stadium, Coach?
No, I was outside the stadium. We had some tickets, and we let my daughters and my mother and mother-in-law, they're probably his biggest fans, and so they went in, and my wife and I, we waited outside and watched it at a restaurant.
What a good guy you are.
He balled out. He threw 4 touchdown passes. He played great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it sure was fun to watch.
All right, so it's like you said, it's kind of hard to fathom. He's done all these great things. He deserves it. He's worked very hard. We've all been impressed by him on and off the field. But when you first got him, so when he's playing for a newly opened high school at Perry High School in 2015, and you get a hold of Brock Purdy, what were your initial impressions of him?
Initial impressions, I think I was just so impressed with his demeanor, his preparation, his out-of-season work ethic, in-season, just his work ethic, his leadership, just how he carried himself was just extremely, extremely impressive. And because he wasn't 6'4" or 6'5", and just crazy off-the-charts measurables, that wasn't the impressive part. The impressive part was how he went about his daily business, and what a great person he was, and not to mention what a great quarterback he was becoming.
Yeah, we could see all the special traits in him when he first arrived in Santa Clara in OTAs and mini camps and training camp games. He just played like a veteran player, like he had done this so many times, and obviously in college he had. But, Coach, going back to when did he develop the ability just to run the overall game? Well, you watch him now when the 49ers have a lead and they're trying to bleed the clock. Every snap, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's in full control of it. It's just, I saw him do it in his first preseason game, and I was blown away. And then when things don't go right, he's not afraid to throw the ball away and just move on to the next play. He's not trying to be a hero on every single play. At the high school level, did he have both of those qualities?
He did. He was so mature upon his, just mature upon his years, man. I remember one play sticks out to me. I think it was last year, maybe up at Seattle with the clock management. And, he played, didn't get to practice, had the bad rib. I forget the down and distance was, but he scrambled, and instead of running out of bounds, he slid.
Third down.
And set the ball. Yeah. Set the ball on the ground. And I said, there's not another rookie quarterback in the NFL that would do that, in my opinion. And I don't know when the last time, if I have seen one, and I said, that's has always separated things like that he would do. You don't think a rookie's supposed to do that. Well, in college, he did things you didn't think a college kid should do. And then in high school, he did things comparable that you would say, yeah, that's beyond being coached. That's just such an awareness and a gift he has.
Preston Jones joining us, Perry High School, Gilbert, Arizona. That's where Brock Purdy went to high school. I read a great piece over the weekend that talked about how Arizona State was on him late, but it was just too late, and he went to Iowa State, obviously did what he did, and then, of course, went on to the 49ers. Has it kind of always been, maybe because of his stature, maybe because it wasn't the strongest arm or the most athletic, and people just cannot measure what he brings to the table, which is how quickly he processes? Pop calls him Big Brain Brock. Has he always kind of been this guy where people just kind of ignored him and then maybe were surprised?
Yeah, absolutely. But you get the experts, those college recruiters, and then they come around, and if they bring a 6-foot, half-inch quarterback back to their head coach and say we need to take this guy, that puts a lot of pressure on them. And if he doesn't turn out, that head coach is going to be looking at him and pointing the finger at him. Well, if you bring a 6'4" guy in and he doesn't work out, then you just blame it on the kid. The kid's not very good, and he doesn't have enough guts, or he doesn't have the arm, or he's not smart enough. But if you bring a kid that's under 6'1" and you bring him in and something doesn't work out, then it's the guy recruiting him's fault. And so a lot of guys aren't willing to take those chances. And I think a lot of them aren't real good at evaluating, probably. They want to take the easy way rather than watching all this fine details. But I think it's big. I think it all works out in the end, because the guys that make the decision on who's going to play in the NFL and decisions on who's going to get paid and how things go, those are the experts. And they've been in the room, and they've watched enough film. And Brock is he's known, and I think he was known after preseason his rookie year. I think that's probably one of the reasons they kept him around, because if we gave him too much film, people are going to know how good he is, and we don't want to lose him,
Yeah,
so
that's why they cut Nate Setfeld and kept him. There was no way they were going to be able to cut him. So we talk about how smart he is, and he's not big enough, and his hands are small, but your quarterback can rip the football. The throw he made back shoulder at the end of the game, Coach, to Deebo Samuel was an incredible throw. So just going back to when you first had him, When did you just think, I got a special guy here, and I got to change my passing game and open it up a little bit more? I mean, his senior year, he threw for 57 touchdown passes. So when did you realize that you had a special talent? And then just the nature of your passing game, was it a numbers passing game, or did you call out routes? Like, was it a zero route or a shallow cross? Did you change over his 4 years? Just what was the passing game you ran there, and how did you change it to accommodate his special ability?
You know, we basically went to, I would say it was either 100%. It was 75% of the time. It was basically an RPO, and 25% of the time it was a pass. And Brock, because of who he was and what he was able to do, so our offense kept evolving because he could handle so much. We just kept doing more and more stuff, where as the ball was snapped, he was the one making the decision on what we were doing and put it in his hands. But his ability and his accuracy, and like you said, the processing post-snap, being able to see the defense making reads, and the accuracy is just off the charts. And then what was so neat, and in high school, it had just passed a few years prior to him getting up to varsity, we were able to watch the plays on the sidelines. You know, we had replay, and so we would get the offense over there and go over the plays, and he would already know, you know, that play, what happened, what he did wrong or what he did right. And it was just amazing how he saw the field, and it got, you know, his junior year, he missed some practice and started late because of he got mono right at during preseason.
Right.
And once he came back, I mean, his first game back, we were going to just kind of scatter him in there. And I think he played every single snap and was some crazy stat, like 25 of 28 with like 4 touchdowns. And the ball will just look like a big rainbow because he had no strength. And I tell people all the time that hurt his recruiting because he had he'd lost 20 pounds and he already wasn't a big kid and lost that weight and lost some strength. And so his first 5 games, the ball wasn't coming out of his hand like we knew it could. And we kept telling the college coaches, he had mono, look at his game 14 and watch the ball come out of his hands. You know, he got stronger. And it was crazy, but he definitely let us get a lot more creative on offense because he could handle anything you threw at him.
Preston Jones, head coach at Perry High School in Gilbert, Arizona. That's where Brock went to high school. And, you know, and the other thing, too, coach, is, you know, his family. I mean, we've had his dad on. He was a minor league baseball player. His sister was a softball player. His other brother is a quarterback playing college football as well. He just comes from that family, and maybe that's where, and probably where that's where just the mentality comes from. He just doesn't seem overwhelmed by anything.
Yeah, he's got that cool demeanor and never lets the highs get too high or the lows get too low. He's just really flat, you know. It's something that I think our best trait here at Perry High School is it's not necessarily we developed, we just didn't screw him up, in my opinion. You know?
That's how I feel about my kid.
Come on, Coach, take some credit. Take some credit.
Hey, the credit I would think I did a hell of a job of not screwing him up. So that's what I did for Brock.
Unbelievable.
That's awesome, man.
And everything you're saying about him as a player and his special quality, as a person, Coach, he's unbelievable. And I don't think he's changed one iota from the Brock Purdy who was drafted last on draft day, or maybe the guy that walked into Perry High School with your group as a freshman. He's the same guy, and I think he'll be the same guy when he wins the MVP, when he goes into the Hall of Fame, whatever accolades he has, when he gets the Super Bowl MVP. He's just a special person, Coach, is he not?
He is, and I think the more he gets into, people will realize it's not the things he says when he's getting interviewed, or the things how he carries himself and what he says after the games. It's not just it's just not cheap talk. That's how he lives his life, and he always has. And I think that's one of the reasons, especially at our he changed, not changed, but he improved the culture at our school so much because he was such an amazing kid, and he was such a great athlete, that it changed the whole demeanor of our school where kids were like, hey, it's cool to be a respectful person. It's cool to get to class on time. It's cool to treat your teachers correctly. You know, we have substitutes here at our school that know him and talk about him, and all they can say is, if I ever had a problem, Brock would take care of it in class. And that's unusual for kids at that age, teenagers, to be able to separate friendships and step aside and do the right thing, and a lot of times the right thing is not always a popular thing, but Brock somehow could get kids to follow him at that age, and so he was able to make a difference in a lot of people's lives, man. I mean, you're talking security guards here, you're talking cafeteria workers, janitors. They know Brock and they know what kind of kid he is, and that's why he's got such an amazing following out here, because you like to see good people succeed. He's such a good story, and the people are crazy about him here at the school, in our community, because not just because he's so good, but because he's such a good person.
Yeah, that's a great story. Coach Jones, thank you so much for your time and your insight on Brock. We're certainly enjoying having him around here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Go Niners, right?
You got it.
And thanks for not screwing him up, Coach. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Very nice of you. Very nice of you.
Take some credit.
Take care,
guys.
There you go.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, a couple of things there. Very interesting guy. He's a humble guy, and that's last story on Brock is awesome, because most people, 99.9% of people, that when they see a substitute teacher, it's like a day off. So good on Brock for doing those things. Number one, I would have taken the ticket. Come on, man, a coach again. I'm taking the ticket and going in the game.
Thank God you're not the quarterback of the Niners.
He's a good guy.
Coach at Perry High School.
And the second, yeah, go ahead.
I just the fact. What did he say about the offense they ran? It was 75% RPO.
Yeah,
which means Brock decides what they do at the line of scrimmage right away, and the other 25% was the option is not there to run it. You're going to throw it. So they empowered Brock Purdy right away to run the high school offense at the line of scrimmage. So that's why he's big brain Brock. He's been doing this for a long time, and his coaches entrusted him, and they didn't screw him up. Thank you, Coach.
And even though he won the Arizona Gatorade Player of the Year award, if Coach Jones would have had a better defense, I mean, they lost 65-28 in 2016, and they lost 48-42 in 2017. Not Brock's fault.
Wow.
65-28 and 48-42. Brock's like, bro, could you give me just a tiny bit of defense, maybe? Tiny bit of defense.
It's high school football. They don't
Thank you very much. All right, no Dante. We heard mid-interview there that Dante is going to join us later on in the week, of course, with weather and stuff and traveling issues. So Dante will join us later on in the week. We still are going to talk to our friend John Clark. He's in Seattle, of course, covers the Eagles for NBC Philadelphia, and that is a huge game. We'll explain to you why, and then we'll talk to John near the top of the hour to get you ready for that big one on Monday night. We'll do all that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.